In the oppressive darkness, a single glowing drop falls with a sharp drip. The sound echoes as more drops descend into the jagged cavern below. He cries out in agony, collapsing completely onto the rough ground. Before them looms a colossal, dark gateway, the entrance to their final destination. Vern announces their arrival at the Primordial Core, the end of the dungeon where all their valiant efforts will culminate. Mage casts a brighter light, warning everyone not to let their guard down. The enhanced light reveals the grim sight of fallen comrades littering the floor. An ancient tapestry illustrates a historical truth. Most dungeon raids end in human victory. As human forces could attack at any time, monsters were kept on constant, exhausting alert. This put the monsters at an unfair disadvantage, and the relentless battles rapidly weakened the dungeons. However, as countless dungeons fell over the ages, a new reality emerged from the wreckage. After so many human victories, it was inevitable that exceptional, unconquerable dungeons would eventually appear. The lore speaks of the 7 great evil dungeons, a realm of dragons and monsters. Among these 7 unconquerable domains, the most feared of all is the Primordial Core. Dozens of monstrous creatures stand as eternal guardians over the dungeon's cursed halls. A tapestry reveals the homunculus blade-maid Renee, who guards the Red Crossroad. The center blue crossroad is protected by the formidable Death Knight Pedrick. However, the filth-tainted path to the right is shrouded in mystery, guarded by unknown tentacles. An ancient illustration depicts a temple ruled by a monstrous enthroned figure. The tapestry details battles against the primordial monster from the Empire's oldest myths. In the darkness of legend, 8 golden eyes awaken with untold power. Renee reports that since a particular book spread among humans, intrusions have increased. The beast explains their strategy. Manage the dungeon with mystique to keep humans oblivious. He elaborates on leaking half-true information, luring overconfident humans like moths to a flame. The grim result is shown, a pile of defeated human invaders in shattered armor. A voice notes that most of the raiders' gear was melted fighting Mr. 116 Black Tentacles. Renee confidently thinks to herself that she could have defeated them without damaging the valuable goods. The beast, now a shadowy figure, dismissively agrees with a drawn-out, sure. A violent swirl of dark energy marks a sudden shift in the atmosphere. From the swirling shadows, a piercing eye and a clawed hand begin to materialize. A dark-haired man pats Renee on the head, condescendingly agreeing with her boast. She giggles with delight at his praise, while Pedrick watches from the background. Pedrick, his glowing eye narrowed, questions if they are truly having a meeting or just messing around. He comically shudders, declaring the sweet vibes are enough to give him cavities. His panic escalates as he screams that not just his teeth, but his entire head might rot. The dark-haired man examines his own hand, casually remarking that there are 6 of them. He recalls how Pedrick once had over 40 teeth, a sight that chilled him to the bone, as Renee complains about the skeleton's noisy jaw-clacking. Pedrick falls silent as Renee glares, prompting him to think she should just quit if she's so disgusted. Getting back to business, Renee presents a report and decides to cut to the chase. She announces that humans have finally started their invasion of the right crossroad. In the process, she reports, 116 black tentacles suffered a critical injury. Yawning, the boss dismisses her concern, saying he'll just hire a new gatekeeper if the tentacles don't regenerate. Pedrick laughs, asking the boss to hire 2 replacements so he can quit, but is reminded his contract is for life. He clarifies that for now, the humans are only targeting his crossroad on the right. Renee warns that the raiders use telepathy, and the news has likely spread, prompting the boss to slam his fist and declare a new plan. He orders them to listen closely, announcing that they are going to switch positions. He instructs Renee to abandon the left path and guard the now vulnerable Filth Crossroad on the right. Renee proudly accepts the mission, vowing to stop anyone who comes for Mr. Devourer. Next, Mr. Devourer tells a surprised Pedrick that he will take over Renee's post at the Red Crossroad. The strategy is revealed. Humans will notice Renee is gone and rush her old post, where Pedrick will be waiting. Mr. Devourer concludes his plan, stating this will allow them to stop 2 invasions simultaneously. Pedrick points out a flaw, asking what happens if the humans choose the blue crossroad in the center. Yeah, Mr. Devourer grins, saying they'll just have to have a date with him, as the beast devours a tiny Pedrick while Renee fawns over the perfect plan. Renee moves on, stating that with the urgent matter settled, they must decide what to do with that sword. Caught off guard, Mr. Devourer asks for clarification, and she specifies the one used by the raid leader. Pedrick explains that it's a powerful weapon, and that the boss has surely heard of it before. Standing atop the colossal blade, he identifies it as the legendary, quote, 36th masterpiece, famous among humans. Mr. Devourer casually dismisses it as the 36th shitpiece, claiming he has a few in storage, much to Pedrick's annoyance. Meanwhile, Renee examines a much smaller, peculiar circular blade. Mr. Devourer considers the problem of the sword, realizing it will just get stolen again if left with weaker guards. He presents the massive sword to Pedrick, ordering him to take it since he's a swordsman. A blushing Pedrick enthusiastically accepts, declaring he has no choice since it's an order from his boss. The dungeon is home to a terrifying homunculus maid and a death knight who exudes a deadly energy. Click. Mr. Devourer, slumped over his desk, tells Pedrick to tear up the resignation letter he has hidden, now that he's been given the sword. The core trio is introduced: Renee, who only thinks of Devourer, Pedrick, the only one with a conscience, and Devourer, the lazy ancient monster. Renee asks Mr. Devourer how to distribute their recent income, while a smug Pedrick says his share is enough. Mr. Devourer lays out their usual plan: use what they can, and save the rest as bait to lure in the next wave of invaders. Renee cheerfully accepts the task, as Pedrick internally grumbles about her half-assing it again, and Mr. Devourer simply agrees. Discussing the loot, Renee suggests they have no use for the magic tools and should just sell the mana stones for money. Mr. Devourer looks intrigued by the idea. He then surprises them both by suggesting he should go visit a human village himself. Pardon? Both Renee and Pedrick are completely shocked by his proposal, with Mr. Devourer confused by their extreme reaction. A flustered Pedrick nervously suggests that it would be better if Renee went instead. Grrr. Mr. Devourer angrily asks why, pointing out that Pedrick is bad at human transformation and that his tail is currently showing. A confused Pedrick looks down to see a tiny crumpled version of Renee clinging to him, representing the tail. Mr. Devourer relents with a sigh, agreeing to let her go but demanding she bring back lots of yummy things. Now disguised in a cloak, Renee stands at the edge of a forest, remarking on the nice weather. She smiles, ready to begin her journey into the human town. She soon arrives at a building in the village. A shopkeeper tells the cloaked Renee that he unfortunately can't buy the items she's brought. Her eyes glowing menacingly, she asks why, and he stammers an explanation. The shopkeeper searches for something under his counter to make his point. He presents a single B-ranked mana stone. Explaining it takes a commoner 10 years of hard work to afford just one, he explains that the gems she brought are far too large and powerful, usable only by elite mages from the royal palace or the mage tower. The shopkeeper advises her that only a jeweler with a royal contract or someone from the mage tower's wing could deal with such high-quality items. Renee considers her options, realizing the capital is too far and wondering if she must go to the mage tower. She internally expresses her reluctance to go to the mage tower, placing her bag on the counter. Saying goodbye, she leaves the shop, as the owner wishes her a safe trip. The shopkeeper is stunned to find a single, sparkling mana stone left behind on the counter. He shouts after Renee, telling her she left one behind. She glances back from the doorway, coolly stating it's a tip for the information. Holding the priceless gem, the shopkeeper mutters to himself about what a strange kid she is. Renee arrives at the base of the magnificent mage tower's wing. A cloaked guide inside suggests she meet with the guildmaster to sell her mana stones, and she agrees. The guide leads her up a long flight of stairs, explaining that the tower's leader is located at the very top. Noting the structure's similarity to a dungeon, the guide shows her into the leader's office. A woman with red hair introduces herself as Graumitz Amer, the leader of the Wing Guild. Amer asks for the cloaked visitor's identity, her own aura flaring as she senses this is no ordinary human. Sensing Amer's high mana, the cloaked figure simply replies, "It's Ren." Amer admits she planned to ignore a child, but was intrigued by the report of many mana stones, reminding Ren of the tower's high standards. She looks down at Ren, expecting to see goods worthy of their reputation. Ren wordlessly reveals her collection of mana stones, which float into the air and leave Amer speechless with their brilliance. Amer gasps in shock, realizing they are all A-rank mana stones. Upon closer inspection, she realizes some are top grade, and questions how a young child could possess such treasures. Her demeanor hardening, Amara demands to know who Ren is and where she acquired the stones. Her eyes then catch a glimpse of sparkling white hair under Ren's hood. Amer recalls that one of the Empire's 8 great families is known for its hereditary silver hair, and suspects Ren is a runaway noble. Convinced Ren is a clueless noble lady, Amer decides she has found an easy mark. Apologizing for her rudeness, Amara makes a lowball offer to buy all the stones, offering 50 ounces of gold each. Ren internally scoffs at the offer, recalling the shopkeeper's words about a single B-rank stone costing 10 years' wages. As her eyes glow with fury, she calculates the insultingly low offer and warns the human that joking around could get her killed. Startled by the threat, Amer realizes this lady is far more aware of the market than she had assumed. Ren tells Amer that if the guild can't afford everything, she should just buy as much as she can, causing Amer to sweat nervously. A chest is opened, revealing 2,000 ounces of gold coins, which Amer claims is all the money her guild possesses. Amer presents the open chest of gold to the cloaked Ren. Ren reassures Amer not to worry about the value of the items she'll trade, emphasizing they need to be easy to sell. Standing up, Amer invites Ren to follow her to see the special objects for trade. As they walk, Amer explains that they are making an exception for Miss Ren by bringing an outsider into their secure area. Amer proudly presents the entrance to the Mage Tower's storage. She showcases 2 treasures, a diamond tiara useful for mages, and a living black pearl ring that detects poison, noting it was made with alchemy. Ren's interest is piqued by the mention of alchemy. A cartoonish panel shows Ren emitting dark fumes of disgust, leaving a confused Amer wondering what's wrong. Stuttering, Amer tries to salvage the situation, guessing Ren must dislike alchemy and calling it an unhygienic field. Amer moves on to another item, a heart-shaped gem called the Scarlet Lovestone, which she claims can fulfill one's love. Ren's eyes go wide with shock at the mention of a gem that can help with love. Her eyes now sparkle with intense desire, captivated by the magical artifact. Amer explains that by infusing mana, a spirit inside the gem will grant eternal love with the person of one's choosing. Ren eagerly presses against the glass container, asking if it will work on anyone. Seeing she's hooked, Amer smiles as Ren passionately declares that she wants this specific gem. Amer explains the gem's high price, boasting it's powerful enough to steal even the Emperor's heart. She then abruptly shifts focus, presenting another unseen item. Amer's expression turns to one of pure shock as she demands to know how Ren possesses a certain weapon. Ren presents the peculiar circular blade from the raid leader, coolly demanding the love gem in exchange for it. Elsewhere, a voice urgently calls out for the guildmaster. A man with green hair and glasses frantically questions Amara about giving away the gem, but she just hums happily. He desperately warns her that Ren will surely die if sent away with that dangerous object. Amer calmly dismisses his worry, saying a foolish noble wanted it personally, and it was an expensive exchange. With a sinister grin, Amer assures him there will be no problem. Her dark thoughts reveal a trap. The gem will kill Ren and her target upon use, leaving no evidence behind. A happy Ren clutches her new prize, unaware of the danger, as Amer's narration expresses pity for the unknown victim. The scene shifts to Theite Castle, one of the 7 great evil dungeons. A silhouetted figure with large scissors notes that someone's hair ends are dead before snipping them off. A woman with red hair is giving a haircut to a familiar white-haired girl, who apologizes for arriving so suddenly. The woman states that seeing Renee happy makes her happy, and is introduced as Elizabeth Bathory, the boss of Theite Castle. Elizabeth playfully fawns over Renee, saying anyone with a pretty source will look good no matter what. She comments that at times like this, she's jealous that Renee is a homunculus. Gazing at their reflections, Elizabeth admires Renee's ageless beauty. Renee returns the compliment, noting that Elizabeth also looks incredibly young and has even paler skin. With a grimace, Elizabeth reveals a room of skulls and bloody vats, asking if Renee knows how much blood her beauty treatments require. Renee, her hair now styled in cute pigtails, looks shyly pleased with her new look. Elizabeth pinches Renee's cheek, confidently stating that no one would reject her now. Leaning in, Elizabeth pointedly asks Renee who she's trying to impress. She whispers conspiratorially, asking if Renee is perhaps planning to confess to someone, shocking the girl. Renee's shock turns to pure, sparkling delight as she confirms Elizabeth's guess. Elizabeth is utterly floored, realizing her joke was true, and frantically asks who the person is. With hearts in her eyes, Renee dreamily announces her confession is for Mr. Devourer. Elizabeth freezes, rendered completely speechless and dumbfounded by the revelation. Sweating, Elizabeth calls the idea an extreme joke, questioning if Renee's homunculus nature is to blame for such thinking. Renee earnestly refutes her, declaring with a blush that she is genuinely going to confess to Mr. Devourer. Elizabeth questions what Renee sees in him, picturing a foul beast, while Renee imagines a reliable hero, gushing about his strengths. A flashback shows the reliable Mr. Devourer passed out and drooling with a comically bloated stomach. Renee lovingly lists her boss's charming traits. He's lazy, eats like a pig, snores, and has lost his wit. Still in disbelief over Renee's list of his flaws, Elizabeth asks how she can possibly still like that bastard. Renee clasps her hands together, her expression one of pure, unshakable devotion. Resigned, Elizabeth wishes Renee luck but says she's too good for him, adding with a wink that Renee should come to her if he rejects her. Blushing, Renee gratefully thanks Elizabeth for her support. As Elizabeth looks on, Renee clutches the cursed love gem, filled with absolute determination to succeed in her confession. The scene shifts to the imposing Imperial capital, Riaze, under the night sky. Inside the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters, an official begins a briefing on the presumed fate of warrior Vern Hishutalt's raid force. In a large chamber, a man stands before a seated superior, ready to discuss the failed mission. An official angrily questions the report, shouting that Vern's party was said to have easily passed the gatekeeper. Slamming his fist on the table, he vehemently denies that a warrior like Vern could have been killed by a mere monster. A new voice interjects, telling the men they are all wrong and that the Primordial Core is not a difficult dungeon. A flashback shows a warrior, likely Vern, facing a swarm of glowing eyes in the dark as a voice reasons that after 2 weeks he is probably dead. The words starkly displayed over Vern's blood-soaked sword. The seated leader asks a cloaked subordinate about the fate of the Hishutalt family's legendary sword. The subordinate explains that communication was lost when the party entered the dungeon's heart, making it impossible to retrieve the masterpiece, Tanabella, without re-entering the area. The officials debate their next move, with one urging an immediate second raid, while another argues they must give up to prevent further sacrifices. Refusing to give up, another official argues that the boss monster must be severely wounded and vulnerable after fighting Vern. The cautious official counters that the monsters have had time to heal and reorganize, urging a full-scale assault before it's too late. The leader clutches his head in despair, lamenting the loss of a great warrior and a masterpiece, fearing that a second failure will get them all killed. He realizes that inaction is not an option either, as the furious royal family will surely punish them. The cautious man posits a terrifying alternative. What if Vern failed to even injure the ancient boss of the Primordial Core? His grim thought continues, questioning what they will do if the dungeon suffered almost no damage from the raid. The cloaked subordinate rises, making a final declaration. It is impossible to attack the Primordial Core. Suddenly, a new hooded figure appears at the chamber entrance, shocking the assembled officials. The leader expresses his shock, wondering why the Royal Magic Academic Society is present. The newcomer, a member of the Society's Third Eye, smiles condescendingly, asking if they are aware of whose orders his organization follows. An official sweats, realizing with dread that the royal family has already begun to intervene directly. The Society member approaches the leader, declaring that his presence means the Union must now pay for its sins. He snarls, condemning their foolishness for causing the death of a precious warrior and losing the Emperor's treasured masterpiece. Leaning in conspiratorially, he reveals he has made an offer to the Emperor that will serve as a solution to save them. He grins maniacally and announces that they will be raiding the Primordial Core again. With a flourish, he turns his back, displaying the symbol of the Third Eye on his cloak. He announces they will send someone named Nifrim, leaving the Union members stunned and confused by the unfamiliar name. Panicked, the leader asks if he is referring to the infamous product known for having a lot of issues. The Society member passionately declares that Nifrim is not a failure, but an undeniable success. Grabbing the leader's face, he forcefully presents him with a problem to consider. He pins the terrified leader down, demanding to know why Vern's raid force never made it out of the dungeon alive. As the leader gasps for air, the Society member dismisses his own question, pondering the true reason for the failure. He explains that Vern and his force were clearly missing one critical factor for success. Holding up a single finger for emphasis, he declares there was just one missing piece. He reveals that Nifrim possesses that key factor, confidently stating that the next raid will definitely succeed. In a jarring cutaway, a massive beast's mouth opens wide, about to consume a screaming person below. Elsewhere, Mr. Devourer shivers, sensing an ominous feeling that a huge disaster is about to befall him. Sniff. As his monstrous form lets out a giant sneeze, his human form wonders if he's just getting a cold. Lying on the cavern floor, Mr. Devourer complains about having to go on patrol, knowing Pedrick will scold him otherwise. Thinking of the skeletal Pedrick, Mr. Devourer mutters a bad pun to himself about the bag of bones. He stretches dramatically, whining that he doesn't want to be bothered anymore. He stands up amidst a writhing mass of bloody tentacles. Looking down at the tentacles, he murmurs that he feels sorry but can only wait for now. The scene shifts to a twisted, plant-like creature as he recalls his memories of Anthropopago, the manager of Room 5. Hup! Mr. Devourer lands on the plant creature, observing that it will regenerate as long as it has a main body and nutrients. He notes with relief that since the main body is alive, it will recover without his intervention. The creature's core closes, beginning its natural healing process. Satisfied, Mr. Devourer leaps away to continue his patrol. He surveys the damage, noting that the first through fourth rooms have been destroyed. He sighs, realizing he'll have to discuss the damage with Pedrick and bracing himself for a scolding. Exhausted from the ordeal, he lets out a massive yawn. Deciding to deal with the problems later, he considers getting some rest. He reflects on his patrol of Filth Road and Room 5, thinking he did a pretty good job. Confident in his work, he assumes Pedrick will surely understand the situation. As he declares his patrol finished, his thought is cut short. Thwack! A sharp projectile suddenly embeds itself in the ground right beside him. A new voice curses dirty human bastards as a figure walks toward him. The voice warns that once he has entered this place, as dark tendrils suddenly erupt and ensnare Mr. Devourer. A shadowy figure appears, telling him not to even think about leaving, but Mr. Devourer sits calmly amidst the shadows. Suddenly, Renee appears, frantically apologizing for the attack and explaining she mistook him for a human invader. She stands shyly in a beautiful new outfit, surrounded by a floral aura. Her face beams with pure, unadulterated happiness. Stunned by her change in attire, Mr. Devourer nervously wonders if she's about to quit. He panics, desperately hoping her unusual behavior isn't leading to a letter of resignation. Renee warmly welcomes Mr. Devourer, revealing that this is her secret place. As she offers him a seat and tea, his mind frantically repeats, "Please no letter of resignation." Tea is poured gracefully into a small cup. Renee sweetly explains that he is now the only other person who knows of her secret place. He sips the tea, trembling with anxiety, his internal plea continuing unabated. Renee asks if he remembers something, catching him completely off guard. He quickly says he does, staring into his own confused reflection in the teacup. The scene dissolves into a flurry of black particles. A flashback explains that 80 years ago, over 1,000 dungeons fell, and 1,000 humans reached the Primordial Core. During that time of conflict, Renee's status soared, earning her a powerful and fearsome nickname. Back in the present, Mr. Devourer shows concern for her well-being, asking if her right eye is better. Immensely relieved this isn't a resignation. Touched that he remembered, Renee clutches her hands to her chest, declaring that she is happy. He reassures her that he was always mindful of her and was glad to keep her safe, a sentiment she shares. He instantly regrets his choice of words, realizing "was glad" sounds like parting words. As Renee calls his name, his panic returns full force, convinced she's about to quit. Utterly bewildered, he braces for the worst. Renee reveals with a blush that she has waited 80 years for this very moment. Misunderstanding the situation, a surprised Mr. Devourer thanks her for confessing to him. He begins to gently reject her, explaining their lives are too dangerous for such things. She tearfully explains she couldn't keep her feelings inside any longer. Her greatest fear, she admits, is the thought of him rejecting her and walking away. To ensure that never happens, she reveals the cursed, heart-shaped gem. She declares her unwavering desire to be loved by him, no matter the cost. So she lunges across the table, aiming the gem directly at him. He shouts her name in alarm, pleading with her to calm down as she forces the gem on him. With a look of pure devotion, Renee presents the glowing gem. A violent surge of dark, shadowy energy erupts from Mr. Devourer. From the darkness, a monstrous presence glares, speaking a single word, "You." The shadow continues, just now, as the chaotic scene of the overturned table comes into focus. The sinister voice questions what she did as Renee trembles in terror before its power. Glaring from the shadows, the awakened monster's many eyes focus on Renee as it menacingly asks if she was trying to kill it. In a chilling visual, Renee desperately clings to Mr. Devourer's human form while his monstrous shadow looms over them. A horrified Renee stares at the cursed heart in her hands, finally realizing the terrible magnitude of her actions. Crack! The gem shatters into pieces, unleashing its dark, corrupting power into the chamber. A tear falls from Renee's eye as she watches in absolute terror. Overwhelmed by the consequences of her desperate wish, cowering on the floor, she trembles and asks what's going on, unable to comprehend the monstrous form before her. From the glowing shards of the broken gem, a small, shadowy creature with malevolent eyes begins to coalesce. Sometime later, Pedrick scolds a despondent, blob-like Mr. Devourer for chasing Renee away, while other skeletons comically search his body for a conscience. Pedrick's skull chatters with rage, declaring he is so shocked by his boss's indiscriminate actions that he can't even close his jaw. Mr. Devourer pitifully asks Pedrick for a solution, but Pedrick retorts that he made the mess himself. Ugh. Holding the gem shards, Pedrick relents slightly, admitting that it wasn't entirely Mr. Devourer's fault. Squashed under his boss, Pedrick clarifies that being used as a cushion is definitely his fault, and tells him to stop hiding. Mr. Devourer, in a sly fox-like form, feigns memory loss, prompting Pedrick to offer a forceful reminder. Pedrick's glowing eyes fill the panel as he gives Mr. Devourer a menacing reminder of his authority. A flashback shows the rampaging Mr. Devourer unleashing chaotic dark energy, indiscriminately attacking both Renee and Pedrick. In the memory, Pedrick throws his hands up in alarm as the uncontrollable power surges around him. He desperately tries to restrain the berserk creature, shouting for his boss to calm down. Fighting the dark influence, the monster struggles to sputter out a single word: boss. Pedrick recalls seeing the stunned Renee by the shattered gem and wondering what she had done to cause this. In the flashback, he yells for Renee to get herself together and escape while he handles the rampaging boss. Realizing she's too stunned to listen and will only be a liability, Pedrick knows he must intervene directly. Suddenly, a possessed Renee lashes out, striking Pedrick with a blindingly fast, powerful blow. Hyok. Renee lets out a pained gasp, seemingly struggling against the curse's control over her body. Having knocked her out, Pedrick confirms he has safely created distance between her and the danger. He then turns to the true threat as the monstrous Mr. Devourer ominously asks if he has come to kill it. The monster's glowing eyes stare down, silently waiting for Pedrick's answer to its threatening question. Back in the present, Mr. Devourer coyly asks if Pedrick still can't remember, earning a defeated groan of apology. An explanation appears, stating the incident occurred simply because it was a redacted, unmentionable event. The broken fragments of the cursed heart gem continue to emit a sinister, pulsating glow. Mr. Devourer asks if he should go find Renee, prompting an offended Pedrick to ask why that is even a question. A montage highlights Renee's vital roles, from cooking and repairs to monster care, counseling, and managing the entire dungeon's ledger. Pedrick states that Renee's absence would be more crippling than his own, a harsh truth that shocks Mr. Devourer. Pedrick presents him with a bracelet called Demura, an artifact designed to help with mana stabilization. Now in his human form, Mr. Devourer examines the bracelet as Pedrick bluntly informs him that it's expensive. Pedrick explains that while its effects may be minimal against his severe mana backflow, it should at least prevent seizures during polymorphing. Mr. Devourer is annoyed by Pedrick's thorough preparations and asks where he got it, to which he casually replies, "I picked it up." He requests that his boss not misuse the fragile bracelet, but Mr. Devourer just smiles mischievously. Heh. Mr. Devourer fastens the bracelet, deciding he'll figure it out as he goes, much to Pedrick's anxious pleas. Promising to do his best, Mr. Devourer leaves the dungeon in Pedrick's care while he is away. Pedrick issues a firm deadline, warning him that the humans will arrive soon and he must return in 5 days. Mr. Devourer confirms his objective: get back before the human raid force arrives. As he leaves, Pedrick's thoughts turn to a mysterious throne, worrying what might happen if the raiders reach that place. Pedrick stresses the 5-day timeline one last time, insisting it is the safest bet. Dissolving into shadow, Mr. Devourer speeds away, vowing to bring Renee back within 5 days. Pedrick yells a final, crucial warning: do not draw attention if he passes by a human village. With a wicked grin, Mr. Devourer thinks to himself that if things go badly, he'll just destroy everything. Pedrick sighs, recognizing that the situation is far more complicated than he initially thought. Unfolding a newspaper, he reads the article that revealed the truth. Renee had traded a masterpiece for a demon-possessed mana stone. A flashback reveals Mr. Devourer's monstrous form raging about the bastards who sold the cursed item, causing Pedrick to scream about an impending apocalypse. Panicked, Pedrick reads the newspaper, realizing it's not yet time for humanity to fall. His shock intensifies as he processes the startling news he's just read. The newspaper reveals the shocking truth. The Dungeon Raid Union plans to attack the core in just 3 days. This contrasts sharply with his earlier, confident assessment that 5 days was a safe time frame to keep in mind. Slamming his fists down, he shouts in disbelief, horrified that they only have 3 days. He curses in frustration, understanding the grave implications of his miscalculation. Meanwhile, Mr. Devourer lies sprawled in the center of a massive crater in a barren wasteland. Exhaling in frustration, he curses his current predicament. He groans, annoyed that this is the second time a teleport has gone wrong, landing him somewhere bizarre. He recalls Pedrick's warning that his chaotic mana would make using magic unpredictable. Despite the warning, he decides to ignore the advice and give it another shot. He attempts to focus his magic on the coordinates where Renee sold the cursed mana stone. His uncontrolled magic erupts into a chaotic, towering pillar of dark energy. The scene shifts to a dark throne room where a horned woman promises to grant an honorable death. A warrior scoffs at her declaration, dismissing her as a lowly, overconfident demon. He proudly identifies himself as a member of the Empire's 32nd ranked elite raid force. The leader introduces his group as the elite warriors of the Daybreak's Yellow Tiger mercenary squad. Another mercenary vows they will drag her from the throne to make a name for themselves. The demon looks on with disdain, murmuring at their foolishness. She reveals her true identity as the 17th successor to the demon king, Asmodeus. Unleashing a torrent of demonic power, she begins to cast a spell called Melj de Lymph Agrea. Melj de Lymph Agrea declares they should be honored to die knowing her name. The mercenary captain smirks, vowing to make sure she fails. A blur of motion signifies the start of the high-speed battle. He lunges, promising to make the Demon King eat her words as their weapons clash. Melj effortlessly deflects an incoming crossbow bolt with her spear. The captain observes that their ordinary projectiles are ineffective against her. A hooded squad member tells the captain to leave the rest to him, preparing a new attack. Enraged, Melj yells at the pathetic humans for not knowing their limits. She unleashes a massive vortex of dark flame, commanding them all to burn and vanish. Screams of agony erupt as the mercenaries are engulfed by the powerful magical attack. TSK. The captain grits his teeth, struggling to withstand the intense demonic flames. A brilliant flash of energy cuts through the chaos. With a powerful swing, the captain slices through the wave of fire. He notices ice shards mixed within the lingering magical energy, catching him by surprise. In utter disbelief, he realizes the implications of the ice magic. He stares in horror as Melj materializes a massive ice spell, realizing she's ready with new magic. Taking cover behind a piece of rubble, he questions her next move. He bursts from his cover, refusing to let her complete the incantation. Wah! He screams a battle cry as he soars through the air to intercept her. Melj mockingly calls him a fool for seeking death as she launches 2 massive ice projectiles at him. A brilliant golden shield materializes just in time, blocking her attack and leaving her stunned. She grits her teeth in frustration, certain she had already eliminated the squad's mage. Her eyes widen as she realizes the truth. 2 elderly mages are revealed to be the source of the shield, cheering their captain on. "Those damn insects," she snarls, as a massive demonic claw appears beside her. A powerful unseen force sends her flying across the throne room. A monstrous, shadowy hand smashes into the ground where she stood moments before. The sheer force of the blow shatters the stone floor of the chamber. The resulting shockwave sends both Melj and the mercenary captain flying, crying out in pain. Melj and the mercenary captain stare in mutual shock, wondering what force just intervened in their battle. A massive cloud of dust and debris erupts from the throne room floor, marking a powerful, unannounced arrival. As his squad helps him up, the mercenary captain groans that he's fine despite his injuries. He glares into the smoke, demanding to know who the newcomer is, confused about another raid force's presence. Melj struggles to her feet, staggering from the force of the blast that shook the chamber. Tisk. She wonders if another powerful raid force has arrived, realizing the situation has just become much worse. Staring at the silhouette emerging from the dust, Melj demands to know who dares to interrupt her. The captain also watches the figure emerge, cautiously addressing the unknown arrival. The smoke clears to reveal Mr. Devourer, who tiredly asks if anyone knows where Hasten is. Both Melj and the captain angrily shout at him for asking such a random question, but he nonchalantly cleans his ear. Looking at the mercenaries, Mr. Devourer advises them to get away from the Demon King, a title that catches his own attention. Melj defiantly declares she won't be defeated, prompting Mr. Devourer to realize that she is the Demon King. After a brief flashback to a more imposing Demon King, Mr. Devourer ponders the generation gap, while Melj rages about her destroyed fortress. A mercenary announces the arrival of support forces, and the captain excitedly rallies everyone to attack the Demon King together. Mr. Devourer raises a hand, attempting to de-escalate the situation by telling them to wait. Ignoring him, the mercenaries mock their foes and charge forward, while Mr. Devourer tries in vain to ask for directions amidst the chaos. As Melj curses the humans and the mercenaries shout for her death, Mr. Devourer sits calmly in the middle, utterly bored. He thinks to himself that this entire situation is exhausting. Lying back, he stares at the ceiling, remembering his actual mission is to find Renee. Standing up to face the charging mercenaries, Mr. Devourer grimly concludes that talking is not an option. Thinking of Pedrick's inevitable scolding, he moves with blinding speed, causing the mercenaries to wonder if he's fleeing in fear. He instantly appears before a mercenary, silencing him with a hand to the face and a simple command, "Shut up." A torrent of shadowy tendrils erupts from him, instantly overwhelming and ensnaring the entire mercenary squad. A close-up reveals his sinister expression as his dark power takes control. His monstrous shadow form emerges, its glowing eyes locking onto the terrified mercenaries as it seizes them. One of the mercenaries cries out in pain as he's slammed violently by the shadowy appendage. Another mercenary is smashed into the stone floor, completely incapacitated by the overwhelming force. With the entire raid force defeated around him, Mr. Devourer stands placidly as his monstrous shadow looms behind him. Melj stares, utterly speechless and sweating profusely, unable to comprehend what she just witnessed. He glances back at her, both of them sharing a moment of cartoonishly exaggerated shock. Clutching her chest, a stunned Melj stammers, asking what he just did. She cautiously observes that he is shockingly strong, perhaps even stronger than she is. Much to his confusion, her fear instantly turns to starstruck admiration, as she declares a keen interest in getting to know him. She suddenly bombards him with questions about his name, his power, and the monstrous shadow he commanded. Mr. Devourer is visibly disgusted by her rapid mood swing and unwanted attention. Ha! She laughs with giddy excitement while he sweats, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. A voice clears its throat, trying to bring some formality back to the ruined throne room. Composing herself, Melj announces that she will introduce herself first. She strikes a pose, proudly declaring herself the Great Demon King and the 17th descendant of Asmodeus. With a final sparkling flourish, she reveals her full name, Melj de Lymph Agrea. Blushing, she leans in expectantly and asks for his name in return. His face twists in agony as he thinks about how much he hates this entire interaction. He pauses for a moment, an idea beginning to form in his mind. Remembering Pedrick's warning to be discreet, he decides against revealing his true identity. He puts on a smug grin and introduces himself with an alias, Devourer, a random 32-year-old bachelor from a village. While he inwardly cringes at the lame name, Melj thoughtfully repeats Devourer, considering it. With sparkling eyes, she asks if she may call him Sir Devde, and he reluctantly agrees. Sir Devde brushes off her thanks for his aggressive help, stating it was no problem. Melj admits she would have lost without him, but he clarifies that he had no intention of helping her. Eager to repay her debt, she offers her assistance, asking if there is anything he needs. Leaning in with renewed hope, Devde asks if she knows how to get to Huston, and she repeats the name with recognition. He smiles, relieved that keeping her alive was the right choice, and thinks of Renee. With stars in her eyes, Melj cheerfully asks, "What's Hasten?" Devde is completely floored, realizing she doesn't just not know the way, she's never even heard of the place. His thoughts spiral as he wonders if he has teleported so far that his hometown is completely unknown. Changing his approach, he asks for the closest human village, a question that seems to puzzle Melj. After a moment of thought, she tells him the closest city she knows of is Riaze. He clutches his head in shock, realizing she means the Empire's capital, Riaze. He panics, recalling that Riaze is a 2-month carriage ride from Haston, as a map illustrates the vast distance. A tiny, confused Melj asks Sir Devda what's wrong as he lies face down on the floor, groaning that he's come too far. Misinterpreting his despair, she thinks he wants to travel and eagerly suggests using the teleportation hub. She proudly explains it's a human invention using magic and alchemy to initiate spatial transfer. Still collapsed, he asks where it is, and she offers to guide him there. The scene transitions to the warm, glowing lights of a bustling town at twilight. A lone speech bubble reveals their destination is in Riaze. As Devde takes in the central part of Riaze, a cheerful Melj points out it's the perfect place to gather information. He reflects that since there's no guarantee Renee went to Haston, he should seek information about the silver-haired girl here. Melj overhears and enthusiastically promises to help him in his search, much to his surprise. He eyes her suspiciously, reminding her that she's the owner of a demon castle, and questioning her nonchalance. She smirks, asking if he's worried about her, and tells him not to be. Enveloped in dark energy, she declares that as a supreme demon queen, her territory is wherever she stands. Devde asks if that means she can summon all demons at will, and she proudly confirms it. She then sheepishly admits she's never actually tried it before, eliciting a horrified look from him. Blushing, she quickly insists that since her father could do it, she can too, though Devde seems unconvinced. She complains that the inherited castle was half collapsed with bad feng shui anyway, prompting an awkward apology from him. Melj continues her rant, exclaiming that having the human capital right outside her doorstep is a major inconvenience. Shaking off the mood, she declares it's time to gather information, and he reluctantly agrees, feeling something is off. The two walk together into the city streets as evening settles in. Thump! 2 hefty mugs of beer are slammed onto a wooden table. Devde stares blankly at his drink, confirming that his uneasy feeling was correct. He questions Melj about stopping at a bar, but she's already chugging her beer. Kia! She slams her mug down with a satisfied shout, declaring how refreshing it is. She smugly tells him he must not know human village as well, explaining that bars are hubs for information. Gesturing to the lively tavern, she advises him to look around and open his ears. She continues her lecture, explaining that the conversations are raw, unrefined gems of information. With a pleased blush, she tells Sir Devde that all he has to do is pick and choose what he needs. He skeptically repeats, pick and choose, while watching a server carry a meal. In the background, 2 men examine a large notice board while enjoying their drinks. Melj spots the board, exclaiming that it is another perfect source of information. Pointing to the posted notices, she calls it a collection of information, insisting she mentioned it before, though he doesn't recall. As he inspects a notice, she explains it's a member list for dungeon raid forces, meant to prevent overlaps. He remarks that he's never seen more than 2 groups invade at once, and she confirms it's because they hate splitting rewards. She scoffs at the greed of humans, noting their blindness is a good thing for us. He glances at her, annoyed, and questions her use of the word us. Leaning close, she asks how a simple dungeon demon like him can travel so freely, but he deflects, saying it's complicated. She respects his privacy, agreeing not to ask anymore and assuming he has his reasons. He suddenly freezes, staring at one of the notices and muttering, "It's my house." He notes with relief that the raid force list for his dungeon is empty, meaning he has some time. Melj suddenly peers over his shoulder, shouting and asking what he's looking at. Annoyed, he holds the notice out of her reach as 2 chibi Meljes complain, demanding he show them and not brag about his height. Melj eagerly snatches the dungeon raid notice from Devde, excitedly exclaiming that she's got it. After a quick glance, she announces it's a recruitment notice for attacking the Primordial Core, one of the 7 great evil dungeons. Devde questions if she knows about the Primordial Core, and she beams, declaring that of course she does. She passionately explains that the 7 great evil dungeons are the pinnacle, recognized even by humans, as Devde quietly wonders if they can just take the notice. Holding the recruitment poster like a trophy, Melj declares that conquering it is the ultimate goal of all demons. She elaborates that among the 7 great dungeons, The Primordial Core is the absolute pinnacle of them all. A menacing, shadowy figure appears as she describes the being who rules the core as the Lord of all things. Her epic description continues, calling him a divine guardian who punishes the fearful and an ancient monster standing above all. A burst of abstract, jagged yellow energy visualizes the immense power she's describing. With stars in her eyes, she dramatically reveals the ruler's grand title, Mr. Devourer, leaving Devday looking completely underwhelmed. Devday grimaces, thinking the title sounds less like a ruler and more like a homeowner constantly harassed by bad tenants. Gazing at the notice, Melj dreamily states that her favorite dungeon of all is the Primordial Core. She confides in Devday that she hopes to become strong enough to one day have an audience with the great Mr. Devourer. Sweating bullets, Devday has the horrifying realization that she is, in fact, having a live audience with him right now. Unaware, Melj continues to fantasize about his incomparable strength, admitting she truly wants to be like him. She reflects on her father, who was a strong king unlike her, but was ultimately defeated by a human who was even stronger. She identifies the hero who defeated her father as a young man named Vern. Devday is surprised a hero defeated a demon king and thinks he'd rather not meet him, while a note reveals he once swallowed that same hero while yawning. Melj's expression hardens with resolve, as she states she won't spend her life just running a dungeon like her father did. With a determined, blushing grin, she declares her plan to become strong and asks Devday if he thinks her goal is cool. A small, knowing smirk crosses Devday's face as he muses on the positives of being a youth and agrees that her ambition is cool. In a flashback, a younger armored Devday reflects on a time of ambition when he led a powerful army to learn all the world's knowledge. The memory shifts to a campfire as he recalls mixing with the humans he once disdained and getting swept away by their emotions. His recollection continues with the simple, poignant thought of giving all he had for them. His eyes narrow in the memory as he recalls the bitter end to that chapter of his life. Snapping back to the present, Devday concludes that his past efforts led him to make lazing around his new life's goal, just as Melj passes out snoring on the table. He stares in disbelief, comically asking if she's actually fallen asleep. As patrons discuss the notice, Devday carries the sleeping Melj while an innkeeper directs them to a room for the night. Two men hastily pin up a new notice, rushing to get it done before the Imperial inspectors catch them. The freshly posted recruitment notice is now displayed prominently on the tavern's board. The notice details a raid on the Primordial Core dungeon near Haston, led by Nifrim of the Pymor raid force, scheduled within 72 hours. The next day begins with sunlight illuminating the town's rooftops. Inside their room, a morning breeze flutters the curtains by the bed. Melj awakens with a groan, complaining about her headache. Devday greets her, asking if she's up, while a hungover Melj admits she can't remember anything from yesterday. He starts to reply but freezes mid-sentence, grabbing her face in shock at what he sees. He stumbles backward as a confused Melj asks why he's so shocked and what's going on. Staring wide-eyed, Devday wonders if his eyesight has suddenly failed him. Melj is revealed to have transformed into a small child with tiny horns, looking utterly baffled by his reaction. He frantically asks if she reversed her age, which infuriates her as she starts punching him, accusing him of being rude. Kyok, wincing in pain, he asks why she suddenly looks so young as her tiny fists pummel his face. He pleads for her to stop as she delivers a flurry of furious, though not very effective, blows. She explains that her mature, winged form from yesterday was her second version, meant to appear formidable to humans. She then proudly presents her current childlike appearance as her true first version. A battered Devday clarifies if her younger look is her original form. She confirms it before hastily denying it. He points to his bruised face and asks if it's bloated from snacks, further irritating her. She passionately explains that transformation magic typically projects the user's future self. With a radiant smile, she declares that this means when she's older, she'll naturally grow into her amazing second version. Melj grabs his collar, shaking him as she demands to know if he understands, and a weary Devday simply agrees. Melj furiously shakes Devday, demanding to know if he's unsatisfied with her explanation, while he calmly notes she needs new clothes first. As chibi caricatures, she yells at him to stop treating her like a kid, while he wearily agrees and she vows revenge. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the Count of Haston's residence. Clip-clop, horses arrive, their hooves kicking up dust as they come to a stop. A hooded man on horseback shouts for the gates to be opened to welcome the approaching raid force. The raid force, a formidable group clad in white cloaks, rides forward with purpose. From within the residence, an unseen person asks who sent a recently arrived notice. A hand holds the notice as a voice replies it was forwarded yesterday under the name of the Third Eye. A blonde nobleman snarls, cursing the Third Eye and the Royal Society. A caption identifies him as the Lord of Haston, Count Etark. Crunch, Etark crushes the notice, raging that while dungeon entry requires his permission, this feels like a direct order. He frets, realizing he can't dismiss the notice because it's essentially an order from the royal family. Etark asks an attendant if she believes the raid force can actually succeed against the Primordial Core, but she hesitates to answer. The attendant sweats and nervously shakes her head, clearly believing they will fail. Etark agrees, voicing his own concerns that the force is too weak and their leader, Nifrim, is unknown, questioning the Third Eye's motives. He grimaces, worrying that a failed raid on the Primordial Core will bring disaster upon his entire region. Etark contemplates sending a stronger raid force of his own to conquer the dungeon first. His attendant suggests the answer might be closer than he thinks, catching him by surprise. Etark realizes she means the Mage Tower's wing, speculating that they might have the power to succeed. The Mage Tower is shown alongside shimmering jewels, as narration explains its recent rapid growth, questioning if rumors about it could be true. A dark passage describes how only one monster remains after the defeat of the Gatekeeper at the Crossroad of Filth. A group of warriors stare up in terror at a massive, circular maw lined with sharp teeth. Etark points decisively, declaring his intent to conquer the Primordial Core first, promising great honor and wealth to those who succeed. Flinch Etark and his attendant are startled by a sudden noise from the doorway, and he demands to know who is there. 3 figures in white cloaks stride into the room, their leader asking if they found Count Etark. Etark demands to know who they are, as the leader, Nifrim, apologizes for entering uninvited after their calls went unanswered. Nifrim casually takes a seat, brushing off Etark's complaint by reminding him the royal family already sent notice of their arrival. With an unnerving grin and glowing eyes, Nifrim menacingly asks if there's a reason they shouldn't have come. Etark reluctantly says no, but recoils inwardly, sensing a powerful killing intent from the young man. A green-haired girl in Nifrim's party cheerfully tells the count to smile, and then excitedly demands he bring her sweets, tea, and chocolate. As his companion snacks, Etark asks again what brings them there, and Nifrim quietly tells her not to eat too much. Nifrim looks down with cold determination, stating they are there for one reason, to crush the Primordial Core. Etark notes their swift arrival, only a day after the letter, and asks when they plan to begin the raid. Nifrim explains that while they intended to leave today, a delay has pushed their departure to tomorrow. Seizing the opportunity, Etark insists tomorrow is too soon and offers them lodging and hospitality to recover their strength first. Nifrim rejects the offer, stating they'll just make a quick stop at the Mage Tower's wing before leaving. He leans forward, clarifying that their visit to the Mage Tower will not be a friendly one. With a terrifying, toothy grin, Nifrim reveals his chilling true plan for the tower, to kill them all. A stunned Etark stammers, demanding to know what Nifrim means by his threat. Nifrim smirks, pointing to his ear and mocking the Count's poor security, which made it easy to eavesdrop with magic. He explains that since they are here to raid the dungeon, they must eliminate anyone who might get in their way. Intimidated, Etark quickly concedes, promising not to hire anyone else and giving Nifrim's party his blessing to advance whenever they wish. Nifrim casually accepts the Count's grace and takes a bite of a cookie, sealing their dark agreement. Elsewhere, a skeletal knight in heavy armor practices with a massive sword, preparing for battle. The skeleton's glowing eyes narrow as it senses an impending conflict, stating it is almost time for their arrival. Back in the city, Devourer and a cheerful Melj, both wearing new black cloaks, walk together through the streets. Melj excitedly points to a towering city gate, certain that their destination lies just beyond it. Devourer asks a nearby guard for directions to the teleportation hub, only to be told it's a long journey from their current location. The guard displays a map showing the hub is located deep within the royal palace, requiring them to pass through 3 more castle walls. He estimates the walk will take them about a week, much to their dismay. A week? Devourer and Melj scream in unison, horrified by the travel time, as the oblivious guard wonders what the problem is. Devday panics, realizing that at this rate Patrick will get away, and he'll never find Renee. Melj nervously suggests using flying magic, but Devday immediately rejects the idea. She explains that continuously using mana will get them caught by humans, while Devday worries about the unknown consequences of using his own. A mustached man approaches, apologizing for overhearing their conversation and asking if they are heading to the hub. Devday confirms, asking for his identity. He introduces himself with a warm smile as the Heavenly Horseman Belbeer. Melj confusedly repeats the heavenly part of his title, leaving Belbeer momentarily puzzled. Belbeer proudly presents his transportation, a winged, quadrupedal creature attached to a carriage. He explains the creature is a Zephyr, a fourth-generation homunculus from the Empire's artificial human project that was later discarded. Petting the creature, Belbeer adds that while strong and obedient, it failed its purpose after the collapse of the church and state. Melj asks if the humans are done with homunculus research, but Devday bluntly states they are not. Belbeer confirms this, adding that there are rumors of a new large-scale process to mass-produce homunculi somewhere. Devday questions the process, recalling that homunculi were traditionally cultivated in large cylinders. The Zephyr chides Devday, informing him that his knowledge is 150 years out of date. The number echoes in Devday's thoughts as he somberly reflects that it has already been that long since Renee was born. Melj inspects the carriage, and Devday, satisfied, asks Belbeer how long the journey to the hub will take. Belbeer calculates a total of 4 hours, explaining they still need to pass through an inspection at the castle gates. When Devday asks for the price, Belbeer cheerfully announces it will be 8 ounces of gold coins for the two of them. Both Devday and Melj are struck with comical horror, as he calculates the fare is 100 times their lodging expenses. Melj timidly admits she doesn't have that much money, and Devday retorts that he doesn't either. In a flashback, the skeletal knight is shown secretly packing gold coins and a note for Devday. The Zephyr takes flight, carrying the carriage through the city sky. As they soar above the rooftops, Melj calls out to Devday from inside the carriage. Peering out the window, she asks him where he got so much money. Lounging with a weary sigh, Devday explains that his dungeon partner secretly slipped it to him. Melj concludes he must be a dungeon monster and questions how he can travel so freely. Devday tiredly replies that being chased out is the most accurate way to describe his situation. She asks if the partner he's looking for is also a monster who was chased out, and he vaguely agrees. Melj looks out the window wistfully, admitting she's jealous. He cares for his partner and wishes she had someone like that. She turns to him, earnestly declaring that she wants to live a life like his. With a radiant smile, she describes a world where people take care of each other, finding the idea incredible. Their journey takes them over a luxurious, gold-roofed district known as the Path of Gold and Pleasure, Sebe Rose. At their destination, Devday confronts an official, demanding to know why the teleportation hub is unavailable. The official formally apologizes to him for the inconvenience. A dismayed Melj tugs on Devday's cloak, apologizing for the unexpected trouble. He explains the hub is closed for auction security and tells them to return at 8 p.m., offering them a leaflet if they are interested. Devday questions suspending the hub for an auction, and the official clarifies that a very rare item is being sold. He reveals the auction leaflet, which features the long-lost brachycephalic tooth, a powerful magic tool. As they examine the leaflet, Devday feels a strange sense of familiarity with the drawing of the item. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes it's the same weapon his partner used to wield. When the official questions him, Devday insists it's the same, describing how it flexes and transforms into a large sword. He recalls his partner wore loose, pocketless clothing, a perfect way to conceal weapons. Clutching his head in disbelief, he confirms to a worried Melj that it's definitely Renee's weapon. His thoughts darken as he questions why humans have her weapon and fears what they might have done to her. His dark energy begins to surge uncontrollably with his rising fury. He tries to rationalize, reminding himself that Renee is one of the 7 great evil dungeon lords and a dagger maid whom humans couldn't possibly defeat. His mind races with conflicting thoughts, trying to recall if Renee was even holding a dagger when she left. He remembers her throwing a dagger at him in a misunderstanding, making him question how many weapons she had left. A memory of the skeletal knight surfaces, as Devday reflects that while Patrick is strong, Renee is different. He's left with a chilling thought. What becomes of the dagger maid when she has no dagger? A shadowy, menacing aura envelops Devday, terrifying Melj, who can only stammer his name in fear. Overwhelmed by the thought of Renee being defeated by humans, Devde's fist clenches as his dark power begins to erupt. His monstrous form manifests as he seethes, unable to accept that she could fall to mere humans. As his glowing yellow eye swirls with power, his rage escalates, dismissing humans as pathetic. His eye narrows with murderous intent as the horrifying question echoes in his mind. Did she die? Dark, shadowy tendrils creep across the golden floor as he grapples with the possibility of Renee's death at human hands. The terrified official screams as Devde's power consumes him. Devde concludes that if Renee is truly dead, then it would be for the best. Not to leave a single human alive, questioning if eradicating them all is the correct path forward. Monstrous grin spreads across Devde's face as he addresses a phantom Renee while Melj desperately pleads for him to calm down. Grab! Melj seizes his arm, shouting at him to pull himself together. Devde turns toward her, his demonic features on full display, and demands to know what happened. His glowing eyes fixed on the official, he asks a single, intense question about the brachycephalic tooth. Surrounded by a menacing aura of shadowy eyes, Devde asks if the weapon is truly the only one in the world. When Melj asks what's wrong, Devde reveals the weapon belongs to his partner and declares he must retrieve it. He pushes her hand away, coldly telling her that her help is no longer needed and thanking her for the short time they spent together. Standing over the fallen official, Devde states he now knows how to reach his destination and will proceed alone. He turns his back on Melj, his form shrouded in swirling dark energy. As his power continues to coalesce, he warns Melj to get away as quickly as she can. A panicked Melj cries out his name, terrified by his transformation and sudden dismissal. She takes a step forward, asking if the colleague he seeks is the person she's thinking of. She describes his partner, a silver-haired female dungeon monster, powerful enough to wield the brachycephalic tooth. Devde's glowing eye twitches as he silently processes her accurate description. Believing his reaction confirms her theory, Melj presses on, but Devde cuts her off, demanding to know how much she knows. Melj puffs out her chest, pretending not to be intimidated by his threatening tone. With a bright, confident smile, she proudly announces that she has already figured out his identity. She reveals an illustration, identifying Renee as the supreme gatekeeper of the great Primordial Core. Connecting the dots, she reasons that if someone like Renee is his partner, then Devde's true identity must be. Devde watches her with a tense expression, anticipating her conclusion. He begins to confess his identity as Devourer. Her underling, Melj triumphantly shouts, interrupting him with her wildly incorrect conclusion. She laughs heartily, patting the stunned Devde on the back while boasting about her outstanding deduction skills. With a now calmer demeanor, Melj questions if the King of Demons would really act on such simple logic. She slyly explains that illogical people become demon kings, and whatever they say becomes logical by default. Devde looks utterly baffled, wondering aloud if demon kings are truly beyond reason, which Melj notes with amusement. He stares into space, still trying to comprehend her bizarre line of reasoning. Melj happily recounts how scary he was moments before, gesturing wildly to describe the dark energy that erupted from his back. With the tension broken, she flashes a bright, relieved smile. On the day of the auction, a crowd gathers before the grand main entrance of an opulent building. Meanwhile, a lone guard at the deserted back entrance finds the lack of people suspicious. Dressed in a new, elegant outfit, Melj confidently approaches the guard with Devde in tow and asks where to enter. The flustered guard permits them entry but requests their names for identity verification. Melj introduces herself as a member of the Agrea family and presents Devde as her attendant. The guard scans his registration book, searching for the name Agrea. He apologetically informs Melj her name isn't on the list, but she dismisses his claim with a confident smile. She turns to Devde and pointedly asks if he brought the invitation, putting the panicked guard on the defensive. Devde confirms he has it, just as the guard remembers this auction had no invitations. A swift, brutal punch from Devde sends the guard reeling, knocking him unconscious. Devde menacingly presents his fist to the fallen guard, offering him a personal invitation to the afterlife. As they step over the body, Devde asks Melj to change her appearance, but she playfully asks if he's worried he might fall for her. Ignoring her, Devde urges her to hurry, prompting an indignant Melj to demand he take back his comment as they enter. The scene shifts to the dark, an imposing, cheaty castle looming under a blood-red sky. In a red-lit room, Renee lies in bed, thinking to herself that she will never again be able to return to the Primordial Core. The scene shifts to the burning Graphinia forest. A green-haired figure lying on the ground hopefully asks if the forest will recover quickly. The Earth Fairy Graphinia grins menacingly while holding a severed head, declaring they have returned the favor. Devde looks down at a kneeling Graphinia, thinking he needs to make a good impression since she uses this forest as her base. Surrounded by the bodies of human arsonists, Devde confirms they are all dead, hoping it will calm Graphinia's rage. Stepping through the carnage, Devde wonders what he should do with her. He peers into a cell, concluding that the person inside seems unrelated to the fire. Inside, a disheveled, silver-haired girl sits silently, identified as a homunculus created by humans. Devde coldly considers killing her, believing that leaving a witness behind will only cause trouble. The girl looks up, stunned, as Devde unexpectedly tells her that she is free to go. He grips the cell bars, clarifying that opening the door doesn't mean he's helping her escape her larger predicament. With immense power, he tears the metal bars of the cell apart. He tells the girl, whom he calls Rello, that the choice is hers: stay trapped or face the dangers outside. Rello stares up from the floor, processing his grim ultimatum. Devde explains he assumed her name was Rello after hearing her owner was looking for a servant by that name. Rello suddenly grabs him, and he warns her that his mercy has just run out. Her expression hardens with cold, determined focus. A memory reveals that Rello is not a name, but a prestigious title for the family patriarch's servant, the best maid. The flashback shows the previous Rello was a middle-aged head maid. The narration clarifies this homunculus was never called Rello and was not qualified for the title. She stands at the threshold of the broken cell as light pours in, and the narration explains that, for that reason, she tearfully embraces the name Rello for herself. The scene shifts back to Cheat Castle, where someone calls out Renee's name. A cloaked figure approaches Renee, warning her that an Imperial subjugation army is heading toward the Primordial Core. The figure, revealing herself as Lady Batory, tells Renee that even with this news, she cannot return to the Primordial Core. Lady Batory clarifies that she isn't ordering Renee back, explaining she values her freedom and choice above all else. A flashback shows a monstrous entity facing an army as a voiceover, notes that those two would enrage the entire continent if discovered by humans. Someone wonders how Patrick will react to the situation, setting aside the Devourer's expected response. Lady Batory warns a stressed Renee that if she truly intends to hide, she must erase her presence completely and forever. Lady Batory reassures her not to worry, confident that Patrick will sense the situation and handle it, adding that the Primordial Core is deep within the dungeon. She then tells a thoughtful Renee that if she has any loose ends to deal with, now is the time. Startled, Renee abruptly stands and announces she is going for a walk. Lady Batory expresses concern, noting that Renee's right eye seems to be getting worse, and asking if she truly wants to go alone. Renee dismisses her concern, but then pointedly asks where her blades are. Back in the present, Devde slams the official against a wall, demanding to know everything about the brachycephalic tooth. The terrified official cries out that Histon's magic tower wing provided the item and swears he knows nothing more. Devde's eyes narrow as he repeats the name of the magic tower, confirming the information. Devde releases the official, thanking him for the truth and vowing to let him live while a disguised Melj watches. As they walk away, the official collapses to the floor, gasping for air. The official catches his breath and curses them, muttering that he's just a guard who did nothing to deserve such treatment. Hyik, Devde suddenly appears behind him, his demonic eyes glowing as he agrees that the guard did nothing wrong. His glowing eye glares with malice as he explains the guard was simply unlucky to have crossed his path. Devde's monstrous form looms over the terrified guard, questioning if humans call their invasions massacre or slaughter. He mockingly answers his own question, stating that humans use glorified terms like subjugation and strategy. He asks if humans ever feel sorry for the monsters they kill before coldly answering his own question, no. Meanwhile, the auction is in full swing as bids for the weapon escalate wildly, reaching 7 million. The auctioneer calls out, asking if there are any other bidders. Nearby, a woman with pink hair suggests making fake bids for fun, but her companion, addressing her as Lady Wuan, scolds her, reminding her they are on duty as guards. A title card introduces Wuan Historia, a warrior and officer of the Black Wolf Knights Order. A second officer, a tracker named Garot, sternly reminds her companion not to forget their mission. As the auctioneer declares the bidding over, sinister dark tendrils creep onto the stage. An unseen challenger interrupts, questioning with whose permission the auction is ending. A violent spray of blood erupts as the auctioneer lets out a terrified scream. Held aloft by dark energy, the auctioneer listens as Devde declares he will decide when the bidding ends. Wuan cries out to Garrote in alarm as Devde fully reveals his monstrous, energy-wreathed form to the auction hall. With glowing eyes, Devde asks the terrified crowd if they are all there to buy the brachycephalic tooth. The narration explains there were once 3 great warriors, but one died in the Primordial Core. Following his death, that warrior was falsely accused of acting for personal gain. The 2 remaining warriors were left to face the public scorn and accusations alone. To restore the people's trust, the warrior named Wuan stands ready to confront the threat before her. Filled with grim determination, she suppresses her fear and takes a decisive step forward. A hand grabs Wuan's arm as a voice calls her by her last name, ordering her to stop. Garrote holds her friend back, desperately insisting that she cannot interfere. With a terrified expression, Garrote forbids Wuan from confronting the impossibly powerful being. She watches Devde, thinking to herself that the man is far too dangerous to fight. A close-up reveals Devde's glowing, predatory eyes observing the scene. Devde reaches the weapon's display case and confirms with a sigh that it is indeed the real one. He senses Renee's powerful aura emanating from the weapon, dispelling any doubt of its authenticity. Crash! He shatters the glass, enraged at what the humans have done to Renee. Devde calmly informs the stunned audience that the item already has an owner, and he is simply returning it. An outraged bidder demands the guards seize the bastard immediately. Devde thinks to himself that he feels the same way about them, ready for a fight. Clutching the weapon, Devde's dark power swirls around him in anticipation of the coming battle. His face contorts into a monstrous snarl as he promises to tear them all into pieces. He completes his threat, vowing to bury them all along with the entire building. A defiant voice from the crowd challenges him, refusing to let that happen. Shouting a war cry, Wuan leaps into the air and charges directly at Devde. Devde watches her approach, unimpressed, mentally comparing her to a squirrel whose power comes only from her gear. Wuan screams as she dives toward him, her fist ready to strike. As she lands with shattering force, Devde muses that her powerful gauntlet is her only real asset. He calmly states his intention to take her hands. Now dressed for battle, Wuan prepares for his attack with a look of intense focus. Devde cracks his knuckles, vowing to break both her hands and her prized gauntlets. Shred. Wuan unleashes a powerful punch as Devde acknowledges she's strong for a human. Devde catches her armored fist with his bare hand, stopping the attack instantly. His eye widens in genuine surprise at the force behind her blow. The sheer power of their collision shatters the floor beneath them in a massive shockwave. Wuan gasps for breath, shocked that her attack was so easily stopped. Acknowledging her surprising strength, Devde comments that she is no normal child. Wuan watches in disbelief as Devde emerges from the dust cloud, questioning how he could still be alive. She realizes in horror that her attack was powerful enough to obliterate most dungeon bosses. She stares at her cracked gauntlet, a replica of Apocalypse that should have endured multiple hits but broken one. The legendary gauntlet sparks and fractures under the immense strain. Devde examines the dark energy leaking from his hand, realizing Wuan is neither human nor a normal monster. As Wuan wonders what he is, Devde flashes a sinister, knowing grin. With a chilling calm, he offers his apologies for what is to come. He lunges forward, his shadow poised to consume a terrified Wuan. A desperate voice screams Wuan's name as a horrified onlooker watches the attack unfold. Garrote rushes forward, screaming Wuan's name in a desperate attempt to save her. Grabbing Wuan, Garrote's hand crackles with energy as she yells at her not to interfere. With a final desperate scream, Garrote unleashes a burst of power to get them away. Back on the ruined rooftop, Melj rushes to Devde's side, asking if he's all right. Melj admits she thought he was done for, but Devde nonchalantly confirms he survived. Devde reflects on the fight, realizing Wuan's punch was inhumanly strong and nearly fatal. He shudders, realizing the shock of her attack almost forced his true, monstrous form to emerge. The thought of his polymorph failing and having to face Patrick's wrath terrifies him more than death. Shaking off the thought, Devde's attention returns to the present situation. He looks out over the ruins, noting that the two knights have escaped. He mentally dismisses them as a pair of flying squirrels, annoyed they got away. He's impressed by Garode, who evacuated everyone while casting layered escape magic to protect Wuan. Devde cracks a sinister smile, finding the tracker's skill and bravery interesting. Elsewhere, a crowd gathers as two men spot a figure lying amidst the rubble and ask if she's awake. The crowd discovers the wounded Wuan, who laments being defeated by a nameless monster. As citizens help her up, Wuan's first thoughts are for Garot and the safety of the others. A voice teases her, asking if she really thought such a quiet call would reach them. Wuan looks up to see Garot standing over her, smiling and unharmed. Overwhelmed with relief, Wuan cries out Garot's name, overjoyed that she's safe. Garot playfully pinches her cheek, reminding Wuan that she should be thanked for saving her life. As Wuan starts to thank her, her eyes widen in shock, noticing something is wrong. She stares at Garot's bloodied and mangled arm, but Garot dismisses it, insisting she's still alive. Wuan breaks down, hugging Garot and blaming herself until a sharp voice yells her full name. Garot forces Wuan to look at her, telling her to stop crying and act like the warrior she is. She whispers that losing an arm was a small price for surviving their encounter with that opponent. Garot reveals the monster's true identity, the Devourer of the Primordial Core. Wuan stares in disbelief, refusing to believe such a legendary monster could be here. But Garot points out the evidence. The monster left behind recent traces of a fallen warrior. With a grim expression, Garot concludes the situation is far more serious than they imagined. Defeated and disarmed, Wuan sits amidst the rubble, processing the terrifying revelation. Wuan argues they must fight harder, insisting they have the advantage on human land. Garot insists they can't win, telling Wuan this is a battle they cannot face alone. She lays out a plan. She will go alone to request reinforcements and report to the royal family. Stating that teleporting to is too difficult now, she casts a healing spell on Wuan. She warns that the spell isn't a full heal, and orders Wuan to stay put and wait for her. Wuan protests, but Garot is already beginning to teleport, pleading with her to remain still. With a final pleas, Garot starts to vanish, leaving a protesting Wuan behind. Wuan cries out Garot's name as her friend vanishes into the sky in a flash of light. High above the city, Devde debates whether to pursue the escaped knights or head straight for Histon. Melj watches, bewildered, as Devde comically debates with himself over what to do next. He decides to focus on his primary mission, clutching the weapon and remembering his true goal. His solemn objective flashes through his mind. He must find Renee's body. His decision made, he turns to Melj and announces that they are leaving. Melj agrees but stops, sensing something is amiss and asking him what's wrong. She quickly dismisses her concern, looking away and claiming nothing is wrong. In her mind, however, she marvels at his true strength, far greater than what she witnessed before. She questions how Devde, who called himself Renee's colleague, could be so much stronger than the Renee she knew. Staring at his back, Melj's internal monologue finishes with a single, burning question. Just who are you? Snap! Devde playfully chops her on the head, calling her a dummy for spacing out. He smiles slightly, promising that once everything is resolved, but leaves the thought unfinished. Devde gently places a hand on Melj's head, promising that he will tell her the truth. Announcing it's time to leave, Devde tells Melj to show him the power of a demon king, and she enthusiastically agrees. Melj transforms into her powerful winged form, staff in hand, and confirms she is ready for his command. Unleashing a skill called Reconstruct, she fires a massive beam of pink energy into the sky above the city. The beam strikes the ground, creating a devastating explosion of light, wreathed in dark, chaotic energy. Down on the streets, panicked citizens look up in terror, shouting in confusion about the sudden blast. From a distance, a battered Wuan stares in shock, realizing the explosion came from the auction house. Widespread panic erupts as people cry out in despair while their homes are destroyed in the blast. Amidst the chaos, Wuan feels utterly helpless, wondering what she could possibly do now. A woman with pinkish hair suddenly grabs Wuan's arm, pleading with her not to go anywhere and to wait. Wuan turns, startled into silence by this sudden, unexpected intervention. With a gasp of surprise, she is abruptly pulled away from the scene of destruction. A small child clings to her, desperately crying that his father is still trapped over there. A man tries to calm the crowd, telling everyone not to worry. the mysterious woman stands before the terrified child and his parent, vowing that she will take care of everything. With grim resolve, she turns and strides confidently toward the smoldering wreckage. She steels herself with a single thought, determined that she cannot lose to a monster like that. Back, on a ruined rooftop, Devde calmly surveys the widespread destruction he and Melj have caused. Crash. A large chunk of debris lands nearby, breaking the silence. Devde emerges from the dust and rubble, angrily calling out for Melj. The narration clarifies that her spell, Reconstruct, is an advanced magic that causes the ground itself to collapse. Melj floats down to him, proudly asking if the area is clean now, but Devde questions her choice of magic for the task. Striking a pose, she explains she just used the most cool-looking magic she knew to tidy up, leaving Devde utterly exasperated. Melj insists he should have been more specific, while he retorts that he trusted her to know what to do. Devde's eye narrows as he grimly accepts that things are getting complicated. Getting back to business, Devde asks Melj if she remembers the way to the hub, which she confirms. He orders her to go protect the hub first, correctly predicting it will be a gathering point for the humans. He also tells her to prepare for his immediate departure to Haston, a plan that clearly confuses her. As Devde begins to walk away, Melj asks for the location of the Haston village he keeps mentioning. Annoyed, Devde asks if she at least knows the coordinates for the Primordial Core, which she eagerly confirms she does. She proudly explains that Haston is the closest village to her favorite dungeon, the Primordial Core. She then sheepishly admits she's only read about it in books, prompting exhausted Devde to simply order her to go. Promising to protect the hub, Melj takes flight, leaving Devde alone in the ruins. Devde stands alone amidst the destruction, scanning his surroundings and wondering how many enemies have shown up. An elite, masked unit arrives, introducing themselves as the Longueur Blue Crane Raid Force. Their captain, a man with a scarred eye, steps forward and demands that Devde identify himself. Devde scoffs internally at their grand entrance, musing that he'll never understand posturing humans. He then realizes this private force must be the reason so many people were gathered around the auction house. Devde mockingly asks if they really want to know who he is, questioning if there's any reason he should tell them. His eyes begin to glow with a menacing golden light as he starts his introduction. "I'm your enemy," he declares, as his cloak erupts into a monstrous shadow with terrifying glowing eyes and teeth. The scene shifts to a foreboding cavern known as Nifrim, a place from which no one who enters is said to return. Inside, two adventurers playfully tease their blonde-haired leader, who sternly tells someone named Sylvia to stop messing around. Pouting, Sylvia complains that their leader is no fun for scolding her. Sylvia's playful demeanor fades as she asks their leader, Nifrim, if something feels strange about the area. Their adventuring party stands in a large, empty chamber, noting that the room is suspiciously clean. Nifrim's eyes widen with dawning horror, realizing the room looks as if someone just cleaned it. She turns to her comrades and asks for their opinions on the unnerving situation. The adventurers debate the cause, wondering if an intelligent monster is responsible, despite the dungeon supposedly being cleared already. With a grim expression, Nifrim senses the imminent danger that her team has yet to fully comprehend. Enraged, Nifrim shouts at the unseen monster, accusing it of petty tricks and looking down on her party. A voice from the darkness mockingly compliments her loud shout, saying it makes his skeleton vibrate. As glowing eyes appear, the voice feigns sadness, claiming he just cleaned up for his guests. Nifrim urgently orders Sylvia to cast a light spell, and she nervously agrees. Sylvia summons an orb of light, casting a spell simply called Lightning. The light reveals a massive armored skeleton on a throne of rubble, who sarcastically welcomes the uninvited adventurers. Nifrim glares with recognition, identifying the imposing figure as Death Knight Patrick. In a comedic aside, Patrick internally fumes that they ruined his grand introduction and the speech he prepared all day. As the adventurers ready their weapons, Patrick calmly asks them to stand down and take a moment to calm themselves. Patrick playfully asks if his words sound strange, only to be cut off by an enraged shout. Crash! Fed up with his games, Nifrim charges forward, striking Patrick with her sword. Unfazed, Patrick complains about her lack of manners for not even giving him a moment to breathe. As Sylvia casts an ice bolt shower spell, Nifrim leaps onto a companion's shoulders to join the attack. A massive explosion of ice erupts on the cavern floor. Patrick's voice echoes, calmly noting that fighting one versus many is quite burdensome. He effortlessly deflects Nephilim's strikes while finishing his thought. It's burdensome, even when he knows he'll win. Nephilim's eyes glow with power as she unleashes a furious assault, catching Patrick's attention. Patrick raises an enormous, glowing blade to defend against Nephilim's relentless attack. The powerful clash of their weapons slowly subsides. Admitting this is an unexpected development, Patrick compliments Nephilim, noting she's surprisingly strong for a human. Numerous powerful buff skills are revealed to be active on Nephilim, enhancing her abilities. Patrick correctly deduces her strength comes from buff magic and notes that its duration must be short. He begins casting Stiffen Spell multiple times, finding the situation somewhat amusing. From Patrick's perspective, a shadow-wreathed Nephilim cryptically asks who will truly win against whom. Patrick seems genuinely impressed, admitting he didn't expect to be cornered by her magic. In a flash forward, Sylvia and another adventurer stand over a fallen foe, mocking the guardian of the Primordial Core. Sylvia suddenly looks worried, questioning if she should have targeted the green-haired magician first. Back in the fight, a voice roars, "Shut up," as Patrick screams while being engulfed in electricity. With glowing eyes and grim determination, Nephilim issues a single command: die. Her glowing sword plunges directly into Patrick's skull. To everyone's shock, Patrick erupts into laughter, revealing it was all an act as magical flowers bloom around him. Nephilim stares in utter disbelief as Patrick explains he was just bored and wanted to feel the thrill of danger. His act now over, he calmly thanks the adventurers for playing with him. A dark energy pulses from Patrick, overwhelming the cavern. Nephilim lets out a sharp gasp as she is suddenly struck by an unseen force. She collapses to the floor, dazed and confused about what just happened. Looking up, she sees Patrick standing over her, surrounded by the swords of her defeated party members. Patrick gestures to the darkness, suggesting she see the results for herself. He reveals a pile of his past victims, boasting that no human who has met him has ever survived. Patrick taunts Nephilim, asking if she only bothered to learn his name but not his deadly reputation. He recalls that Sylvia was difficult to deal with, showing a flashback of him defeating her as Nephilim cried out her name. Standing over the bodies of her friends, he complains that Sylvia's holy magic still makes his bones itch. Patrick confirms Nephilim's name, cruelly adding that Sylvia cried it out until her last breath. A vision of the dying Sylvia shows her weakly calling Nephilim's name over and over. Patrick continues his taunt, but Nephilim remains stoically silent in her grief. Disappointed by her lack of reaction, Patrick calls Nephilim cold-hearted and no fun. Holding Nephilim captive, Patrick dismisses her party as weak and questions the intelligence of the one who sent them. With his blade at her throat, he demands to know what secret she is hiding. Patrick gives her a choice: raise her right hand to answer his questions, or her left hand to refuse. She raises her left hand. Patrick sarcastically calls it a wise decision, then promises a painless death if she talks. In an act of pure defiance, Nephilim flips Patrick off, who internally notes it's his first time receiving such a gesture. Patrick coldly respects her choice, calmly raising his sword and wishing her a slow death. In a flashback, a grievously wounded Nephilim stands over Sylvia's body, wondering when she'll be done cleaning up the mess. Still impaled, she holds Sylvia's lifeless form, grimly thinking this time should be easier than the last. With bloodied resolve, Nephilim looks up from the carnage, wondering if the enemy has finally left. Overcome with silent grief, she stares down at Sylvia's still face. Whispering her fallen friend's name, Nephilim cradles Sylvia's head. She gently touches Sylvia's cheek, apologizing and vowing that she has to live on. A guttural roar escapes Nephilim as her face contorts, revealing monstrous, sharp teeth. Her singular, desperate thought echoes through the darkness: she has to live. Back in the present, Patrick hears a disturbing crunching sound, noting with dark amusement that he does have a plan. As Nephilim transforms off-screen, Patrick speculates on her horrific power, wondering if she regenerates by consuming corpses without restraint. Surrounded by the dead, he smirks, deciding it's the perfect opportunity to test his theory. His thoughts then drift, wondering where his boss is and what strange things he might be doing. With a comical air of desperation, Patrick clasps his hands in prayer, begging for something. He pleads that his boss isn't off doing something weird, in some weird place. The scene returns to the burning city, where Wuan charges through the flames towards Devourer, demanding to know what's happening. Surrounded by fire and a soldier's dying scream, Devourer greets Wuan, asking if she came to die as well. Wuan lands with a thud, confidently stating that she did not. Readying her gauntlet, she fiercely introduces herself as the warrior, Wuan Historia. Unimpressed, Devde dismisses her introduction, stating that, despite her effort, she stands no chance against him. Even so, Wuan yells, lunging forward with incredible speed. Devde's eyes widen in a flicker of surprise at her sudden, powerful charge. An immense shockwave of energy erupts as Wuan's attack connects. Her powerful punch is stopped dead as Devde effortlessly catches her fist in his hand. Grasping her arm, Devde taunts her to try running away again if she thinks she can. In a brutal flurry, Devde overpowers Wuan, who screams in pain, realizing she can't win, but hoping she bought some time. Gritting her teeth through the agony, she strengthens her resolve, knowing she must fulfill her duties as a warrior. Holding the defeated Wuan limp by her gauntlet, Devde looks down and asks if the fight is over. Even in defeat, Wuan reminds him that his battle is taking place near the Empire's innocent citizens. With a final desperate surge of will, she lets out a ferocious scream. She tightens her grip on his arm, her resolve hardening with the thought that she is a warrior. With her last ounce of strength, she holds on, determined to protect the innocent people. Devde acknowledges her by name, Wuan Historia, vowing to remember it, if only for a short while. Looking down at her persistent grip, he decides to honor her tenacity. He offers a small mercy, promising to finish her without pain. Just as he prepares to strike, a brilliant flash of light interrupts the execution. As a new squad of knights appears, Devde mockingly asks if they are linked sausages, coming one after another. A knight from the squad kneels, apologizing for their rough method of saving Lady Wuan, prompting a chibi Devde to complain about their tactics. As the knight begins to introduce himself, Devde stands by, wondering if he is being ignored. The knight formally introduces himself as Gar Livestein of the Edelbreas Black Wolf Knights, addressing Devde as the almighty Mr. Devourer. Surprised, Devde questions how Gar knew his moniker. Gar smiles confidently, explaining that he has a subordinate with the specific skill to recognize him. Seeing the hidden meaning in Gar's smile, Devde states that he's not in a good mood. As dark energy flares around him, Devde tells them to stop wasting his time and attack if they want to fight. Gar bows respectfully, clarifying it's a misunderstanding, and that they came to negotiate with Mr. Devourer. Devde's monstrous form cracks a wicked grin, utterly bewildered by the proposal to negotiate. His shadow self looms over Gar, questioning what he could possibly offer and advising him to better assess the situation. Surrounded by the many glowing eyes of Devde's demonic aura, Gar recognizes his monumental gamble, knowing nonsense will only lead to death. Gar correctly intuits Devde's true purpose isn't the tooth and offers his assistance. Showing sharp teeth, Devde sarcastically asks what would happen if he was just bored. Devde leans in threateningly, demanding to know how a sweating Gar plans to handle the aftermath. As Gar argues it's better to fight than be destroyed, Devde correctly deduces he wants to avoid destruction. With glowing yellow eyes, Devde gives them a single critical task: find the item's owner now. A man named Garot appears, formally accepting the order on behalf of Sir A.R. A knight asks a pink-haired woman if she would be willing to examine the brachycephalic tooth to find its location. Brandishing a curved blade, Devde issues a stern warning not to try anything funny. The nervous woman takes the tooth, agreeing to help. She points to a map, revealing that one person full of the item's traces is heading west from the Therese Palace toward Haston. Devde focuses on the location of the Magic Tower Wing in Haston, deciding that's enough information. In a jarringly cheerful vision, a maid with bunny ears excitedly greets Mr. Devourer. Back in the moment, Devde lets out a sigh, comically startling his new allies. Devde tells Gar and the woman he owes them one, and Gar humbly replies that it's their honor to serve. Ordering them to move, Devde walks away through a crowd of waiting soldiers. The scene shifts to a grand, illuminated structure as a voice calls out for Sir Devde. Standing over a pile of dead knights, a woman with fairy wings chastises him for being late. Devde silently stands amidst the bodies, surveying the aftermath of the battle. The woman, now battered, bloodied, and horned, proudly reports that she kept her promise and defended the teleportation hub. Clutching her staff, she believes this act is enough to have finally paid off her debt. Devde's shadow tentacles envelop her as he agrees that it's enough. He gently catches her as she collapses, thanking her for a job well done. Turning to the massive teleporter, Devde wonders how to activate it. He sets the coordinates to hasten and attempts to power the device with his mana. The device immediately starts to crack under the immense pressure of his energy, much to his confusion. Crash. The teleporter violently shatters before he can even finish his thought. A bewildered Devde wonders if the device was unable to withstand his mana, questioning the stability of his polymorph. He considers using the mana suppression effect of Demura to achieve a stable teleportation. However, he realizes that doing so would require releasing his polymorph, effectively announcing his presence to the world. Stressed, he thinks of his boss, hoping he hasn't given up, because this won't be easy. A deep, mysterious voice apologizes to Patrick. The powerful explosion of the teleportation device is shown once more. A focused panel highlights the teleporter being blasted into pieces. Dark, shadowy energy consumes the ruins of the shattered device. The scene transitions to a tall, foreboding tower under a sunset sky. At the magic tower wing, a robed attendant welcomes a small, white-haired visitor who immediately asks if transfer magic can be used there. The attendant explains that a shield protects the entire tower, making the entry protocol mandatory. The visitor coolly points out that if they can't teleport, then he can't run away either, leaving him confused. Swish. Blood splatters across the pristine floor. The attendant's headless body falls as the visitor walks past, calmly recalling a thought they had upon arrival. They reflect on how the human's magic tower resembled the dungeons. As other mages look on in terror, the visitor concludes that the tower is just a dungeon made of humans. A brutal massacre ensues as the visitor cuts through the tower's inhabitants. Their internal monologue coldly dismisses the victims as what weak monsters. Blood-soaked boots step through the carnage. As they ascend the stairs, they state that they've killed every human encountered since the first floor. At the top, a red-haired sorceress observes them, correctly guessing they weren't human. The blood-splattered visitor ignores her statement and demands to know where the brachycephalic tooth is. The sorceress smugly claims the tooth now belongs to her, and says she has a different question. In a tense stare-down, she asks the visitor the one thing she's curious about: how are you still alive? The sorceress glares at the bloodied visitor, her voice dripping with disdain. A confident, knowing smirk plays across her lips. With a sharp swish, the visitor lunges forward, blades at the ready. The sorceress mockingly questions the visitor's attempt to face her with a simple blade, summoning a magic shield. She continues to belittle the non-elemental weapon, unaware as the visitor's blade begins to glow. Stunned, the sorceress realizes her barrier was shattered in a single strike, wondering at the monstrous strength before her. She declares that since the tower is built on a mana source, she can use its power to win. Ignoring her boast, the visitor once again demands the location of the brachycephalic tooth. They scream with raw fury, demanding she tell them now. The sorceress laughs, revealing the tooth was sent to auction long ago as she unleashes a powerful spell, the Magic Realm. A massive, crackling red energy sigil forms, trapping them both within its power. Acknowledging her opponent's strength, the sorceress places her hand on her golden staff. She decides to use her full force from the start, summoning the devastating Lance of Longinus. Her commands echo through the realm: divide and chase. An overwhelming barrage of magical energy rains down from an intricate magic circle. The visitor's eye widens, reflecting the impending, cataclysmic attack. Boom! A massive explosion erupts from the top of the magic tower, coughing blood. The visitor is impaled by spears of light, as a voice questions why they act human only to die. The sorceress gloats that her magic can defeat even dungeon bosses, leaving the visitor with no chance of survival. Her victory speech is cut short as her hands are suddenly sliced clean off. In shock and agony, she stares at her severed limbs, unable to comprehend what just happened. Bleeding from their eyes, the visitor coldly tells her to stop overreacting to losing both hands. The sorceress begs for her life as the visitor's hand descends to crush her head. In agony, she tearfully begs to be allowed to live. The visitor stands over the sorceress's broken body as she utters her final plea. A flicker of emotion crosses the visitor's blood-streaked face. Stumbling, the visitor, now identified as Renee, wonders what she should do now. Leaning against a wall for support, Renee questions what is left for her. Exhausted, she slumps over, considering the release of sleep. A sudden shout of, "Leader!" snaps Renee's eyes wide open in surprise. A man with green hair rushes to the dying sorceress's side, urging her to hold on as she weakly utters his name, Haim. Coughing, the sorceress tells Haim to hurry and kill that bitch. Renee looks on, puzzled by this unexpected arrival. Haim tells his leader to calm down, revealing a large, glowing blue magic stone. Her vision failing, the sorceress asks what he's holding, unable to see clearly. Haim explains it's an advanced escape stone, but he needs her mana to activate it. Renee recognizes the stone's unpleasant aura, recalling the Scarlet Love Stone. The sorceress places her hand on the stone, thanking Haim for giving her a chance to live. Her relief turns to confusion as the stone's energy shifts unexpectedly. Kook dark energy surges around Haim as his glasses glint menacingly. Dark tendrils erupt, consuming the sorceress as Haim reveals Ren came for revenge because she made too many enemies. With a sinister smile, Haim reveals that even her family, the Grommets, hired him to eliminate her. He mockingly thanks Miss Ren for doing the dirty work he was supposed to do. The sorceress's body contorts and explodes into a grotesque, fleshy mass. Haim's thoughts reveal his plan. This monstrous transformation is a distraction to ensure his escape. An enormous, horrifying creature with multiple mouths and eyes erupts from the remains. Renee assesses the situation, knowing she can't defeat this new foe in her weakened state. She stands defiantly before the massive, shrieking monstrosity. As a mysterious figure appears above her, the monster's eyes seem to warn Renee not to use that hand. Gritting her teeth, Renee prepares to unleash a hidden power, ignoring the consequences. With bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, Renee screams her motivation was to cover up Mr. Devourer's scent. In a flashback, she charges the monster, vowing that if she's going to die, she'll take it with her. The flashback continues as she is violently slammed to the ground. As her consciousness fades, Renee wonders if Mr. Devourer would feel sad for her. Her final thought questions if he'd care about her death, as the tower explodes in the distance. A massive, shadowy form cuts through the void. Terrifying yellow eyes appear in the sky as a powerful presence shatters the top of the tower. Staring up at the destruction, Renee recalls that the moment she was first saved was just like this. A gentle hand cups the back of her head, saving her from the impact. Devde appears from the dust and smoke, catching the collapsing Renee in his arms. Looking up in disbelief, she weakly utters his name. Mr. Devourer? Devde sets her down, telling her to wait as he questions why he is there. As he walks away, a dazed Renee wonders if she's hallucinating. Devde calmly approaches the writhing remains of the monstrous creature. With glowing golden eyes, he vows to teach the monster a lesson about who it dared to touch. His jaw hinges into a monstrous maw as he savagely tears into the creature. In a more demonic form, Devde stands amidst the blue blood, relishing the carnage. The creature lets out a screech as Devde rips into its massive, fleshy body. The monster whimpers, its form beginning to dissolve under the relentless assault. Devde holds up the monster's head, which can only manage a pained squeal. Crack, he smashes through its skull with overwhelming force. The creature's eye rolls back as it utters a final dying whimper. Devde grips the monster's head, looking down on it with contempt. Disgusting, he mutters, unleashing a final, powerful blast of energy. A cataclysmic explosion of blue light completely annihilates the monster's remains. The ground is left shattered and stained with blue residue in the aftermath. Looking at the blue blood on his hand, Devde murmurs that he understands now. He realizes how the monster was able to keep reviving itself from the cratered ground. A tendril points accusingly from the wreckage, representing the monster's lingering consciousness. Devde reveals its source was the magic tower's mana, now contained in a glowing orb he holds. As his true shadowy form emerges, Devde decides on his next course of action. A wicked, sharp-toothed grin spreads across his face as he declares, "This makes things easier." His monstrous shadow form opens its gigantic jaws to devour the entire ruined tower. The scene goes dark with a sense of finality. Walking across the barren wasteland, Devde complains that the mana he consumed tasted awful. He approaches the huddled form of Renee, gently calling her name. Renee collapses completely, her body finally giving out. Sitting beside her, Devde admits he had much to say, but now his mind is blank. He casually mentions killing a green-haired human on his way, and asks if it will cause any problems. Looking up at the sky, Devourer speaks Renee's name with a somber expression. Renee apologizes for an incident that occurred a few days prior. Leaning against him, she says she feels unqualified to see him, but that the Primordial Core needs Guardian Renee. Looking into her tearful eyes, Devourer tells Renee that he needs her too. She asks if he resents her, and he firmly tells her that he doesn't. Devourer then tells her he has a gift for her. He presents a large, circular blade, the item she fought so hard to find. Renee stares at the weapon, her eyes wide with shock and brimming with tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, she breaks down sobbing, clutching the weapon tightly. As tears stream down her face, she seems to have a painful realization. Through tears, a young woman named Renee admits she was terrified that Mr. Devourer would abandon and hate her. Patrick calmly reassures Renee that he will neither abandon nor hate her. Offering his hand, Patrick invites Renee to return with him to the Primordial Core. The scene transitions. In a flashback, an armored skeleton recounts seeing a child while investigating a case, as a large, beastly creature yawns behind him. The skeleton explains he felt it was fate, so he brought the child with him, knowing she contained all research on homunculi. With a glowing eye, he describes the Primordial Core as a dark, energy-rich place akin to the underworld. Another skeleton asks what the boss plans to do with the child, and the boss notes she must have a strong mind and body. He muses that if she can't fight, he'll let her live comfortably and maybe even cook for them, since she has experience as a maid. The subordinate skeleton is stunned by this casual plan, asking who would possibly teach her. The large creature points directly at the skeleton, bluntly answering, "You." He teases the skeleton for being bored with nothing to do, and the skeleton begrudgingly accepts the truth. Considering the homunculus's potential and latent hatred for humans, the skeleton asks his boss for the child's name. The boss struggles to recall her name, only remembering the last syllable, "lo." The skeleton is surprised to learn that she was able to speak. The child quietly introduces herself as Rello. The subordinate asks if Rello is her full name and suggests his boss give her a new one. Contemplating the suggestion, the boss thinks about what to name her. He offers her a new name, asking if he should call her Renee. The skeleton happily finalizes her new name as Renee Rello, then grumbles as his boss immediately falls asleep. He gets the attention of the newly named Renee. With his skeletal fingers, he gently pushes the corners of her mouth upwards into a smile. Delighted, the skeleton exclaims that she's smiling as his eye gleams brightly. Returning to the present, a sweating Devourer is confronted about causing tremors in Haston, which he blames on Patrick. When asked to explain the small girl he's holding, Devourer evasively says it's a long story. An armored skeleton panics, thinking his boss kidnapped a child, but Patrick scoffs at doing something so troublesome. Devourer nervously begins to explain the situation to Patrick. In a shadowy form, Patrick reveals he met Renee at the human village. The skeleton asks if Renee is okay, and Patrick confirms she just looked tired. Devourer remorsefully worries that he might have been restricting Renee's life. Wah! The skeleton scolds Devourer for being vague, making him cry comically. Devourer suggests his subordinate wear a maid costume, and the skeleton retorts that his resignation letter is ready. The skeleton asks Devourer what he plans to do now. Devourer lies down and sulks, declaring he will wait for Renee to return no matter how long it takes. Deciding it's best to leave his depressed boss alone, the skeleton walks away to give him space. Just then, Renee appears dressed as a maid, offering to prepare a meal for Mr. Devourer. Renee is startled as her eye suddenly transforms into a yellow reptilian one. Her sudden transformation leaves the skeleton and Devourer completely stunned. Devda's eyes glow as he wonders if Patrick was sane or insane for giving her that. He continues to question whether Patrick's gift was a sincere gesture. In another flashback, Patrick stands before Renee, noting her damaged eye and questioning her ability to see clearly. He tells her that her past feelings are irrelevant now. Patrick holds up a glowing golden eye, urging her to look at it closely. As he places the new eye in her socket, he tells her to bring him the real love stone next time. Renee beams with pure joy, her eyes now a mismatched set of gold and green. UCK. The scene shifts to Melj, who gasps as she suddenly awakens. She sits up in a strange basket, completely disoriented and wondering what happened. Hike! Melj lets out a terrified scream as she finds the armored skeleton looming over her with a knife. Shaking with fear, she asks if she is dead and in hell, but the skeleton calmly tells her she is not. He reveals that she is in the Primordial Core, leaving her utterly shocked. A new skeletal figure, Sir Patrick, is correctly identified after being mistaken for a death god. Patrick watches over a sleeping, purple-haired figure in a basket, wondering when they will wake up. With a sudden burst of energy, Patrick forcefully shouts for his boss to wake up, startling them. A massive Devourer groggily stretches awake, asking Patrick why he woke him and terrifying a small, purple-haired girl nearby. The terrified girl stares in wide-eyed shock, completely speechless. She internally recites Devda's fearsome titles as Patrick laughs at her awe and terror. Trembling, she stammers an apology for her improper introduction. She proudly introduces herself as Melj de Lymph Agrea, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus. Devda remarks that he remembers her intensity, leaving Melj stunned that he knows her name. Confused, Melj asks if Mr. Devda told him, then looks back to see Devda's human form. Melj asks where Sir Devda is, recalling his recent actions, only for the large creature to admit, "It's me." Huh? Utterly bewildered, Melj asks Sir Devourer to repeat what he just said. Surrounded by shadowy tendrils, the massive being confirms his identity. "I'm Devda." Melj's expression shifts from calm to sheer panic as the realization hits her. In a fit of horror, Melj shrieks, realizing she acted improperly in front of Sir Devourer himself. Patrick turns to Devda and asks if he caught what Melj just said. With glowing eyes, Patrick demands an explanation about the final judgment Melj mentioned. A voice quietly agrees as the scene shifts to a moonlit forest with a glowing crystal. The location is identified as Graphinia Forest, on the border of the Haston territory. A nervous laugh echoes through the foreboding woods. A hooded traveler with a lantern notes the abundance of herbs, relieved that the warnings about the forest were seemingly false. Suddenly, the traveler gasps in shock, spotting a figure deeper in the woods. He discovers a heavily injured person, collapsed in the grass, and rushes to help them. Promising aid, the traveler searches for a medicinal herb as the wounded figure groans in pain. As the traveler offers the herb, the injured person's eye snaps open with a terrifying, bloodthirsty glare. Blood splatters violently across the warm glow of the lantern. Hee, a cloaked figure chuckles sinisterly while walking away into the night. With a clear destination in mind, the figure mutters that they need to hurry. In a different scene, a lesson on battlefield virtues is recalled, specifically the need for minimum tension. A maid with mismatched eyes furiously demands silence in Sir Devourer's room. "I refuse," Melj yells, declaring herself a free dungeon monster who won't be silenced. The two clash head-to-head as Melj asserts her rights as a guest, while the maid insists Devourer needs his rest. Melj transforms, declaring she will offer her own body warmth to help Devourer sleep peacefully. She then calls Lady Renee stingy and old-fashioned, comparing her to an old man. Electrified with rage, the maid shrieks in disbelief at the insult directed at Renee. "I'll kill you," the maid screams, lunging with a massive blade as Melj laughs hysterically. The chase continues as the maid promises to let Melj rest in peace, and Melj gleefully evades her. Back in the present, Patrick sits in silence, stoically observing the chaos while recalling the rule of minimum tension. Devda complains about the noise, but Patrick points out that the greater uproar outside is his fault. When Devda questions the severity, Patrick asks if he's been ignoring the newspapers he provided. Patrick reports that strengthening the capital's defenses left border villages vulnerable to monster attacks. He adds that the Lord of Haston has committed suicide, plunging the region into a state of emergency. After weeks of research, Patrick notes a suspicious lack of news, having found only 3 articles about Haston. His eyes glowing intently, Patrick asks Devda if he understands the grim implications. Devda cluelessly admits he doesn't, frustrating Patrick. Patrick erupts, threatening to resign, which prompts a frantic apology from Devda. After calming down, Patrick concedes that with so little information, not much can be known for sure. His best guess, he explains, is that the entire Haston territory has cut itself off from the outside world. He gravely adds that no news from a devastated region is an ominous sign. A map shows their strategic position, and Patrick explains that monitoring Haston will warn them of any approaching subjugation force. With glowing eyes, Patrick insists they must get to Haston immediately, fearing the consequences of delay. Devda immediately relents, wishing Patrick a safe trip and desperately hoping he'll go alone. Patrick agrees to leave alone and promises a quick return, leaving a stunned Devde completely baffled. Relieved that his plan worked, Devde settles in for a nap, but a thought suddenly strikes him. While walking away, Patrick reconsiders, deciding that it would be too much to go alone, and he needs a companion. A panicked Devde screams for Patrick to wait as he approaches Melj and Renee, intending to choose one. Melj, labeled as candidate number 1, turns and innocently asks what is wrong. Recalling Melj's destructive explosion magic, Devde panics, realizing she'd annihilate Haston entirely. Renee, candidate number 2, cheerfully suggests that she would be a fine choice to accompany Patrick. Terrified, Devde mentally rejects Renee, considering her destructive potential even greater than Melj's. After rejecting both candidates, a sweetly posing Patrick suggests the best person to go is Devde himself. Devde realizes he's been perfectly trapped in Patrick's net of logic and is being dragged away. Suddenly, an idea flashes in Devde's mind. Devde feigns disappointment, explaining that since he broke his polymorph bracelet, he is unable to go. Patrick calmly agrees, confirming Devde cannot join him without the special bracelet. Overjoyed at his successful excuse, Devde celebrates the fact that he can finally sleep in peace. Moments later, Devde, now in his human form, glares at Patrick, muttering a curse under his breath. Patrick dryly apologizes that curses won't work on his already dead body, causing Devde to sigh in defeat. Clapping his hands gleefully, Patrick points out that if Devde had a bracelet, he'd be ready to go. As Patrick leads him away, a furious Devde screams in protest, his escape plan completely foiled. Arriving at a ruined fortress, Patrick announces their arrival, and Devde remarks on the destruction. Patrick begins his investigation by checking the market, which is completely deserted, prompting a hopeful suggestion to leave. Next, Patrick notes the lack of smoke from chimneys, again leading to a suggestion to turn back. After dismissing the third checkpoint as irrelevant, Patrick continues to drag a pleading Devde along. Patrick announces their final stop, the local inns or bars. As he reaches for something, Patrick's hand passes through a ghostly apparition, leaving him confused. With a menacing aura, Devde impatiently tells Patrick to follow him, determined to press forward. Entering the inn, Devde cautiously calls out for the owner, looking for a place to rest. He looks around the dark, empty inn and curses his bad luck. Patrick's visor glows as he senses the gravity of the situation, murmuring that this is really bad. The scene shifts to a flashback of a dark, menacing forest. A horrific pile of starved and broken bodies lies tangled together. In the pouring rain, more victims are shown, one with a single, glowing red eye amidst the chaos. Lightning flashes as a mysterious figure stands over the carnage, calmly telling the victims they have worked hard. The shadowy being explains its plan, stating that with humanity weakened, Haston is the key to striking the Empire. A terrifying skeletal figure declares that now is the perfect time to destroy the Empire. Back in the present, Devde surveys the empty inn, remarking on how bad the situation is. An inn owner appears on an upper landing, cautiously identifying himself. Patrick formally introduces himself as a knight, prompting the wary owner to suspect they are attackers. After Patrick requests a meal and a room, the owner apologizes, realizing they are just customers. However, he explains that he has no food and that they will not find anywhere in the entire village. Patrick asks if the black disaster is the cause, and the owner confirms he understands the situation. The owner then apologizes again, stating he also has no rooms available for them. Patrick thoughtfully deduces that in a situation this dire, the price of water must be astronomical. Patrick tosses something to the owner, who catches it in complete shock. The item is a gleaming gold coin, leaving the owner utterly speechless. His attitude instantly changes as he eagerly ushers them upstairs. As they head up, the owner cautiously asks about the person following Patrick. With a dramatic sparkle, Patrick cheerfully declares that Devde is his slave, much to Devde's confusion. Patrick elaborates on how helpful his slave is, while an increasingly angry Devde tries to interject. Devde enters the room, exclaiming that it is much better than he thought. He gleefully dives into the bed, declaring it's his and far superior to the one he shared with Melj in Riaze. Resting his head, Devde asks Patrick if the whole slave act was truly necessary. Patrick explains that being a slave is better than being treated like a beggar for wearing shabby clothes. He reasons that since slaves are property, others won't pick fights, making it a perfect arrangement for the lazy Devde. Patrick leans in, intently reminding Devday of his desire to move as little as possible. Devday vehemently agrees, shouting his ambition to be reborn as a rock in his next life. Convinced, Devday praises Patrick's wise words as Patrick closes a cabinet. Patrick announces he's stepping out for a bit, prompting a concerned Devday to advise him against overexerting himself. From a rooftop, Patrick reassures Devday, explaining that nighttime makes it easier to move around. A flashback details how the Imperial family's anger over the Black Disaster required a scapegoat. Surveying the ruined city, Patrick recalls how the Lord of Haston, Count Atar, died before the Imperial family could act. His skeletal face revealed, Patrick wonders who is now in charge of Haston. He speculates whether Count Atar's heir could have inherited the title, considering the Empire's wrath. Deciding to investigate, Patrick prepares to visit the new lord at Haston's castle, Clank. Landing on the castle grounds, he acknowledges that this will be quite troublesome. He notes the guards patrolling, remarking on the surprisingly tight security. Hiding behind a wall, Patrick considers his options, but decides against a violent approach to avoid future complications. Concluding that it would be wise not to rush, he quietly walks past the guards. Patrick leaps away from the castle, recalling another location that caught his attention earlier. He trusts his senses, confident he can detect things that humans cannot. Standing at the top of a dark staircase, he follows a strong, lingering smell below. Meanwhile, Devday relaxes in the inn, admitting that a break from dungeon life isn't so bad. He lies silently on the bed, lost in thought. His peace is disturbed by footsteps as he mutters that they won't let him rest. Bang! The inn owner pounds on the door, calling for the Sir Knight. Peeking out, Devday says his master is out for a stroll, and the owner invites him down for some food. The owner insists on repaying the knight's generosity, refusing to let a customer go hungry. Apologizing for the meager supplies, the owner leads Devday downstairs, prompting Devday to ask about the situation in Haston. The owner somberly explains the Black Disaster, stating that most who witnessed it lost consciousness instantly. He recounts the grim aftermath following the Lord's suicide. He reveals that all traffic was cut off, and the area outside the castle walls became a graveyard for those who starved. The owner strongly advises Devday to leave soon, revealing his own plans to depart. As they head downstairs, the owner offers Devday one last piece of advice. A bare foot lands silently on a wooden floor. A person with long red hair peers into the inn room through a window. She quickly slips out of the window frame and into the room. Landing softly on the floorboards, she prepares to search the room. With a determined grin, she declares the situation is great. She deduces that anyone staying in the village's finest room must be rich outsiders. Picturing a wealthy noble, she clenches her fist, ready to steal their riches. She approaches the bed, determined to take everything of value she can find. She picks up Devday's cloak in disgust, questioning if the supposedly rich customers were wearing rags. Deciding to use the cloth as a makeshift bag, she moves to another part of the room. She opens a large chest, only to find it completely empty. Her expression shifts to panic as she realizes this is not good. Frantically, she begins searching a nearby dresser for any valuables. As she opens a drawer, she mutters that there's no way they could carry. Her eyes widen in pure terror at the sight before her. Patrick returns from the castle and finds Devday sitting inside the large chest, asking what he's doing. Devday simply replies, "It's as you can see, master." Patrick tells Devday his attempt to see the new lord was fruitless due to the castle's tight security. As Patrick sits on the other bed, Devday asks if he expects his help, but Patrick dismisses the notion. Devday reports that Haston is completely cut off from the outside, and the inn's owner knew little else. Patrick's skeletal face expresses shock, exclaiming his surprise that the lazy Devday actually gathered information. Excited by the new lead, Patrick cheerfully announces they will investigate together tomorrow, ignoring Devday's protests. Patrick casually mentions that the windows should be kept closed, noting a second one is open and could invite a burglar. Lying in bed, a confused Devday replies that he hasn't touched the windows at all. With glowing eyes, Patrick and a startled Devday simultaneously realize someone else must have opened it. A frantic rustling fills the room as they search for their belongings. Devday panics, shouting that his outerwear, a special gift from Renee, has been stolen. As they both search, Patrick realizes his things are also gone, and asks Devday what exactly was taken from him. Looking into an empty drawer as sweating Patrick stammers, unable to answer, The red-haired thief dashes through the dark, empty streets of Haston. She stops in an alley to catch her breath, believing she has successfully escaped. Suddenly, a man blocks her path, calling her by the name Roselina as she flinches in surprise. The man with a scarf sternly asks Roselina where she is headed in the middle of the night. Roselina defensively claims she was acting for the good of everyone, prompting him to ask what she means. He scolds her for wasting energy, but she insists he listen to her explanation. Another person steps in, telling the man, now identified as Thoth, not to pressure her. Roselina looks up in shock, realizing her captain was awake. The captain approaches, stating that a thief shouldn't be scolded for being out at night. However, he admonishes her for leaving without notifying anyone, causing Roselina to look down in shame. He reminds her to consider the consequences of her actions, as the outside world is dangerous. Sitting down, the captain tells her that this desolate place is nothing like her former comfortable home. He asks Roselina if she understands before questioning her about what she was doing. He asks if she stole the bundle she's carrying, and she admits she did it to contribute. The captain grimly asks where she got the stolen items, and she explains it was from an inn on the main road. Roselina proudly states she took it from the most expensive room, believing the clean item she found is a valuable artifact. Pinching the bridge of his nose, the captain wearily identifies what she actually stole. He reveals that the artifact is nothing more than a human rib bone. Horrified, Roselina insists she didn't know, while Thoth suspiciously asks if she was grave digging. The captain defends Roselina, reasoning that she wouldn't be showing it off so proudly if she had. He speculates the bone is either part of a dark hobby or used for magic, which prompts Thoth to ask who would collect them. The captain explains that some depraved individuals use the bones of their slaves as decorations. He warns that the situation is even more dangerous if the bone belonged to a practitioner of necromancy. A dark aura surrounds the captain as he holds the human rib, contemplating its origin. He remarks that it's strange, noting the outerwear she also stole looks like a beggar's rags. Upon closer inspection, however, he realizes the clothing is actually made of the finest materials. Clang. As something heavy drops from the cloth, the captain scolds Roselina for forgetting to check the pockets. A pile of gleaming gold coins tumbles out, leaving Roselina and Thoth completely stunned by the unexpected fortune. The captain shouts at his dumbfounded crew, but is interrupted by a new voice announcing their arrival. Another figure appears behind them, confirming they have found the right people. The captain realizes he should have known that anyone staying in an expensive inn in a ruined village was significant. He connects the dots. The human rib bone and the high-quality clothes point to a powerful owner. Devourer, looking exhausted and annoyed, greets the thieves and announces they've come to reclaim their property. Patrick stands ominously behind Devourer, looking down on the thieves and stating he was eager to meet them. Breathing a sigh of relief, Devourer is reminded by Patrick that the stolen clothes were a gift from Renee. Patrick contemplates the terrible outcome that would result from disappointing Renee again. The captain steps forward protectively, ordering Roselina and Thoth to get back. The captain nervously asks how they were found and questions if Patrick is their leader. Patrick cryptically replies, "I wonder," as Devourer complains about being tired and wanting to rest, suggesting the stolen item called out to its owner. Patting Patrick's armor, Devourer magnanimously declares he'll forgive his boss for all the running around, just for today. Patrick warns the captain he stole the wrong item and demands its return, but the captain questions if they'd be left alone if he complied. The captain realizes something is amiss, thinking they were found far too quickly, even if Roselina had left a trail. He reasons that tracking them so easily would be impossible, unless their pursuers were some kind of monsters. Clutching his chest in dawning horror, the captain concludes his opponents must be users of dark magic. The captain asks if they are ones who live in the dark, to which Patrick nonchalantly agrees that his cave is quite dark. Shielding Roselina, the captain asks if the rib bone is truly that important, and Patrick confirms it is part of his body. The captain mockingly repeats Patrick's claim before demanding he stop stalling and return the bone. The captain gasps as he sees the glowing rib bone suddenly tossed into the air. Yelling for Roselina and Thoth to retreat with the others, the captain moves to intercept the thrown item. As the captain rushes forward, Patrick yells, "Ooh-ah, my rib!" The captain successfully catches the glowing bone, as Patrick congratulates him on the nice catch. Ouch! Devourer smashes his fist against Patrick's back with a powerful blow. As Patrick's helmet flashes, the captain stares in shock, realizing the punch had absolutely no effect. Devde casually dismisses the attack he felt as just a rock, while a hooded figure attempts a sneak attack from behind. The assassin's dagger shatters upon impact with Devde's back. Coo! The attacker chokes as Devde effortlessly grabs him by the throat. Holding the thief aloft, Devde notes they have decent weapons and asks Patrick what to do, who suggests it's time to drop the act. As Devde casually handles the hooded thief, Patrick glances at another frightened man and suggests simply knocking them all out. The terrified man freezes, as Patrick asks if he'd prefer they let them all live. Patrick grabs the man's face, explaining that while he could spare them, he's too tired to properly control his strength. With a powerful, glowing strike, Patrick slams the man into the ground, knocking him unconscious. Elsewhere, in a cavern, a person with purple hair notes that it has been half a day since Devde left, which Renee nervously confirms. Renee worries that something might have happened, feeling guilty for relaxing while Devde could be starving. The purple-haired girl reassures Renee she's overthinking it, exasperated by how often she worries about the powerful Devde. Renee tries to calm herself, reasoning they're just in a human village, but her companion groans, begging her to stop worrying. Back in the alley, Devde retrieves his clothes from the unconscious captain, as Patrick sighs that the ordeal was more troublesome than expected. After finding no map on the captain, Patrick decides it's best to end things quickly rather than drag them out. Patrick shouts at Devde for already lying down, but Devde simply invites him to join, commenting on how cozy the ground is. A large, barefoot steps into view as Roselina stands over them, stammering an apology. A terrified Roselina trembles as she confesses to being the one who stole their belongings. Kneeling, she begs them to take her instead of the others, insisting they were not involved. Thoth pulls Roselina to her feet, arguing that they won't be let off easily, and that their captors have no intention of sparing them. With a confident smirk, Devde remarks from the ground that the thieves seem to understand their situation. Lounging comfortably, Devde tells Patrick to take care of the rest, and Patrick agrees. Thoth defiantly shields Roselina, preparing for a confrontation. He threatens to kill Patrick if he comes closer, while Roselina clutches a small, glowing object. Roselina stares at the glowing, cross-shaped rosario in her hands as it emits a faint, magical light. With a single swift motion, Patrick's armored fist strikes Thoth down. Roselina looks down at the rosario in her hand and whispers, "This." Patrick looms over the terrified girl, his glowing eyes fixed on the item as he demands to know where she got it. The narration describes the object as a rosario shaped like a phoenix on a reversed cross, leaking a faint trail of mana. As Roselina stammers, Patrick internally realizes the rosario is a piece of surveillance magic placed on a resident of the slums. Devde calls out to his boss, and Patrick quickly responds. Patrick reveals that the people of Haston are being spied on, prompting a complaint from Devde about the dust being kicked up. He explains that surveillance mana leaked from the rosary when Roselina prayed, indicating it activates under specific conditions. Patrick concludes that by discovering those conditions, they can uncover the motives of the person who gave her the item. Still relaxing on the ground, Devde muses on the oddity of finding a magic stone and now a magical item in a city not known for magic. As Devde lounges on the ground, Patrick promises his boss he will get the humans to cooperate, prompting a skeptical Devde to ask how. Patrick looks down at Devde and confidently says, "Of course." Tapping his helmet, Patrick explains that he has a brilliant idea. Elsewhere, a man carries the unconscious captain and Thoth, apologizing not for the theft, but for what's to come. Patrick faces the remaining thieves, announcing he's under a royal decree to leave no trace of conflict, leaving Roselina to nervously ask what he means. He introduces himself and his companion as members of a secret royal organization, the Fog of Roano Shadow Knights. Confused, Roselina and Thoth look at each other, questioning the title Shadow Knights. Chuckling, Patrick reassures the crowd he means no harm, prompting one man to ask why a knight is in Haston. Patrick dramatically declares that he has come to save Haston. As the thieves murmur in the background, Patrick explains that he needs information from them. The captain listens intently as Patrick details his need to quickly assess the situation in order to send supplies and aid to Haston. Looking down at the crowd, Patrick formally asks for their help in restoring peace. The thieves are moved, believing a royal knight has finally come and that his majesty hasn't forgotten them. Filled with hope, the thieves rally to help the knight, with one exclaiming that their miserable life is finally over. Devde remarks on how easily persuaded the humans were, after which Patrick asks if they are heading back. Yawn. Patrick stretches and states that they're just getting started, as he's noticing more and more strange things. Devda's expression darkens as he internally complains that Patrick's actions have only made things more annoying and problematic. Still lying on the ground, Devda mutters about keeping enemies close, but quickly dismisses Patrick's question about what he's saving. Patrick tells Devda to get up, declaring that since the situation has changed, he'll have to start working too. Annoyed, Devda questions why Patrick is so fired up, and suggests he handle things on his own, much to Patrick's irritation. Patrick outlines the plan. He will watch the captain, while Devda gets close to the common people. Devda looks up in shock, stunned at the thought of having to get close to humans. Patrick argues that a fully armored knight will be more approachable than a beggar-like boss, prompting an annoyed retort from Patrick. Patrick tells Devda to mingle with the people by observing their behavior, instructing him to get close to them before he returns. Devda is still processing the command, thinking to himself, like, the humans. He recalls his observations of humans. They sleep all day, are often in a daze, and have zero motivation, much like himself. A spark of realization hits Devda as he gleefully concludes he just has to act as he always has. Patrick reminds Devda to investigate the religion that distributed the Rosarios and to extract information, promising a quicker return home, to which Devda eagerly agrees. Patrick cautions Devda to maintain his composure with the humans, but internally worries it won't be easy for him to get close. A group of young thieves excitedly surrounds Devda, asking if he's from the capital, since he's a knight of the fog of Roano. The children continue to swarm him with questions about the capital and his armor, contrasting it with Patrick's ragged clothes. As the children conclude Patrick must be in disguise, they continue to pester Devda, while Patrick looks completely overwhelmed. Patrick clenches his teeth in frustration, thinking he can't even breathe with the difficulty of getting close to the humans. Patrick is annoyed as Devda, wearing a skull mask, looms over him and tells him to be friendly, while a small child plays with his cloak. Forcing a terrifyingly wide grin, Patrick tries to be friendly, asking one of the children what they are so curious about. With stars in his eyes, a small boy asks Patrick if he's ever met Sir Vern or Sir Wuan, names that sound vaguely familiar to Patrick. Tap. Roselina approaches Patrick as he's talking with the boy. Roselina returns Patrick's stolen belongings with an apology, while Thoth tells the other thieves to go home. Patrick casually accepts her apology, stating that it's fine since he got his things back. Thoth introduces himself and explains that, with the captain away, he will be in charge of fulfilling Patrick's requests. Thoth brings up Patrick's claim that he came to rescue Haston, which Patrick confirms. He then offers to guide Patrick through the village, insisting it would be quicker to see the situation firsthand. Patrick sweats nervously, internally screaming, "I don't want to go," and wondering about Thoth's motives. He realizes that if he stays, the children will only bombard him with more questions. Resigned, Patrick stands up and accepts the proposal, deciding to leave immediately as the little boy cheers him on. As they walk, Patrick notes the empty streets and suggests they head toward the residential area. Thoth leads him to a cellar door, ominously stating that Patrick will understand the situation once it's open. Inside the dark cellar, the bodies of a man and a woman lie on the floor. Thoth grimly explains that people here don't even starve to death, as there's no food left for anyone to steal. A flashback shows a torch-wielding mob marching on a castle, as narration explains that famine typically turns the people's anger toward their lord. The narration continues, stating that angered citizens would typically rise in revolt. The Black Disaster is described as an event on the scale of a famine. As Thoth peers out a window, he wonders why the people of Haston are passively starving to death. He questions the unnatural quiet of the village and the lack of any rebellion. Turning to Patrick, Thoth asks if the Sir Knight isn't curious about the situation. The scene shifts to a vast dungeon, where Renee and a purple-haired girl are sitting at a table. The girl complains to Renee that staying in the dungeon is boring, and that she wanted to go to Haston with Mr. Devourer. Renee scolds her, reminding her that Mr. Devourer entrusted them with the dungeon's care, calling her Melj. Renee smugly declares this proves Mr. Devourer trusts her, mentally calling Melj a thieving cat. Wah! Melj brightens, realizing Renee is right. Renee quickly reminds Melj to stay focused, as they never know when humans might invade. To prove her point, Renee says she'll check again, casting a mid-rank magic spell called Observer's Eye. Beep! A magical symbol appears on Melj's face as Renee notes that, speak of the devil, Lady Renee has just arrived. Renee announces that someone has invaded, but the spell's weak reaction suggests it's only one person. She tells a confused Melj to prepare herself for a fight. A teacup trembles on its saucer as an unseen presence approaches. Declaring, "It's coming," Renee and Melj brace for the intruder's arrival. A foot steps into view as a woman's voice casually asks why they are so jumpy. Renee and Melj look up in shock as the newcomer asks what's wrong. A powerful woman with red hair appears, formally introduced as Elizabeth Bathory, the boss of Cheat Castle. Elizabeth apologizes for the meager reception, stating she would have prepared had she known they were coming. She tells Renee not to worry, since she came unannounced anyway. Elizabeth smirks, suggesting Renee could offer her blood as a welcome, but Renee nervously declines. Expressing disappointment, Elizabeth turns her attention to Melj, asking who the new person is. Melj proudly introduces herself as the Demon King, Melj de Lymph Agria, a descendant of Asmodeus. Renee introduces Elizabeth to Melj, and Elizabeth notes Melj's interesting aura as a young demon king. Melj nervously asks Renee if she will get to meet all the dungeon bosses by staying there. Renee playfully pinches Melj's cheek, calling her a shameless moocher. Elizabeth asks if Melj isn't a member of Primordial Core yet, and Renee confirms she is not. As a butler pours her a drink, Elizabeth asks where Patrick and the dull guy are. Renee explains that the two of them stepped out for a moment. Sigh. Elizabeth looks concerned by their absence. Grabbing Renee's cup, Elizabeth asks if something has happened. Elizabeth reveals that all the villages near her castle have been destroyed. She explains the villages were covered in blood, but curiously, there were no corpses. Convinced humans aren't responsible, she describes the blood flowing in one direction, as if making a path. A trail of blood leads to the gates of a dark, ominous castle. Melj finds the idea of the corpses simply disappearing to be strange. Elizabeth agrees, noting that very few beings are capable of such a feat. Narration explains that while most undead are unintelligent, higher tier ones with the title of Elder possess intellect. A horde of mindless undead shuffle together in the darkness. Elizabeth identifies the prime suspect, the Lord of the Undead, Immortal King Aravos. Gasp! Melj reacts with horror at the mention of Aravos' name. Elizabeth laments her lack of evidence and asks Renee for a monster to send a message, but the dungeon is empty. Renee expresses unwavering faith in Mr. Devourer's decisions, prompting a sigh from Elizabeth about her naivete. As Elizabeth worries about how to contact them, Melj clenches her fist with sudden determination. Melj leaps up, declaring that it's time for her to step up and that it can't be helped. Back in the present, Thoth tells Patrick that someone set fire to Hastings Fields after the disaster. The fast-spreading fire turned the entire harvest to ash, fueling a dangerous rumor. Thoth explains that the rumor claimed the crops were contaminated, turning Haston into a cursed land. Thoth explains that when the Emperor officially gave up on Haston, its people fell into complete despair. He continues, stating that even in their hopelessness, a glimmer of hope appeared in the form of a rich commoner couple. The couple generously opened their storehouses, sharing food with the residents and inspiring others to contribute what they had. But just as everyone began to feel hopeful and believe again, tragedy struck. A dark screen reveals the terrible news. The generous couple was found murdered in their home. Thoth explains that people assumed they were killed out of greed for food, an act that completely destroyed all trust within the community. With no one trusting each other, cooperation ceased, and people began to starve while fiercely guarding their own supplies. Thoth says the people of the back alleys survived because of the contamination rumors. Patrick asks if they're fine after eating the crops, to which he cautiously agrees. Patrick concludes that the rumors must have been spread by someone with malicious intent. Thoth gestures to the desolate ruins, lamenting that their initial self-assurance led to this disastrous outcome. He explains they piled the corpses in holes to avoid attracting bugs, prompting Patrick to ask why they weren't burned. Thoth says many families can't let go of the deceased, but admits it's mostly because no one wants such a troublesome task. Patrick asks why their group doesn't handle it, but Thoth stops him, revealing that the murdered couple had a daughter. With a grim expression, Thoth reveals that Roselina's parents are buried within that pile of bodies. As they approach a gate, Patrick asks if the soldiers are always on guard. Thoth confirms they work in shifts, clarifying their purpose is control, not protection. Patrick finds it deeply suspicious that soldiers would be controlling the gates in such a desperate situation. He agrees with Thoth that the Lord of Haston is suspicious, Patrick decides they must meet the Lord directly, believing it's the only way to uncover their plans. Devde suddenly appears, proudly displaying a stolen harpy egg as part of his brilliant plan to attract the harpies and earn Patrick an audience with the Lord. He strikes a pose, convinced he must be a genius for coming up with such a flawless plan. His plan works instantly as a furious swarm of harpies descends upon them. An enraged harpy screeches as it dives toward its target. The scene shifts to a memory of a young woman holding a candle, looking up and calling for her brother. A man hangs from a noose, weakly uttering the name Lala. The memory continues, showing a tender moment between the brother and his sister by candlelight. A woman jolts awake in bed, screaming from a nightmare. She pants heavily, clutching her blankets, clearly shaken from the horrifying dream. A maid enters the room, asking if her lady had a bad dream again. A title card introduces the sweating woman as the Lord of Hastin, Lalacinavier Etark. Lalacinavier gets out of bed, announcing she's going to get some fresh air. Standing on her balcony, Lalacinavier recalls that it's been only a couple of weeks since she inherited her position, the day her brother died. She remembers how her family fled with all their money, leaving her with only one way to survive. Looking over the desolate land, Lalacinavier reaffirms her sole purpose, to restore Hastin. She addresses a cloaked figure kneeling before her, reminding them of the salvation they promised. Lalacinavier recounts their vow to protect not only her, but her entire territory as well. She angrily gestures outside, demanding to know if the current state of ruin is the salvation they spoke of. The cloaked figure calmly insists they don't break promises, and will soon put all of Hastings' problems to sleep. Lalacinavier thinks to herself that while this person is never specific, she has no choice but to believe them for now. The figure reassures Lalacinavier that everything is proceeding as planned, and she should continue to live comfortably. In the darkness of their hood, the figure cracks a wide, sinister grin. The promise echoes ominously. Soon, all the problems will disappear. Ha! Lalacinavier sighs, reluctantly agreeing to wait and believe them a bit longer. The maid returns to the throne room, announcing she has a security report for her lady. She reports that an assault by harpies was thwarted by a mysterious knight, who defeated them in a single hit. Lalacinavier is stunned, asking who the knight is, but the maid says the guard's question went unanswered. Deciding to find out for herself, Lalacinavier asks where the knight is. The maid says he is in the reception room, but the cloaked figure interrupts. The figure urges Lalacinavier to reconsider, warning that the knight could be a disguised assassin. Lalacinavier firmly states that saving Hastin is an undeniable achievement, and it is her duty as Lord to reward that effort. In the reception room, an exhausted Devde slumps in his armor, thinking that just seeing the noble lady will be reward enough. Lalacinavier formally addresses Devde from her throne, thanking him on behalf of all of Hastin for his bravery and honor. Devde inwardly dismisses Lalacinavier as unfit to be a lord, identifying her as the previous lord's sister and seeing her weakness as his blessing. Lalacinavier formally addresses Devde, asking him which noble family he serves as a knight. When she then asks for his name, Devde politely refuses to identify himself, requesting her understanding. Lalacinavier notes his secrecy and pushes further, asking if he will also refuse to remove his helmet. Devde claims his face is covered in unpleasant battle scars, but agrees to remove his helmet if she commands it. Lalacinavier dismisses the request, telling him to forget it, and instead asks what reward he would like for his service. Devde requests food, planning to use her response to gauge the current state of the castle's resources. Lalacinavier agrees instantly, and Devde offers his gratitude. He is inwardly shocked by her immediate, thoughtless reply. Devde questions why she would agree so easily while the people of Hastin are left to starve in the streets. He also notes a strange energy he can sense due to his nature as an undead. The feeling emanates from the cloaked figure beside the throne, striking him with a sense of familiarity. Having left the throne room, Devde stops the maid to ask her a question. As Lalacinavier and the maid look on, Devde explains that something has been bothering him. He points directly at the cloaked figure, demanding to know their true identity. The scene shifts to the desolate streets of Hastin as Devde finishes recounting the events. Back in their hideout, Patrick asks if Lalacinavier really just let him go, and Devde confirms he played it off as mere curiosity. Patrick challenges him for not acting on his undead senses, but Devde retorts that a familiar feeling isn't proof, and he wasn't about to start a brawl. A brief flash reveals the cloaked figure's sinister, smiling face hidden within their hood. Devourer furiously shakes Patrick, reminding him they're there to fix problems, not cause them, and threatens to resign until Patrick apologizes. Patrick explains his grim realization. The village is quiet because the people believed the crops were plagued and chose to starve to death. He recalls how difficult it was to even speak with Roselina, as she kept running away every time he tried to approach her. Devourer wishes for mind control magic, or Melj's help, while Patrick grumbles about saving someone who didn't want to come in the first place, saying they have other options. Devourer holds up the bag of food he received from the lady. Patrick approaches the startled Roselina, offering her the food and asking why she is so surprised. He holds out a small, round wafer, telling her to take it so they can share. Flinch. Roselina looks up at the offering with wide-eyed shock. She gasps in delight, recognizing the wafer as the special communal food given out by the priest. Patrick looks on in confusion, wondering who this priest is. Roselina happily leads him away, expressing her relief at finally meeting another believer. Pouting, she says it's weird how stupid everyone else is, since all they need for salvation is unconditional faith. She eagerly asks for his agreement, and a hesitant Patrick simply responds, yeah. They arrive at the entrance of a dark, foreboding cave, which Patrick notes always feels creepy. Inside, they descend a torchlit staircase, with Roselina warning him to watch his step. In the chamber below, she introduces a shrouded figure on a stone throne as an omnipotent being who can solve all their problems. She explains that as believers who have earned his trust, they will be praised as the chosen ones. A man from the congregation cries out in reverence for the priest and excitedly ushers Patrick to take a seat. The silhouetted priest addresses his flock, reminding them of the divine message before beginning the day's ritual. With a piercing gaze, he announces it is time to eat the blessings provided by their savior. Patrick sits among the followers, unimpressed and wondering if this is all just simple brainwashing. He suddenly looks up with a start as someone new approaches the group. Roselina whispers that they're just in time for the Liturgy of Eucharist, but Patrick doesn't know what that is. She explains it's when the priest hands out the wafer, and as he watches the priest, Patrick has a shocking realization. He recognizes the wafer as the exact same kind he received from Lawless in Devourer, questioning why the Lord would have it. Roselina leans in to share a secret. When their savior comes, all true believers will receive eternal happiness. Cradling a small icon, she adds that becoming closer to him grants an even bigger blessing, piquing Patrick's interest. Roselina admits she doesn't know what the blessing is, but her rambling is cut short when the priest arrives and calls her name. The priest hands her a wafer as today's blessing, which she accepts gratefully while Patrick watches intently. The priest offers a wafer to Patrick, who deflects by saying he'll think about it. The priest smiles, saying that person will be pleased by his visit, prompting an internal curse from Patrick, his eyes glowing with yellow light. Patrick glares into the darkness, furiously wondering what is truly going on. Roselina gasps as the ground beneath her shatters from an unseen force. The priest grabs Patrick, revealing he can perceive mana and that Patrick's tricks won't work on him. In a flash, Patrick has the priest in his grasp, whispering that he doesn't care what happens to the humans. He warns the priest for overstepping, causing him to sweat in terror as he realizes Patrick is not human. Clutching the wafer, Roselina trembles, stating she has a bad memory but will be sure to remember Patrick. Turning to the other followers, Roselina claims Patrick was just thanking the priest for the food and urges them to leave. Outside the cave, Roselina thanks her knight, and Patrick casually waves her off, telling her to get home safely. Alone now, Patrick reflects that, with so many suspicious elements at play, he might not even need hard evidence. He mentally lists the culprits, the cult leader brainwashing people, and the undead entity beside the Lord, concluding the setup is too perfect to be a coincidence. Woo! A horned fairy with brilliant wings appears dramatically, praising Sir Devourer for his keen insight. Ugh. Patrick groans in annoyance at her sudden appearance, prompting her to ask what's wrong. Looking over the town, she remarks that she expected it to look much worse, given he said he'd destroyed it. She joins him on a rooftop, complimenting the view before asking why he truly came to Haston. Patrick reveals that Lady Batory warned him that Haston would soon be facing an undead threat. The fairy confirms Batory found traces of abnormal phenomena moving from Chet Castle directly toward Haston. She continues, saying Batory also identified the most likely person behind the entire plot. With dramatic flair, she speaks the name into the night, Aravos. Patrick remains unconvinced, pointing out that Batory's claim is still just a guess. The fairy explains her own theory. Undead forces typically overwhelm their targets with sheer numbers, which hasn't happened here. She poses a question about why a different method was used, preparing to demonstrate her hypothesis. Declaring that the flow of mana must have been used instead, she casts a low-class mana detection spell. As a web of pink energy spreads from her across the sky, she confirms her suspicion with a satisfied, "I knew it." The scene shifts to a desolate graveyard under a blood-red sky filled with cawing crows. The cloaked priest stands silently in the grim landscape, black feathers drifting around him. He places his hands on the desecrated ground, channeling a sinister purple energy into the earth. A title card introduces the menacing figure, Lich Simon Magus, the Grim Reaper of the Great Evil Dungeon. A swirling vortex of shadow crows gathers around Simon Magus, their forms coalescing. A massive, shadowy entity with glowing blue eyes materializes, addressing its loyal follower, Simon Magus. Simon Magus bows deeply before the entity, identifying it as Lord Aravos, the Lord of the Undead. He reports to Aravos that he is ready to give his final report before they descend upon Haston. Aravos acknowledges his servant's hard work. Lying among piles of bones, Simon Magus affirms he did his best, as Aravos asks for the report. Aravos mentions receiving a similar report from Uhumel, asking if the intruder Simon saw also wore armor leaking an undead aura. Simon Magus clarifies he felt no undead aura, but the person, silhouetted as Patrick, emanated a feeling of containing darkness. The ominous phrase, "person containing darkness," echoes in Aravos' mind. Simon Magus asks if the description means anything, but Aravos dismisses it, certain he wouldn't interfere. Aravos refocuses their mission, declaring that conquering Haston is vital for obtaining the Empire and their great plan. Simon Magus bows, offering no excuse for his failure to advance the plan smoothly. Aravos reveals he sent Mishem as backup for Umel in the Lord's castle, and asks if Simon needs help with the uninvited guest. Simon Magus confidently declines the offer, stating he will request aid later if needed. He pledges his obedience as the flock of shadow crows dissipates around him. Walking through the graveyard, Simon Magus notes that little time remains until the undead cover the entire surface. With dark energy swirling around him, he vows that soon, no one will be able to stop them. He adds a single ominous exception, unless that monster makes an appearance. Back on the rooftop, the fairy's mana detection spell has enveloped the entire town in a glowing pink web. She explains to Patrick that large-scale magic like this typically uses the surface flow of mana to sustain itself. Patrick suggests the caster must be nearby, but she counters that a medium could be used to direct the mana from a distance. A vision of shimmering, powerful mana crystals appears. The fairy reasons that a medium powerful enough to redirect mana wouldn't be hidden in the ground, pointing toward the most logical location. The tip of her staff aligns perfectly with the Lord's castle, which she declares is the most suspicious place of all. Yawn. Devde admits his suspicions are just a guess, though he's certain they're up to something. Noting Patrick is elsewhere, Devde asks an approaching Melj if she's busy, and she confirms she isn't. Devde proposes they head to the castle together, much to Melj's surprise. A flustered Melj agrees to his plan with a nervous, "Yeah." With a sinister smile, Devde muses that it's time for one of the 7 evil dungeons to be replaced. The scene shifts to a moonlit view of the imposing Lord's castle. Patrick stands before a dark, descending staircase, concluding this is the most suspicious place. He notes the stench of rotting corpses is stronger here, confirming his suspicions. Walking through a torchlit dungeon, Patrick thinks about the underground prison he is in. He continues through the stone passage, drawn by a sound from the dungeon's depths. Patrick arrives at a barred cell door at the end of the dark corridor. Inside, a hulking, stitched monstrosity wields a bloody cleaver, explaining the foul smell. Patrick eyes the massive, blood-soaked weapon, noting it has been a while since he's seen a cleaver. He casually apologizes to the creature for interrupting its work. Patrick gets straight to the point, demanding to know who its master is. Smash. Patrick delivers a devastating, light-infused punch to the monster's jaw. The creature staggers back but compliments the power behind his strike. Effortlessly catching the creature's fist, Patrick mocks its slow attack. The creature trembles, unable to overpower Patrick, who chides its weakness and draws a conclusion from its presence in the castle prison. He realizes the Lord must be involved, and decides he no longer needs to operate in secret. Grabbing the monster's face, Patrick declares that he is now certain of the conspiracy. With the simple command to disappear, He crushes the creature into a bloody pulp. Ah! Patrick looks at his hand in disgust, but a sudden purple glow from the remains startles him. He leaps back, admitting the sudden magical surge caught him by surprise. From the gore, an armored specter assembles itself using dark magic, and Patrick wonders what its plan is. Patrick calls out to the newly formed, silent entity. The spectral knight remains quiet as its form solidifies. The specter lunges forward, attacking Patrick with a burst of purple energy. Patrick blocks the strike, recognizing the corrosive properties of its evil sword. The entity is revealed to be an armored skeleton, which notes its own weapon's strength. Standing over the fallen foe, Patrick suggests they talk as fellow undead, but a wave of dark magic erupts from the ground. Whoa! As the skeleton reassembles, Patrick laments its refusal to talk, resolving to discover its purpose. The armored skeleton concludes that the lord of the castle must hold the answers it seeks. Hup! It clenches its skeletal fist, gathering crackling blue energy. Casting a glide spell, the skeleton skates across a panel of ice toward a surprised Patrick. The bloody cleaver from the first monster lies discarded on the new icy floor. The skeleton's armor glows with immense purple power as it prepares to strike again. Channeling energy into its blade, the skeleton declares Patrick's sword weak before vowing to strengthen it with an attack. The armored skeleton states that since Patrick doesn't want to talk, it will end things quickly. It lunges forward, promising to finish the fight in a single flash. Titan, Patrick catches the blade, calmly informing the skeleton he'll be borrowing its sword. The skeleton's glowing eyes widen in shock at Patrick's incredible strength. Patrick summons ethereal weapons of his own, a heavy sword and a great axe. Elsewhere, a woman in bed pulls up her covers, complaining that it is cold. She gasps in shock, seeing the towering silhouette of Patrick standing over her. She screams at him, demanding to know how he dared to trespass in her chambers. Patrick menacingly holds his sword toward her, asking if her name is Lala, which startles her. Addressing Lord Lala, Patrick coolly informs her she has exactly 5 minutes. Later, Lala sits nervously on a couch with a hooded attendant as Patrick explains he picked something up during his night walk. Thump. He drops the severed head of the stitched monster onto the table, making her recoil in terror. Presenting a helmet to Lala, Patrick asks if she recognizes the helm of a Dullahan. With glowing eyes, he addresses her formally as Lord Lalacina Vier Etark. A voice asks the shocked Lala why she is working with an undead. Lala plays dumb, but Patrick dismisses her act as disappointing. The hooded attendant mocks Lala, calling her an unfit lord for being so ignorant. As the attendant tries to call the guards, Patrick reveals he killed the Dullahan in the basement prison himself. Flinching, a stunned Lala questions the existence of a basement prison in her own mansion. Patrick slightly unsheathes his sword, offering another piece of advice. He reveals that the hooded attendant standing beside her is also an undead. Menacing red energy surrounds the attendant as Patrick points his sword directly at him. Lala shouts in defiant disbelief, refusing to accept Patrick's accusations without proof. She stands to defend the attendant, declaring he has promised to bring salvation to Haston. Furious Lala accuses Patrick of being the real threat to Haston's safety. A bead of sweat rolls down her face as she stares with desperate intensity. The attendant steps in to de-escalate, questioning Patrick's claims since Dullahans are so rare. Patrick's mood flips completely as he cheerfully agrees, noting how weird the high-level undead felt. In a flashback, he explains that the Dullahan was an unusually silent and oddly moving elder variant, which prompted him to investigate its soul. He presents a piece of armor, revealing a mind control magic circle etched on the inside. Patrick identifies the Dullahan as Mesham, a knight from a raid force 30 years ago. He continues, explaining that Masham was a strong knight who mysteriously disappeared after that raid. His sword now at the attendant's throat, Patrick demands a personal answer from him. He asks the undead underling to reveal the location of the brutal undead, Aravos. The attendant's hood slips, revealing a sinister smirk and glowing red eyes. He repeats the name Aravos with a chilling calm as Patrick waits. Lala panics, wondering why the name of a great evil dungeon boss has come up. The attendant bursts into maniacal laughter, leaving Lala utterly bewildered. She yells at him, desperately reminding him of his promise to save her and the territory. With a horrifying grin, he assures her he will keep his promise, plunging her into terror. The attendant casually remarks that the plan might have to change, much to Patrick's confusion. In a flash, Patrick slices the attendant in two as a gnarled hand bursts from his chest. Lala collapses in shock, whimpering that he was an undead as his body falls. The attendant's remains dissolve into shadow as he introduces himself as Uhumel. Uhumel declares he will turn the entire territory into a land of the dead, calling it salvation. He reveals his true, skeletal lich form, announcing this is all part of Aravos' plan. Patrick expresses his surprise, noting he thought the undead were a race that fought with numbers. Uhumel, now fully transformed, stands radiating a powerful, dark red aura. He admits he was interested in Patrick from the start, and congratulates him for killing Mashem. Uhumel's curiosity grows as he asks why a fellow undead like Patrick isn't serving Lord Aravos. Patrick is visibly startled by the direct question. Lala, trembling, realizes Patrick is also an undead and resigns herself to being caught. Ting! Patrick sighs in frustration, saying he didn't want to kill her because they needed her cooperation. Annoyed, Patrick's glowing eyes narrow as he declares his mood has suddenly turned sour. Patrick lunges forward with incredible speed, his hand crackling with white energy. He grabs Umiel's skeletal hand and swiftly severs it at the wrist. Uhumel scoffs that threats don't work on him, but Patrick counters that he still has much to lose. Patrick reveals his trump card, explaining that the companion who came with him is far stronger. Holding a sword to Lala's throat, Uhumel finds this interesting, assuming it will affect the humans. Patrick clarifies they aren't on the human side, and tells Lala to explain everything now. He turns his attention back to the Lich, demanding Uhumel also reveal Aravos' plans. Uhumel's jaw of sharp teeth parts as he agrees to give Patrick an answer. Uhumel begins his explanation, asking Patrick if he knows how an elder undead is created. He reveals it requires either a rare supernatural event or an immense amount of hatred. He confirms their goal is to create elders by using humans with strong bodies but weak souls. As Lala trembles in fear, Uhumel explains that isolation starves and weakens their target's resolve. He adds that creating a religion served the same purpose, showing an ornate golden staff. Patrick understands, realizing the mountain of corpses in the jail was to create even more elders. Uhumel declares their ultimate goal is to destroy the Empire, to which Patrick dryly replies, "Wow, that's not nice." Patrick visualizes the horrifying outcome, the Empire destroyed, and all its people turned into undead. He wonders who Aravos would target next after obtaining such power, picturing a crowned figure. Whoosh! Uhumel unleashes a torrent of dark red energy with a wicked grin. Realization always comes late, he says, trapping Patrick in a high-class magic spell, the Sprawling Dark Curse. Lala is caught in the blast of dark energy, crying out in shock. As shadowy hands bind Patrick, Uhumel mocks him for needing to speak his spells, boasting he can cast magic even without arms. Amal scoffs, asking if Patrick really thought he would tell him the truth. He declares that no being can possibly stand against Lord Aravos. Uhumel gloats that the only one who could, the ancient monster, is in slumber, leaving Aravos' plans unstoppable. Dark energy surges from Uhumel as he prepares to finish his spell. Unfazed, Patrick calmly asks if that's so, then poses a question of his own. Uhumel is stunned, realizing Patrick is breaking through the magical bindings with sheer physical strength. Patrick begins to summarize everything he has heard from the Lich. He continues speaking as the dark energy constricting him begins to shatter. With glowing blue eyes, Patrick recalls the mention of the ancient monster and Aravos. He asks if the appearance of the ancient monster would ruin both their plans. Flustered, Uhumel yells that he's speaking nonsense as the curse begins to fail. Crash! The ceiling suddenly collapses, crushing Uhumel beneath a pile of rubble. His helmet now off, a skeletal Patrick looks up at the hole and remarks, "Really?" A man in a dark suit sits casually on the rubble, commenting that it was perfect timing. Lala coughs in the dust, staring in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. The man complains about the brittle building as Lala notices a woman with purple hair pinned under the wreckage. The man, Devde, comments on her great timing, while his armored subordinate looks on in confusion. Devde dismisses his subordinate and asks Patrick what he learned, who confirms he learned everything. A red blade of energy flies past Devde as he smirks. The woman with purple hair bursts from the rubble and attacks Patrick, who wonders what is happening. She unleashes a massive wave of purple energy, obliterating Patrick and what remains of Uhumel. From within the blast, Uhumel stares in shock at the incredible power, wondering what it could be. A voice asks if the power was much stronger than he thought. Devourer watches in surprise, wondering how the ancient monster is present without any prior contact. Uhumel realizes he can no longer sense the energy from the crystal upstairs. The woman appears before him, and he identifies her as a demon king, resolving to stall for Lord Aravos. The demon king turns to Devda's group, asking the ancient monster why he has come here. Cough. Uhumel recalls hearing that the ancient monster was hiding in Riaze before he's blasted by a powerful force. The force sends him crashing violently through the mansion's wall. He lies broken in the rubble outside, coughing. With his last breath, he warns them that they are already too late. The Demon King simply states he talks too much as she gathers immense purple energy. Devourer watches with interest, noting that Uhumel is laughing and remarkably persistent for an undead. Uhumel's body dissolves into a pillar of energy as he calls for his followers to worship their descended lord. The subordinate skeleton calls out to his boss, and Devourer confirms he sees the event unfolding. The Demon King sighs, unimpressed, remarking that Aravos is putting a lot of effort into his entrance. Elsewhere, a group of men on a cobblestone street look up, one asking if the sky seems weird. The concerned man asks his companion for clarification on the troubling news. The scene shifts to a large, fortified estate under the dark of night. A young woman with vibrant red hair runs frantically through a dark corridor. With a determined yet frightened look, she thinks the name Roselina. A man with gray hair named Thoth spots her, asking if she was awake, but Roselina counters, asking where he's been. Roselina nervously lies that she was just out for a walk at Jarbat Plaza to clear her head. She immediately regrets her lie, realizing she named a place no one visits due to pollution. Fearing his anger, she quickly apologizes as Thoth looks on, exasperated. Roselina nervously waits for Thoth's reaction, looking up at him. To her surprise, Thoth isn't angry, and she comically wonders why he's not scolding her. Thoth informs Roselina that the captain has made a decision. They will all be leaving Haston tomorrow night. He explains that their captain doesn't trust the knights, leaving a confused Roselina with many questions. Thoth instructs her to follow him, promising to explain everything on the way. He grimly reveals that Roselina's parents are buried in the depths of a massive hole. Holding a torch, Thoth leads her to the site, reminding her that they won't be able to return for a long time. He tells her the ultimate choice is hers, and she remains silent, contemplating his words. Roselina questions Thoth, wondering why their captain is abandoning Haston when she believes it can still be saved. Thoth refuses to challenge her faith, but pointedly asks if she can wait for salvation while her parents remain in this dark place. Standing before a mountain of rubble, Thoth suggests that her own actions can also bring salvation. Staring into the torchlight, Roselina quietly reflects on the possibility of her actions bringing salvation. Thoth holds his torch aloft, patiently waiting for her to make a decision. With newfound resolve, Roselina agrees with Thoth, their determined gazes meeting. Now holding a torch herself, Roselina's expression is set with grim determination. Suddenly, an unseen hand grabs her torch, as a voice remarks on their late-night presence. Startled, Thoth whips around, demanding to know who the intruder is. Roselina stares warily as the mysterious man asks what they are doing in such a place. The dark-clad man with piercing red eyes recognizes her, speaking her name with an eerie familiarity. Thoth and Roselina are stunned to see the man they know as the priest standing before a pile of corpses. The priest forcefully grabs Roselina's wrist, and she cries out in confusion and pain. As Roselina watches in horror, the torch's flame engulfs the priest's hand, leaving him completely unharmed. Thoth shouts at the priest to let her go, but his warning is ignored. Thoth suddenly recoils, recognizing a foul, unnatural smell emanating from the priest. Roselina pleads with the priest to put out the fire consuming his arm. In a swift and brutal motion, the priest kicks Thoth, sending him flying. The force of the blow sends Thoth hurtling through the air. Thoth crashes to the ground, managing to cushion Roselina's fall with his own body. Enraged, Thoth glares up at their attacker, calling him a bastard. The priest is consumed by dark, fiery energy as his human facade burns away. His true form is revealed, a monstrous undead creature with a ghastly, sharp-toothed grin. Thoth and Roselina stare in utter disbelief and terror, realizing the priest is an undead monster. The undead priest commands them to be silent and witness the descent of his master. A colossal, three-eyed, skeletal being rises from the pile of bodies, looming over a defiant Thoth. The skeletal horror fixes its glowing red eyes on them, while Roselina trembles in fear. Ghoulish hands burst from the ground, clawing and grabbing at the pair. An undead creature snarls at them for standing idle as it drags away another victim. Realizing the danger, Thoth grabs Roselina, knowing their only chance is to flee immediately. He hurls her towards safety, screaming for her to run as a horde of undead swarms him. Huff, huff. Inside a nearby building, someone pants heavily after barricading a large door. Thoth leans against the makeshift barrier, believing it will grant them a brief respite. Exhausted and injured, he collapses to the floor, admitting to Roselina that he can't move anymore. Roselina thanks a silent and exhausted Thoth as she helps him walk. From outside, their silhouettes are visible in a window as they find refuge inside a dark building. Thoth grits his teeth, gripped by the grim thought of whether they can both survive this ordeal. Sensing his dark mood, Roselina worriedly asks his name. Standing alone in the room, Roselina notes the horrible smell, wondering about its source. Thoth, still carrying Roselina, pushes through heavy wooden doors into a new chamber. After setting her down, Roselina asks if they're finally safe, but Thoth gravely tells her no. Thoth warns her to stay focused to survive, leaving a confused Roselina asking what he means. He pulls a crude halberd from the darkness, preparing for a fight. Surrounded by bloodstains, a terrified Roselina asks Thoth what he is doing. Thoth approaches her with a large, gleaming blade as she cries out his name in fear. With a manic expression, Thoth swings the weapon with incredible speed. Kiak! Roselina screams, shielding her face from the impending strike. She looks up in confusion, tears in her eyes, realizing she's unharmed. Thoth reveals he was killing a monstrous insect on her shoulder, saying it had been bothering him. He crushes the creature, advising her to believe in something more plausible, as she asks why he didn't warn her. Crash! A sudden loud noise from the door startles both of them. The barricade has failed, and undead silhouettes press through as Roselina asks what to do. Declaring they must fight, Thoth readies his weapon, while Roselina resolves to find one for herself. Thoth offers a grim, confident smile, ready for the coming battle. Roselina stares, shocked by his sudden shift in demeanor. As the undead pound on the door, Roselina screams Thoth's name in panic. Thoth reveals his plan to himself, using blood to mask Roselina's scent from the undead. Roselina begs him not to leave her, but he coldly rebuffs her, saying she has been a burden long enough. Standing guard at the door, Thoth instructs Roselina to stay absolutely silent, no matter what she hears. He gives her a final, stern warning not to move or make a sound without thinking. Terrified, Roselina covers her own mouth, forcing herself to be quiet. Thoth grips a small axe, remarking that it's better to die together than face this alone. The room behind him is revealed to be full of corpses as he prepares to face the breaking horde. The grotesque, red-eyed faces of the undead horde snarl as they burst through the door. Facing the monsters, Thoth steels himself and says Roselina's name. He lunges into the fray, his weapon leading the charge. On the other side of a set of doors, Roselina struggles with all her might to hold them closed. Overwhelmed and exhausted, she weeps in despair against the door. The scene dissolves into static, signaling a shift in time or perspective. The city is shown under an ominous, blood-red sky. A horrifyingly close view shows a snarling undead monster. The scene cuts to Thoth's broken weapon, lying in a pool of blood next to the crushed insect. Outside, the undead swarm the building, clawing at the windows where Roselina hides. The monstrous undead priest floats menacingly over the teeming hordes in the street. A close-up reveals the priest's terrifying, sharp-toothed grin and glowing red eye. He raises his hand, gathering a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. Unleashing his power, he gives the single command, attack. A group of city guards discusses the eerie red sky, blaming the new lord, who hasn't been seen in weeks. Flames erupt across the city rooftops, burning under the dark red sky. One of the guards brandishes a torch, believing the heavens themselves must be angry. The guards scream as a wave of dark energy and monstrous forms overwhelms them. A tall, shadowy figure appears before the remaining guards, who stare in confusion and fear. A bloodied guard screams that the figure is dangerous as his companions wonder what's wrong with him. A young man with dark hair pushes through the crowd, offering to check the injured guard's wounds. The young man tends to a wounded survivor, who confirms he's a trainee from the Magic Tower's Wing Guild. As green magic is used on the trainee, he mutters about the undead, while the healer notes a lack of bleeding. A survivor with a headband warns of approaching figures, confusing others who believed everyone was accounted for. The trainee screams in terror about the undead as someone grabs him, telling him to calm down. His terrified screams are justified as a massive horde of undead monsters swarms toward them. Whoa! One of the survivors, armed with a rifle, stares in disbelief at the horrifying sight. The survivors are frozen in shock as a single, shambling undead creature appears before them. Suddenly, a knight on a decorated steed charges through, swiftly dispatching the undead monsters. One of the armored knights confidently remarks that the undead are not as formidable as they appear. The knight rallies the survivors, challenging them to choose: stand together and fight, or flee. Inspired, one of the survivors looks at the fallen monsters and declares with resolve that they will fight. The young man and his two companions identify themselves as Magic Tower trainees who offer their help, having survived the disaster. Moved by the display of courage, a hand rises from the crowd as one person pledges to fight. The sentiment spreads like wildfire as more survivors raise their hands, volunteering to join the battle. The knight organizes the new militia, ordering fighters to the front and others to defense, vowing to protect Haston. The shambling feet of the undead horde advance, their numbers overwhelming. Standing at the front line, a defender grimly announces that the horde is upon them. The battle begins with brutal violence as an undead monster lunges and bites a defender. Behind the front line, the mages channel their power as one commands them to ready their magic. Fire. A brilliant blue blast of magic erupts from the mages, tearing through the undead ranks. From a rooftop overlooking the battle, a blonde-haired young man wonders what is going on. The man, their captain, furiously wonders where Thoth and Roselina could have possibly gone at a time like this. His search ends abruptly as he spots a figure huddled on a nearby staircase. Huff huff! He calls out to Roselina, finding her alone and exhausted in a dark corner. Roselina! He yells her name again, and her head snaps up, her expression a mix of exhaustion and resolve. He rushes to her side and grabs her shoulders, demanding to know what happened to her. Roselina explains that Thoth told her to stay put, prompting a confused captain to ask for clarification. Tears streaming down her face, Roselina confesses she fled because she was afraid, blaming herself for Thoth's fate. The captain asks a strange question. Did Thoth resent her when he died, leaving Roselina momentarily stunned? He fiercely tells her Thoth would never do that, reframing the narrative. She's alive thanks to him, not because of her. Clinging to him, Roselina insists those weren't normal undead, and that they desperately need help. Confused by her sudden urgency, the captain asks her what she is talking about. Roselina looks past him with grim determination, stating they need the help of the Sir Knight. She tells the captain that the people they need are most likely inside the Lord's castle. The captain produces a glowing potion, telling Roselina to drink it so she'll have the strength for the journey. A new, muscular man appears, identifying himself as the captain and stating the inner castle will be safer. The original captain reappears, vowing he can't abandon his comrades or endanger Roselina after Thoth's sacrifice. He gives Roselina a mission: go get the knights while he and the others hold the line. Elsewhere, a skeletal figure tells a horned woman that she should see the mess the humans made, remarking on their struggle. The skeletal boss dismisses the idea, but his companion chides him for giving up on anything slightly troublesome. An armored skeleton observes that the humans have the advantage for now, as a small creature asks how long it will last. The boss coldly predicts it won't be long, explaining that the humans will inevitably tire and be overrun by the horde. He also reveals that, according to someone named Uhumel, a powerful elder is leading the undead forces. His subordinate suggests they should repay Aravos for this opportunity, and the boss considers the idea. The horned woman warns him against intervening, but the armored skeleton cheekily reminds her she told him to work. The scene cuts to a terrified blonde woman sitting alone amidst the ruins. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes appears before her, demanding to know her name. She nervously introduces herself as Lala Sinavier Atark, which he casually shortens to Lala, claiming to have memorized it. Crouching down to her level, the shadowy figure introduces himself with a single name, Devourer. Lala clutches her throat in terror, her face a mask of pure fear before the ominous being. Gripping her chin, Devourer menacingly asks Lala if she wants to live. As Lala stares defiantly, Devourer repeats his question with a predatory grin. The armored skeleton questions his boss, insisting they are supposed to kill her. Devourer explains he changed his mind, prompting his subordinate to ask what he's thinking since Haston is lost. Addressing the skeleton as Patrick, Devourer reminds him that the undead are the reason they're giving up on Haston. He proposes a new plan. What if the undead were gone and the Lord of Haston worked for them? Patrick considers this, admitting that making use of the Lord instead of killing her might be a good idea. The horned woman worries humans have loose lips, but Devourer counters that not all are like that. Devourer declares his belief that this particular human, Lala, has a reason to stay alive. He notes that despite her fear, she didn't avoid his true form, which makes her useful. Patrick remarks that her bravery is amazing for a normal human and wonders if she possesses a special quality. Devourer reflects on past heroes, noting they all had a special quality that couldn't be earned through effort alone. He argues that a human like Lala wouldn't seek death, but Patrick questions if that's his only reason. Devourer adds his gut feelings to the equation, earning praise from the horned woman and an annoyed plea from Patrick for more tangible reasons. Sighing, Patrick reluctantly agrees to follow his boss's adamant decision. He warns Devourer that he'll be responsible for the aftermath if things go wrong, to which Devourer nonchalantly agrees to think about it. Devourer offers Lala a choice. Simply ask for their help. She nervously asks what will happen after. He explains the undead will be eliminated, and Patrick will help restore Haston, leaving Patrick utterly shocked. Patrick frantically asks if his boss is trying to sell him off, but Devourer just sweats nervously. Lala asks what she must do in return, and Devourer suggests something simple. He reveals the price. She must offer her everything to him, leaving her stunned and speechless. His two companions stand with him as Devourer clarifies. She must offer her everything to them. Lala realizes she will die if she refuses, either by their hands or the undead. She wonders if things would be different if her brother were alive as she begins to make her choice. Growing impatient, Patrick suggests they just get rid of her and looks for his sword. A sudden clatter of footsteps echoes from the hallway. Alerted by the sound, Devourer wonders who is approaching. The horned woman offers to use magic to block the entrance, but Devourer tells her to simply open it. Roselina rushes in, relieved, and begs the Sir Knight for help. Gasping for breath, she reports that the village is overrun and everyone is struggling to fight back. She tearfully explains that Thoth is dead and the captain is waiting as she pleads for their help. Devourer feigns shock at seeing a skeleton, but Patrick calmly states that the situation is now in Devourer's hands. Seeing Lala, Roselina asks in confusion why another human is there. Lala looks at the desperate newcomer and solemnly asks if the people of Haston are dying. Addressing the horned woman as Melj, Devourer asks for a favor, and she readily agrees, preparing a spell. Keek! Melj summons a strange winged eyeball monster, surprising Devourer. She sends the creature on its way with a direct order. The demonic eyeball flies over the ruined city, providing an aerial view of the chaos. Melj creates a magical screen, allowing Roselina and Lala to see the battle outside. They watch in horror as the undead horde mercilessly slaughters the remaining survivors. Lala cries out in despair as she witnesses the massacre of her people. Patrick grimly notes the presence of ghouls, and Devourer observes the defenders won't last much longer. Roselina lets out a soul-shattering scream, overwhelmed by the horrific sight. The vision of carnage continues as more people are devoured by the undead horde, begging for it to stop. Broken and weeping, Roselina screams for someone to just kill her. She turns on Devourer and Patrick, demanding to know why they stand by when they have the power to help. Her eyes burn with a desperate, accusatory fire. Roselina then directs her anger at a stunned Lala, asking what she was doing while her people were dying. Crying tears of rage and grief, she screams at Lala, demanding an answer. Holding on to Devourer, Lala makes a desperate final plea. Please save us. She screams for him to save everyone who is still alive in Haston. With a simple, fine, Devourer agrees, and he, Patrick, and Melj begin to walk forward. Melj glances back at the weeping Lala, asking why they wouldn't help since it's an easy task. The trio stands united, wreathed in dark power, and ready to intervene. Back on the battlefield, A survivor is brutally kicked to the ground. Muscular defender lies bleeding, cursing his underestimation of the weak monsters. He watches the undead horde swarm over his fallen comrades, lamenting how easily they were defeated. An undead lunges for him as he grimly accepts that this is the end. Splat! The undead's head is suddenly crushed from above. Melj lands directly on the monster, complaining about how nasty the impact was. Standing amidst the dead, she grouses that she should have aimed for a roof instead. The undead horde lets out a terrifying roar and charges toward her. Her eye narrows in annoyance as she mutters that they are too loud. A brilliant explosion of pink butterfly-shaped magic erupts, incinerating the surrounding buildings. Melj stands confidently at the center of the magical devastation. With a satisfied humph, she strikes a triumphant pose. The muscular defender looks up in utter awe, wondering if he's seeing an angel. Melj glares down at him with contempt, snapping at the worthless human for his nonsensical comment. Wham! She delivers a swift punch, flooring the bewildered man. Tossing him aside, she orders him to get lost if he values his life. The defender recoils in terror as Melj angrily berates him for daring to compare her to an angel. She sighs in disgust, annoyed that she had to stoop to helping humans. An imposing new undead figure emerges from a vortex of dark magic, identifying Melj as a powerful demon, possibly a demon king or dragon. The undead commander demands to know why a demon would side with humans. Melj smirks, stating she does as she pleases, and an undead has no right to question a king. The commander vows to rip the truth from her flesh, calling her an overconfident fool. He offers her the chance to abandon her humanity and become a powerful undead, leaving her momentarily confused. Melj dismisses him as the most talkative and annoying undead she's ever encountered. The commander laughs, revealing he serves the leader of the undead. As he begins to channel his power, he unleashes an attack, calling upon the darkness of the 10 evils. The undead leader introduces himself as Simon Magus, refusing to lose to a demon king, as he summons a storm of dark energy. 2 hulking, skeletal spider monsters emerge from the shadows. Melj stands casually between them, feigning ignorance of his power display. With a confident look, she informs Simon Magus that she isn't his opponent. Suddenly, massive, glowing yellow eyes open in the darkness behind a startled Simon Magus. The elder from the rooftop clenches his fist, having finally found his target. Devourer appears in a flash directly behind the unsuspecting Simon Magus. He lands a devastating punch to Simon Magus's head, who can only grunt from the impact. The force of the blow sends Simon Magus rocketing through the ruins. Devourer stands alone amidst the wreckage, a satisfied look on his face. He clenches his fist with a sinister grin, remarking that the punch felt pretty good. Watching from afar, Melj correctly guesses that the fallen enemy is the gatekeeper of the undead army, likely from the 7 Great Dungeons. Melj yells that a single punch won't kill him, as her monstrous companions remark that Devourer was holding back. She asks Devourer if he knows the gatekeeper, sensing he holds a grudge. Devourer admits the gatekeeper tried probing him with mana earlier, which annoyed him enough to want to hit him more. Deciding it's time to leave, Devourer asks Melj if she thinks Aravos is still in the village. Melj points out a crimson barrier trapping them inside, which Devourer comically admits he mistook for the sky. Concluding that she can't break the barrier, Melj defers to Devourer, who confidently states he'll handle it himself. Devourer delegates the cleanup, asking Melj and her spider-like minions to take care of the remaining undead. Melj advises Devourer to minimize human losses to keep the village functional, and he confidently agrees to handle it. Praising him as her awesome demon king, Melj volunteers to clean up the remaining undead before his eventual fight with Aravos. The remaining undead monsters snarl with feral hunger. Patrick arrives on the scene and asks how long Devourer will take, who estimates around 15 to 20 minutes. Melj enthusiastically declares she can hold out for 20 minutes, and Devourer praises her reliability. After Melj wishes him a safe trip, Devourer departs in a flash of pink light. Standing over the fallen Simon Magus, Devourer decides it's time to finish things. He looms over the defeated commander, asking if he's an ancient monster. Simon Magus concedes the description is partially right, and demands to know Devourer's identity. Devourer absurdly claims to be Patrick's slave, complete with a fantasy of being on a leash, leaving Simon Magus utterly baffled. Scoffing at the notion of being an ancient monster, Simon Magus declares he didn't wait unprepared, and activates a powerful magic circle. As dark energy surges around him, Simon Magus announces he is one of Lord Aravos' pillars and has never failed him. A massive explosion of destructive purple energy erupts from the circle. Panting from the exertion, Simon Magus resolves to use this chance to get to Lord Aravos. Purple lightning crackles around Devourer's feet as he glares at the fleeing commander. His eyes glowing with power, Devourer grits his teeth, annoyed that his opponent keeps getting on his nerves. Simon Magus glances back, his face a mask of furious disbelief. A colossal, shadowy beast with glowing eyes materializes, prompting a horrified Simon Magus to identify the great evil dungeon's devourer. Realizing the immense danger, Simon Magus knows he must warn Lord Aravos and makes a desperate dash to escape. As he flees for his life, Devourer's monstrous maw opens wide to swallow him whole. The gigantic shadow of Devourer's true form completely engulfs the village below. His glowing eyes narrow as he lets out a dismissive HMPH. Using a magical shield, Simon Magus narrowly escapes, prompting Devourer to mentally note the punk's impressive speed. The undead commander vanishes into a crackling rift of purple energy, successfully escaping. Tisk. Back in his human form, Devourer is annoyed that he couldn't devour his target in a single bite. Annoyed that he'll have to hunt him down, Devourer resolves not to let his foe escape. He recalls his earlier conversation with Melj, remembering her promise to hold out for around 20 minutes. He looks toward the distant explosions, expressing his worry for Melj's safety. Clenching his fist, Devourer realizes he can't afford to waste any more time. He speculates that the bastard probably ran to find his mommy, guessing Aravos is somewhere outside the town. He reasons that Simon Magus must have run toward the walls, then dismisses the thought. An undead minion reacts with a sudden jolt of shock. Devourer's silhouette stands before a blinding, explosive sphere of purple light. As the dust settles from his attack, he determines that the village won't be too badly damaged. As he walks away, he faintly hears someone yelling, "Boss," and dismisses it as his imagination. Ugh. He then stumbles over a corpse, leading to a sudden, comical realization. He looks down at the body he just killed, pondering whether something he killed that was once alive can be called a corpse. Ugh, so nasty. He lifts the corpse by its hair, blaming it for ruining the village. He drops the body, telling it not to blame others and that it can explain the situation to Patrick itself. Devourer turns his attention to the pulsating crimson barrier surrounding the village. Reaching out to touch it, he acknowledges its impressive strength but wonders just how tough it really is. Oh. As his hand makes contact, a surge of powerful energy erupts from the barrier. The barrier's defensive magic violently repels his touch, scorching his hand in a flash of light. He pulls back his bloodied and steaming arm, admitting with a grin that the barrier is stronger than he thought. He concludes he can break through with some effort, but only if his magical tool, the Demura, can hold out. He sweats, worrying that if the Demura breaks and his polymorph fails, he'll surely be scolded by Patrick. Haha. He laughs and pats the corpse's head, telling it that it will be its fault if things don't work out. Surveying the area, he is pleased to find that there are no humans around to witness what he's about to do. His eyes ignite with raw, crimson power as he begins to unleash his true form. A colossal, shadowy beast unfurls, its immense demonic form silhouetted against the blood-red barrier. Crash! Devourer's colossal form smashes directly into the crimson barrier. The powerful impact sends massive cracks spiderwebbing across the magical shield. With a final shudder, the crimson barrier completely shatters into nothingness. Now outside the village, Devourer unimpressedly observes a massive horde of monsters gathering before him. The grotesque undead minions let out a collective, horrifying groan. Surrounded by grasping hands, Devourer stares down the horde as a monstrous roar echoes. He unleashes a brilliant explosion of blue energy, instantly vaporizing the surrounding undead. Standing amidst the disintegrating monsters, he tells them it's time to greet their guests. A sharp, crystalline blade of pure energy forms in the air. Facing a new group of elite monsters, Devourer scolds them for not acting this way from the start. In the dark woods, a pair of glowing blue eyes watches from the shadows. Devourer confronts a massive skeletal king, stating they have much to talk about, and calling him Aravos. Aravos, the ancient monster, sits upon his throne, flanked by legions of undead. One of his followers asks, if it's right for other races to be suppressed by humans. Aravos angrily declares that humans are prideful, selfish, and greedy invaders. He delivers his final judgment. Humans need to disappear. He tells Devourer that he possesses the power to easily wipe out the entire empire. In a flashback, a monstrous shadow beast rampages through a burning village. The memory continues, recalling the news that the Black Disaster had struck Riaze. Aravos claims that if Devourer had only expressed his desire to destroy humanity, all demons would have rallied to his cause. Visibly annoyed, Devourer tells Aravos to stop talking so much and get to the point. Aravos angrily retorts that if Devourer hadn't been so hands-off, countless demons wouldn't have had to die. He insists that together, they could have easily wiped out the lowly humans. With a wry expression, Devourer mockingly asks if Aravos is trying to blame him for everything. Aravos confirms Devourer is the root cause, but Devourer immediately cuts him off with a flat denial. Aravos expresses his deep disappointment with Devourer's indifferent attitude. Devourer looks up with mild curiosity, as a massive, intricate magic circle materializes in the sky. From the glowing circle, Aravos begins the creation of a new minion. A grotesque beast, the rotting tapir, is summoned forth, crackling with dark energy. As Aravos gives a command, Devourer casually adjusts a ring on his finger before the new monster's attack. The rotting tapir charges forward, smashing through the landscape with immense force. Back in the village, Melj sighs at the overwhelming number of undead she still faces. With a shout, she prepares to unleash another powerful butterfly-themed spell. A devastating wave of pink magical energy incinerates another section of the undead army. Melj notes that the barrier was god-class magic, praising Devourer's immense power. In a quick flashback, Devourer pats a shocked Melj's head, saying he's off for a quick chat with Aravos. Panting, Melj stands amidst the smoldering remains of the undead horde. The muscular defender approaches her, asking about the safety of the others. Melj callously points to the pink flames, asking if he means the other humans currently burning to death. He clarifies that he's looking for a person in giant armor and another dressed like a wanderer, and she finally understands. A knight in dark armor is relieved, thinking that, since she knows his comrades, she must be an ally, and that Roselina made it. The muscular defender collapses, grateful that Thoth's sacrifice wasn't in vain, and that Haston will now be saved. Clutching his bleeding side, he informs Melj that he will soon turn into an undead. Melj calmly acknowledges his fate as he weakly asks if he can request a favor. The defender lets out a weary sigh of resignation. He gives up, deciding it doesn't matter anymore as he gazes up at Melj's silhouette. Planting his massive blade in the ground, he prepares to meet his end. Hovering above the village, Melj senses an ominous aura from a distant explosion. A colossal shockwave rips through the distant forest. From the dust and debris, a gargantuan skeletal beast rises. A skeletal creature is obliterated by a shadowy foe's powerful blue-tinged attack. Aravos looks on, grimly acknowledging the power he's witnessing is just as he expected. A voice notes that the strength displayed by Devourer's massive shadowy dragon form is befitting of an ancient monster. A skeletal beast stumbles as a dark, tentacled creature with glowing yellow eyes emerges from the shadows. As a skeletal monster lunges forward, someone speculates that it's an undead creature with an ancient slime as its core. Devourer, in his beast form, is surprised as skeletal hands erupt from the ground below. A system notification announces the activation of god-class magic, Fangs of Evil, as immense crystalline shards form in the sky. Aravos declares this to be the strongest god-class magic, confident that not even an ancient monster could withstand it. The massive fang-like shards of blue energy rain down from the sky. Devourer's shadowy beast form is commanded to be in awe as the divine magic descends. A horde of undead creatures stares upward in stunned silence. A massive purple skeletal beast screams as it is impaled by dark, shadowy spikes. Standing triumphantly over the defeated monster's carcass, Aravos exclaims, "Finally!" From a hidden vantage point, a cloaked figure, with burning pink energy, vows to kill the ancient monster. Another voice orders its undead knights to fill the land with their kind. Roaring with power, Aravos proclaims his goal, to become a transcendent being who truly rules over the dead. He summons sharp, dark crystals, mockingly addressing the ancient monster. Aravos tells Devourer he should feel blessed to finally die after thousands of years of aimless wandering. The summoned crystals violently pierce the purple slime core monster. Devourer's glowing yellow eyes pierce through the darkness and destruction. A brilliant explosion of blue energy erupts from the battlefield. The blast shatters the dark crystalline magic into countless fragments. Emerging from the smoke, Aravos stands completely unscathed. Clutching his side, Devourer complains the attack hurt too much to let Aravos kill him, prompting a shocked Aravos to question his choice of words. A powerful shockwave of energy rips through the dense forest. Aravos lands on a rocky cliff, looking back in utter disbelief. He stares at his own hand, seemingly confirming he is unharmed by the recent blast. Devourer asks if that was Aravos' strongest magic, questioning if he has anything more powerful left to use. Aravos clenches his fist, realizing with dawning horror that Devourer intentionally took the hit just to gauge its power. Overwhelmed, Aravos concludes that he stands no chance and must retreat immediately. Devourer muses that Aravos was too hasty and now needs to create space for an escape. Massive claws slam into the ground as Devourer calls out to a fleeing Aravos. As Aravos stands his ground, Devourer warns him not to get any strange ideas. Devourer's towering shadowy form looms over Riaze, challenging him to use a stronger attack. With a menacing grin, Devourer asks if he can assume Aravos has nothing left in his arsenal. In response, Aravos begins to conjure more crackling blue energy. A chaotic blast of dark and blue power is unleashed. Unimpressed, Devourer lets out a weary sigh. As his beast form is struck by twin beams of light, he wonders why all his enemies act like they're reading from the same script. A powerful wave of blue energy sweeps through the undead hordes, decimating them. Aravos finds himself ensnared by shadowy tendrils, laced with blue flames. Suddenly bound in glowing blue chains, Devourer's beast form looks around in confusion. An undead creature pinned to the ground screams in agony, hating this particular type of binding spell. Devourer's chained form is confronted by a massive, horned red beast, and he questions if it's another durable god-class creation. Crying out that the monster is disgusting, Devourer is slammed with tremendous force. Back in his human form, Devourer stands before a towering, viscous red slime wall, remarking on its impressive size. His golden eye glows with power as he decides it's finally time to get a little serious. The slime creature looks down in alarm as a massive explosion of blue energy erupts from Devourer's position. The brilliant blue blast completely engulfs the colossal slime monster. Devourer's shadowy form with immense glowing claws looms menacingly over Aravos' throne. Aravos' eyes glow with blue light as he silently absorbs an unseen power. Devourer's shadowy beast form consumes the remnants of his foes, guessing at the outcome. Surrounded by the fallen, Devourer's human form emerges from his shadowy beast. Aravos stares ahead, his expression grim amidst floating blue embers. Devourer stands confidently, as dark tendrils swirl around him, his eye burning with red light. He wonders if it's finally time to replace one of the 7 great evil dungeons. Elsewhere, a shocked red-haired individual watches with Batory, wondering what their boss is thinking. The Skeletal Knight has a lengthy internal monologue, worrying about his boss's reckless excitement, lamenting he can't discipline him, and dreading the inevitable cleanup before comically remembering he's a skeleton too. Batory and the red-haired individual are blown back by a sudden, powerful shockwave. Peeking through the wreckage, Batory asks what's happening outside, while the red-haired person simply sighs. Batory hopefully asks the armored Skeletal Knight if his words mean Hasten will be saved. The Skeletal Knight gives a vague reassurance, telling her not to worry and to speak less formally. Looking over the town cleansed by pink flames, he reports no undead remain, crediting Demon King Melj. A woman with purple hair and horns collapses from exhaustion, just as the Skeletal Knight notes her timely arrival. Lying defeated on the ground, the woman, Lady Melj, says she's drained of mana as the Skeletal Knight thanks her for her crucial help. Melj asks if Devourer is doing the most work, but the Skeletal Knight insists she's done a better job. As Melj asks if their boss is finished, the Skeletal Knight explains that the fight is still ongoing. They watch a distant purple explosion as the Skeletal Knight marvels at the power but dreads its aftermath. The Skeletal Knight continues his thought, complaining that his boss always creates more work when trying to solve problems. The red-haired man trembles in shock, sighing as he realizes a lot of work awaits him. The Skeletal Knight grumbles that his boss is needlessly dragging out the fight with no regard for his cleanup duty. The Skeletal Knight gets the attention of the red-haired man, calling him Roselina. Roselina, the red-haired man, turns and answers the summons hesitantly. The Skeletal Knight looms over Roselina, pointing a massive sword at him. With a glint in his eye, the Skeletal Knight announces his intention to clean things up first. The Skeletal Knight maintains his threatening posture over the seated Roselina. The Skeletal Knight's glowing blue eye shines as he reiterates his decision to start cleaning. With his sword ready, the Skeletal Knight states that only the lord of this place should be left alive. As he grabs Roselina, Batory rushes forward, begging Sir Patrick to stop and declaring Roselina is her subject. The now named Patrick stands silently before Batory and Roselina, bathed in a bright light. With a sudden comical shift in demeanor, Patrick declares he was just joking, saying there's no reason to kill her. Patrick internally observes that Roselina is helpless now that the back alley thugs are gone. Staring at Roselina's vacant expression, Patrick concludes there's no point dealing with him in his current state. Patrick muses that killing Roselina might negatively affect the Lord, which would be a loss for them. He lets out a weary sigh, confirming that sparing Roselina is the more practical choice. Patrick declares everything is taken care of, then notices Lady Melj is still on the ground and calls to her. Patrick requests to speak with the Lord alone, prompting a look of realization from Melj. With a flash of pink magic, Melj puts the startled Roselina to sleep, shouting, "Go to sleep!" Holding the unconscious Roselina, Patrick announces it's time for them to begin. Patrick kneels before Batory, reminding her that they saved Haston, and now she must fulfill her promise. With a menacing look, he warns her not to leak any information, confident she already knows the consequences. As Batory listens in terror, Patrick begins to tell a story of a heroic lord who endured insults to protect her territory. The tale, shown on an illustrated card, describes how the Lord resolved to defend her people from an impending undead invasion. The story continues, explaining she had to ask for help, but her people insulted her as they died awaiting reinforcements. The Lord held strong through her sorrow until Imperial reinforcements finally arrived to save the day. The story concludes with a drawing of the triumphant Lord protecting her people, calling it an amazing tale. As Patrick finishes, Batory is overcome with emotion, clasping her hands as if in prayer. Patrick tells her she is a sacrificial hero, not a coward, but she tearfully asks if he wants her to lie to her subjects. Over a view of the ruined town, Patrick pointedly asks Batory if she doesn't wish to live. With a glowing blue eye, Patrick orders the castle's supplies to be distributed to the surviving subjects, assuring them aid will come. Batory questions his certainty, but Patrick states he'll make the aid come by turning her into a hero, leaving her speechless under the moon. Patrick's chibi skull form suggests they teleport to the boss, but a chibi Melj apologetically states she's completely out of mana. Batory suddenly grabs Patrick's arm, demanding to know why he is going to such lengths to save Haston. She scoffs internally, thinking dungeon monsters couldn't possibly care about human lives, prompting an audible PFFT from Patrick. Looming over her with glowing blue eyes, Patrick reminds her she wanted to live and warns her to know her place and not pry any further. Back on the battlefield, Devourer stands over the wreckage, remarking it was about time to replace one of the 7 great evil dungeons. Looking at his defeated foe, Devourer sighs, saying he feels sorry for him. Towering over the fallen Aravos, Devourer muses that all this could have been avoided if his enemy had just stayed quiet. The chibi Devourer complains that he's been backstabbed so many times his back is starting to itch. The chibi version of Devourer casually dismisses the betrayal, stating that he doesn't really care about it. His mood shifting to anger, Devourer demands to know why Aravos specifically chose to attack Haston. The spectral Aravos retorts that if Devourer hadn't attacked his domain, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Aravos explains Haston's strategic value for invading the Empire, but Devourer cuts him off, clarifying that wasn't his question. With a look of dawning fury, Devourer realizes Aravos attacked the area precisely because he knew it was his territory. Aravos taunts him, asking what he thinks the reason is as his form begins to crackle with energy. An immense, shadowy entity erupts from Aravos' being, filling the area with menacing red and purple power. Devourer's golden eyes flare with power as he faces the monstrous transformation. Aravos is suddenly and violently pierced by countless dark, shadowy spikes. Devourer watches the result of his attack with a sinister chuckle. Aravos' shadowy form lets out a booming, maniacal laugh, undeterred by the assault. The spectral being is engulfed in crackling blue energy, its form beginning to disintegrate. From Devourer's position, a colossal blue energy blast explodes outward. The last vestiges of Aravos' form are completely obliterated by the powerful wave of light. Standing over his opponent's shattered remains, Devourer wonders why he didn't use transfer magic to escape. He grabs the defeated enemy's head, dismissing the thought as irrelevant since he was going to die anyway. Finding the spot suddenly empty, Devourer stands alone in the desolate landscape, utterly bewildered. As Patrick and Melj charge toward him, shouting, "Boss!" Devourer's triumphant expression dissolves into pure, comical terror. Patrick's eyes glow intensely as he orders Devourer to stop, giddily declaring how much he missed him. Devourer stands frozen, a look of absolute resignation on his face as his subordinate approaches. A promotional image displays a collection of 10 character cards, showcasing various figures from the story. The scene shifts to a flashback of a stone town being drenched by a heavy downpour. The rain continues to fall on the desolate medieval streets. Water rushes through a rocky path as the downpour continues. A man with a short blonde beard screams as he falls into a puddle. His body vanishes beneath the surface with a great splash. A young red-haired man lies defeated in a dark alley as rain pours down. Huddled against the cold stone, he whispers that there's nothing left. Clutching himself in despair, he questions what kind of help this was, realizing he's the only one left alive. He sits alone and abandoned in the middle of a rain-swept courtyard. The red-haired man clenches his fists, muttering that he hates it. He repeats his sentiment with more conviction, declaring he hates everyone. Curled into a ball in the pouring rain, he desperately asks whose fault this is. His eyes burn with red rage as he inwardly screams, demanding to know who killed everyone. A cheerful white-haired girl in a maid outfit throws her hands up, joyfully welcoming back Mr. Devourer. Devourer, looking utterly drained, confirms his return while flanked by a silent Patrick and an annoyed Melj. The maid, Renee, happily skips toward Devourer, proudly announcing that she waited quietly for him. A chibi Melj and Skull Patrick watch in alarm as a massive foot stomps down near them. With a crack, Renee zooms past them with a duster, boasting that she cleaned everything while waiting. Devourer gently pats Renee's head in acknowledgement, prompting a happy blush that reveals her mismatched green and gold eyes. Devourer pats a maid's head, telling her she did well as she giggles happily. The group rests in a room, where an exhausted Devourer collapses onto a table, complaining he feels like dying. The maid approaches him with a heart emote, sweetly asking if he's really tired. She enthusiastically asks if he wants dinner or a bath first, prompting Devourer to cheekily think he'll drink the bathwater. A skeletal knight glares at a red-haired woman, demanding to know what she's been teaching the maid. The woman, Batori, nervously wonders if everything went well, but Devourer coldly tells her to leave. The skeletal knight reports that aside from 3,000 human casualties and the boss blowing up the town, things went well. Batori demands to know what Devourer did, but he casually claims he just cleaned up the undead. She presses him for specifics on what he cleaned up perfectly, and he insists his work was flawless. Tossing Aravos' severed head onto the table, Devourer announces he's going to sleep. Batori stares in shock at the head of Aravos, while the maid approaches with a wash basin. Holding the horned skull, she is left utterly speechless. Devourer chugs the entire wash basin of water as the maid and skeletal knight look on. Batori realizes with a jolt of fury that Devourer only brought back Aravos' empty shell. With a comically swollen belly, Devourer looks on in confusion, alongside the maid and the skeletal knight. Devourer collapses, his body deflating, as the skeletal knight criticizes his boss for a sloppy job. The skeletal knight wonders what they accomplished, lamenting that both the Lord and Aravos are still alive. Devourer recalls Batri saying Aravos lost most of his life force but seems unconvinced. The skeletal knight warns that conflict still exists between the great evil dungeons and that Devourer needs to be more careful. Devourer dismisses the warning, confident Aravos is out of commission, and tells his subordinate to stop slacking. The skeletal knight reminds him that while he can't handle Haston's aftermath, recruiting new monsters is Devourer's responsibility. He pointedly asks if Devourer is even listening. He gets his answer as Devourer is already fast asleep, drooling with a snot bubble. The skeletal knight's eyes glow with intense frustration as he lets out a silent curse. The scene shifts to a grim, desolate landscape where a lone figure stands beneath a tree of the hanged. A person with pink hair and a mask addresses a hopeless crowd, who question the point of eating when their families are dead. One man expresses his desire to die, while another resigns himself to eating one last time. The masked figure approaches the despairing men, offering them food and asking if they are giving up. The figure delivers a passionate speech, questioning why the innocent must suffer and urging them to identify the true villain. Questioning who is responsible for the slaughter, the figure declares that their situation is profoundly unfair. They rally the survivors, telling them not to direct their hatred at the wrong target. The figure insists there is no point in a meaningless death. Instead of dying in despair, they propose taking revenge on the one responsible for their suffering. Their eyes now glowing with vengeful red light, the crowd asks what they must do. The pink-haired leader gives them their mission. They must kill all the undead. In a grand hall, 2 royal guards stand at attention. A king, identified as A.R. Edelbraes Gar Livestein, sits solemnly on his throne. A commander bows deeply before him, acknowledging his majesty. From his throne, Archides the commander for zoning out during his long speech, but he respectfully denies it. A.R. gravely reminds him that the lives of the entire raid force now rest on his shoulders. As A.R. expresses his high expectations, the commander vows to meet them. The commander departs as a flying creature soars over the Imperial capital. A closer view reveals 2 white winged beasts pulling an ornate carriage through the sky. Inside, a person with pink hair confirms with the commander that he's received full authority for the raid and asks about a warrant for Paymore. The commander muses that Paymore, a former noble, likely has allies, but decides the arrest warrant is a sufficient first step. The commander and his companion are reflected in the carriage window as they travel. A month has passed since the Black Disaster struck the city of Riaze. The event caused chaos among the Empire's elite, with many being devoured by shadowy monsters. The flying carriage lands before a magnificent, golden-accented building. As they walk, the pink-haired individual reminds the commander of a meeting in 2 hours, but he dismissively says they will simply have to wait. Outside a grand building, a brown-haired man in a yellow-collared coat turns and asks about someone's whereabouts. A pink-haired woman with freckles and golden eyes looks on with concern, stating that she should be inside. The scene focuses on a pair of large, ornate doors, building a sense of anticipation for what lies behind them. A man with black hair and a white and gold uniform throws the doors open dramatically, announcing his arrival. He finds a blue-haired girl with bandaged arms, her mouth comically stuffed with a pastry as she holds 2 more donuts. The brown-haired man smiles warmly, asking the girl if she has been resting well. Asked if she is Wuan Historia, the blue-haired girl sits on a couch and lets out a joyful, giggling squeal. Elsewhere, a group of cloaked figures ventures into a dark domain as their leader warns them to stay alert, hoping for the best. The group proceeds cautiously through a cave of massive roots as their leader finishes his thought, praying the information they received is accurate. In a flashback, a dark-haired man nervously tells a blonde knight that the monster has indeed been gone for 2 months. The explorers discover the subsequent rooms are just as empty and desolate, their disbelief growing with each new chamber. Standing before a ruined underground city, a member of the group voices their shock, questioning how the entire place could be empty. One of the figures angrily suggests another raid force beat them to it, but his companion insists that's impossible. The leader questions if this is truly the Primordial Core, concluding that if they've found nothing so far, the place must be a bust. Another member interjects, reminding them that the 5th room is said to house the ancient plant monster, Anthropophago. He explains that the valuable plant monster has thorny vines and can be forged like ore, making its parts highly profitable. Finding the 5th room also deserted, a member worries about what to do if even their last hope is gone. The leader offers a choice: leave now and forfeit all future gains, or press on with him and share in any rewards. Peering into the darkness ahead, one of the men asks if anyone can see anything in the gloom. The darkness gives way to a chamber floor littered with the severed, thorny vines of a massive plant creature. Relieved, the leader exclaims it's a good thing they stayed, and orders his men to quickly harvest the valuable plant parts. As he kneels to cut a thick vine, His dagger gleams with an unnatural light. He freezes in terror, seeing his own horrified reflection in the polished blade as sweat pours down his face. Stumbling back, the captain weakly whispers a command to get away, confusing one of his crewmates. Before they can react, a colossal, glowing pink maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, lunges from the darkness as the captain screams for everyone to run. Standing over the adventurers' bodies, Patrick notes they had nothing valuable, musing that their own greed was their downfall. Renee declares her hatred for humans, while a tiny Patrick examines a piece of the intruder's clothing, wondering if it's worth anything. Lounging on a mass of tentacles, Devourer comments that the humans tasted better than undead, as Patrick asks for his assessment. Patrick reports that the intruders weren't from the Empire, but from the West Crantel Kingdom, based on their coat of arms. Holding a bloody cloth bearing the insignia, Renee sighs that the intruders certainly traveled a long way to die. Devourer jokes about the convenience of having the local specialty delivered, but Patrick is not amused by his boss's morbid humor. Growing serious, Patrick warns that they must reinforce the dungeon immediately, as rumors of it being empty are spreading fast. With a massive yawn, Devourer questions Patrick's concern over his own dungeon, claiming he's grown numb to it all. Patrick's eyes glow ominously as he threatens to submit his resignation, instantly snapping a terrified Devourer to attention. Patrick explains that their guest, Lady Melj, has been incredibly useful in dealing with the situation. He continues, crediting Melj's detection magic for their quick discovery of the intruders, causing her to blush with pride. Devourer agrees that Melj is reliable, which prompts a look of pure shock and jealousy from Renee. Renee puffs up her chest, insisting she can use magic too, earning a placating pat on the head from Devourer. As Renee beams, Melj says she's glad she could help the great Primordial Core, while Patrick sighs at the scene. Patrick reassures her with booming enthusiasm, declaring that her help has saved them an incredible amount of trouble. Melj nervously fidgets with the hem of her clothes, seemingly flustered by the praise. She timidly looks up and asks just how long she is expected to remain a guest in their dungeon. In a different location, a voice from a grand balcony announces that all preparations have been completed. A monstrous, shadowy figure with a single glowing eye and a wide, menacing grin declares it's time to head towards Judea. A formidable man, with long white hair, red horns, and an imposing crimson armor is shown, exuding an aura of immense power. Later that night, Lady Melj sits alone on a rocky outcrop in a forest, gazing up at the full moon. She sadly reflects on her predicament as a demon king, with neither a home nor any money. Clutching her staff, she realizes she must make a decision soon, as a gathering of the Demon Kings is just days away. Patrick appears, and after he makes a bad undead joke, Melj deadpans that it's not very funny. He asks what she's doing out so late, and she replies she's getting fresh air before turning the question back on him. Patrick explains to Melj that since he doesn't need sleep, he spends his free time training, but she questions if he can even improve further. Melj and Patrick stand in a tense silence on the rocky terrain. Realizing it's his first time speaking to her alone, Patrick awkwardly clears his throat to begin. Melj looks at him quizzically, reporting that Mr. Tentacles has recovered, and Renee is waiting, then asks if he wants to go together. As they approach Devourer's massive, writhing form, Patrick notes that his healing is incomplete, and that his current state is a miracle in itself. Walking along a massive tentacle, Patrick remarks on how slow the recovery rate is. Renee appears, coolly stating she doubts Devourer will regrow more than 5 of his lost appendages. Startled by a tentacle, Melj nervously asks if Devourer truly fought against the Hishitalt trade union. Patrick points to a map, confirming her old castle was near Riaze, and says it's strange she wouldn't know. With a sad expression, Melj confirms she knows them as the raid force led by the great hero, Vern Hishutalt. A flashback shows a triumphant cape-wearing hero standing over the body of Melj's defeated Demon King father. Melj's thoughts reveal that they were the very same raid force that killed her father. Staring at Devourer's immense form, she wonders in awe just how powerful he is to have survived such a battle. Her hope crumbles as she realizes staying in the Primordial Core was just a dream, as Devourer will be hunted just as her father was. Seeing her distress, Patrick thinks to himself that with Devourer recovered, it's time to convince him to recruit more monsters for the dungeon. Renee cheerfully suggests recruiting only male monsters like golems, an idea that clearly annoys the tiny, skull-faced Patrick. Patrick turns to Renee, who looks back with wide-eyed, innocent confusion. Melj interrupts them, firmly announcing her decision to leave for Judecca. The scene shifts to an elegant building at night, where someone asks Wuan about her wounds, and she cheerfully insists she's fine. The pink-haired woman sighs, advising Wuan to pretend she's still recovering to avoid unwanted attention, while Wuan puffs out her cheeks. The black-haired man offers Wuan tea with her snacks, but she declines, saying she needs to prepare for an upcoming meeting. The man asks Wuan if she's seen the maid, but she replies that she was out buying snacks and isn't sure. Looking serious, he tells Garrote and Wuan to head to the meeting room first. Garrote urges him to hurry as she leaves with Wuan, who also asks him to come quickly. The black-haired man stands alone in his grand, silent office after they depart. He wonders aloud which of the maids were responsible for cleaning the tea set. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes appears, promising to find out immediately, but the man tells him progress reports are unnecessary. He grimly reflects that with thousands of confidential files in the office, the maids could have easily seen something they shouldn't have. With his eyes glowing a menacing red, he gives a cold command: find the maids and eliminate them in exactly 4 days. The scene transitions to a grand clock tower, its face illuminated by the full moon. The black-haired man addresses a council, announcing he called them to discuss the black disaster Devourer, who threatens the Empire. A white-haired, scarred man named Squad Leader Cart challenges him, reminding him that the royal courts declared Devourer wasn't the disaster. The leader dismisses the announcement as a public pacifier, but Cart presses him for proof that Devourer is the culprit. With cold certainty and glowing red eyes, the leader declares that he saw it himself. Stunned, Cart leaps to his feet, angrily accusing the leader of lying and fabricating reports. The pink-haired woman, Garrote, steps out of the shadows, stating that the evidence is right there with them. All eyes turn to the blue-haired girl Wuan, who looks down in solemn silence. Another member of the council realizes the truth, shocked that even Wuan was no match for Devourer. The leader states that Devourer appears without warning, and their purpose is to prepare for his inevitable return. One of the council members, his face hidden by a mask, asks what their plan is for stopping him. Duke Rolthos leans back, scoffing that the defenses at Riaze were useless, implying all their efforts would be meaningless against Devourer. The leader concedes that Duke Rolthos is correct in his grim assessment of their situation. He gazes intently at the council, reminding them of their desperate need for the 36th masterpiece. The council erupts in murmurs, lamenting that the masterpiece is difficult to find, and that another powerful relic was recently lost to Devourer. The leader and another official silently agree that even with the Empire's greatest talents gathered, their efforts seem useless. A white-haired woman notes that, with the exception of Wuan, their fragile human bodies can't even scratch Devourer. Determined, a man with glowing eyes affirms that to overcome such overwhelming power, finding the 36th masterpiece is an absolute must. The leader listens in grim, contemplative silence. A woman in dark armor reports that the Pope's recent movements have been highly unusual. The armored woman reveals the Pope is spreading rumors that Devourer is God's punishment upon the Empire, causing shock among the council. The armored woman slams the table, angrily dismissing the idea of God's punishment, while the leader notes it's an expected rumor given the Empire's suppression of religion. Furious, the armored woman warns the leader to watch his mouth, stating his words could be mistaken for treason. With eyes blazing, she leans in and demands to know if he thinks the situation is a joke. The leader calmly replies that he is simply stating the truth. He continues, warning her not to overestimate her own power as he imagines a shadowy figure holding a glowing blade to his throat. TSK, he assures the armored woman that he is not taking this issue lightly. The leader explains that if they do nothing, the Pope faction will split the Empire, cursing them for holding 3 of the 36 masterpieces, which they call holy relics. A silhouette of a figure bound in chains and holding a sword is shown before the Pope faction's sun-like symbol. His eyes glowing a fierce red, the leader concludes that they would need to start a great holy war to take the relics. Elsewhere, Patrick stands over a large, sleeping black beast, asking Devourer if "yeah" is all he can say. Hiss. An enraged Patrick, his eyes glowing, shouts that Lady Melj has left the dungeon. He grabs and shakes Devourer's ear, screaming at his boss and questioning if his 2 pairs of ears are just for decoration since he isn't listening. Curled into a ball of impenetrable defense, Devourer casually dismisses his concerns, saying it's normal for demon kings to attend a ball in Judecca. Unleashing a super nagging assault, Patrick shakes Devourer violently, yelling that the problem is she might not return, causing his boss to cry out in pain. Devourer pauses, realizing Patrick has a point, while Patrick thinks to himself that his boss uses his strength at odd times. Patrick reveals that Melj was acting strange even before she mentioned Judeka, just as Renee arrives carrying a bucket. He recalls her parting words were, "I might have to go," instead of a firm, "I'll be back," though he admits he may be overthinking it. Thud. Patrick says Renee also found it odd, and she speculates that Lady Melj might be planning to rebuild her own forces. Devourer cautiously asks Renee about the bubbling, glowing purple substance in the bucket she's holding. Renee grins, offering a stew she prepared for him, causing Devourer to shriek in terror, thinking she wants him to die, while Patrick confirms the results would be similar. Urge. Patrick blocks a sudden ladle attack from an enraged Renee. A weary Devourer, with Patrick now collapsed on the ground, asks if Melj leaving is the only reason they've gathered. Patrick rises, insisting they can no longer delay replenishing the dungeon's monsters, a sentiment Renee seems to support. Devourer throws a tantrum on the floor, flatly refusing to take a single step from his spot. Renee slyly asks Patrick if, as a guardian, he isn't supposed to handle such tasks in his boss's place. Standing his ground, Patrick states that her suggestion won't work. He reminds Devourer that all matters concerning Haston were left to him, and that he already has too many other things to do. Renee asks who else can go, and Patrick calmly declares that Lady Renee will be the one to do it. With a wild, excited grin, Renee tells Devourer not to worry and to leave everything to her. A terrified Devourer sweats profusely as he flashes back to a disturbing vision of a crazed, blood-splattered Renee. Patrick, with glowing eyes, smugly reassures his boss that he can rest easy and leave it all to her. His thoughts turn back to Melj, wondering about her true intentions. The scene transitions to Lady Melj as she departs on a cart, accepting well wishes from a traveler. During her journey, the hooded Melj reflects on the unexpected turn of events that brought her to such a place. She arrives at the imposing gates of the mercenary city, Knehit. Walking through the streets, she notes that the dangerous-looking inhabitants live up to the city's name. A banner displaying a sword is shown, while narration explains Knehit is an independent city, located between the Empire and the Kingdom Alliance. Melj observes the populace, thinking this city, where dungeon raiding is a common career, must have the most information. Looking down sadly, she realizes she will have to rely on the stars to find her way to Judeka. She looks up in surprise at a massive building covered in monster graffiti, noting it's as large as a demon king's castle. Sensing dense mana from within, she deduces the building is full of powerful mages, raid requests, and valuable information. After seeing a guard grant entry to someone with a golden pass, Melj realizes she needs proof of a raid, making it difficult to get information. Melj stands silently in the street, contemplating her predicament. Roar. Hiss. That night, the sounds of monstrous rage echo from within a grand, columned building. Grrr. Howl. A bloody monster claw clings to a cage as the sounds of captured beasts fill the air. Screech. Snort. Screech. As a figure is thrown into a glowing cage, Melj understands that monsters have been captured here. In a dark alley, she comes across a large figure in a purple dress and says, "Oh my." A muscular man with prominent makeup and a revealing outfit greets the pretty little lady and asks for her purpose here. Pant, pant. Melj stands before the man, seemingly having rushed to catch up with him. Inside a dark building, a small white dog with glowing purple eyes whimpers sadly behind the bars of a cage. Looking at the cages filled with glowing red eyes, Melj asks the muscular man what he is doing in a place like this. The man introduces himself as Poon from the Albright Merchants and asks what she is looking for, privately assessing that she must be more than a simple child. Pun concludes his thought, certain that the purple-haired girl is no ordinary noble. Smirking, Pun decides it would be wise not to get on her bad side. Melj introduces herself as a member of the Agria family and asks what the building is, which Pun explains is a warehouse for dungeon items. Pun clarifies that he sells the items directly, and Melj considers recruiting some for her army once her castle is rebuilt. As Pun invites her to browse, Melj gasps in surprise at something she sees. Grrr! A powerful, white-furred lycanthrope roars in its chains, and Melj recognizes the former army commander. Remembering a past victory with a wolf warrior, Melj becomes determined and asks for the lycanthrope's price. A sweating Pun expresses his surprise, warning her that the creature is incredibly dangerous and costs 4 B-class raiders their lives to capture. Unfazed, Melj insists he name the price, prompting an intrigued look from Pun. Pun consults his records to find the price for the powerful lycanthrope. He declares a price of 250 ons, and a shocked Melj internally screams at the exorbitant cost. Clutching her pouch, Melj considers the steep price, admitting to herself that she does have the money. She recalls a white-haired maid giving her a bag of money as thanks for helping Mr. Devourer. Realizing she only has the 500 ons from that gift, Melj despairs that she can't spend half of it before even rebuilding her castle. Her attention then shifts to another cage, as Pun admits he doesn't know much about the creature inside, only that it was found after a raid. He explains that since its mother was gone and it did not attack, they just see it as a big dog, a fact that saddens Melj. Seeing a fellow lost child, Melj reaches for the cage, causing Pun to shout a warning, but the demonic beast simply licks her hand. Melj reassures the frantic Pun, who exclaims that she could have been bitten. The large wolf creature blissfully enjoys having its chin scratched by Melj. With a determined expression, Melj looks up, her mind made up. She turns back to the cages and asks Pun for the price of the smaller wolf creature. Later, Melj looks down at her new companion with a hint of remorse, admitting she bought him after all. Standing under the moonlight, she is surprised to see that her new pet is much larger than she had realized. She reasons that the dim lighting hid his dark fur, making it seem like only his head was floating around. Decisively, she names him Zons, and he barks an enthusiastic woof in approval. As they sit together watching the full moon, Melj remarks on its beauty, which reminds her of the sky and the Primordial Core. Shaking off the sentimentality, she reminds herself to focus on her journey to Judecca. She calls out to Zons, who lets out a mighty woof as they prepare to continue their travels. While walking through the woods, Melj suddenly stops, alerted by a presence. A massive, shadowy stag appears on a nearby cliff, and Melj realizes this great one has returned to guide them. The stag transforms into a well-dressed, antlered man who formally welcomes the Demon King. He informs her that the other Demon Kings await at a fallen monastery, and that she should head there. The antlered man leads Melj and Zons through the dark forest. Melj scolds Zons for following her into a formal meeting, then sighs, realizing he couldn't have known the protocol. She pets Zons, instructing him to wait for her return and to hide from any humans. As she gives him a final pat, she explains she can't bring him to a place with such scrutiny and reconsiders his name, thinking Zons is bad. Melj thoughtfully tries to come up with a better name for her new companion. The wolf looks up at her with hopeful, glowing purple eyes. Yeah, a brilliant idea strikes Melj, and she joyfully knights him Sir Devde. Promising to return soon, she tells him to wait quietly as magnificent butterfly wings sprout from her back. As she flies off, Melj muses that since she won't see Devourer again, he won't mind her borrowing his name. Sir Devde watches her go. Elsewhere, a spiky-haired Devourer glowers, flatly stating that he will not forgive her. An armored skeleton, Patrick, tells Devourer he'll never die peacefully, but Devourer dismisses the 100-year-old curse. Patrick wishes osteoporosis upon him, a curse Devourer admits is a new one. Patrick pats his boss's shoulder, telling him to view the upcoming task as a leisurely activity rather than a mission. He holds out a gift for his boss, and Devourer asks what it is. Holding a collar with a green gem, Devourer asks Patrick how many he has, and Patrick casually replies he has about 30 left. A stunned Devourer can only say, "Huh?" as Patrick asks, "What?" An unseen voice questions Renee's spending on her outfit, but she insists the item was cheap. Renee embraces Devourer from behind, asking if he had to wait long for her. Carrying a massive backpack, a cheerful Renee eagerly runs forward, ready for their journey. Blushing happily, Renee thinks to herself that their trip together feels just like a honeymoon. Lost in a fantasy, Renee imagines being alone and eating with Devourer, who looks utterly unamused. Her daydream continues as Devourer tries to flee her affections, yelling for her to get off. A skeletal figure sternly reminds them not to forget the reason they are leaving. Ooh-ah! As Devourer drags a reluctant Renee away, the skeletal figure desperately begs them to return without causing trouble. Devourer asks for their destination, and a tiny Renee explains they're headed to the mercenary city of Knehit. The skeletal figure silently watches them depart into the moonlit forest. He nervously wonders if sending the chaotic duo was a mistake. already feeling a headache coming on. The scene shifts to a quiet, weathered village beneath a brilliant, starry night sky. In a flashback, a younger-looking Melj reflects that it's been a while since she was last here. She arrives at the meeting of the Demon Kings in Judecca, entering a vast, intimidating hall. Melj appears small and isolated as she walks among the towering, shadowed figures of other Demon Kings. Other demon lords sneer at her as one holds up a goblet filled with a swirling blue liquid. Holding her drink, Melj nervously admits to herself that it's been a while, and she's anxious. She recalls a time when she was a child with her father, adored and at the center of attention. PFFT. Now, with tears in her eyes, she realizes with painful clarity that she is completely irrelevant. Humiliated, Melj sputters as someone pours a drink on her head, and she angrily demands to know their problem. She is startled to see a nonchalant man nearby, realizing he isn't even a demon king. Her eyes flare with rage as she prepares to retaliate for the insult to her station. The man simply walks past without a word, utterly dismissing her threat. The surrounding demon kings erupt in cruel laughter, mocking her weakness, which brings Melj to tears. Kuahaha. As they continue to laugh, Melj seethes, knowing they mock her only because she is powerless. Vowing to endure this for now to build her army, Melj is startled when a hand suddenly grabs her face. Shocked by the further aggression, she angrily demands to know who dares to touch her. A tall, horned woman with white hair appears before her, confirming her identity as Melj. Melj looks up, stunned by the sudden appearance of this powerful-looking demon. A woman named Marmolia suddenly embraces a surprised Melj, exclaiming how worried she was. Marmolia cheerfully reminisces about their childhood while squeezing a flustered Melj in a tight hug. Melv pushes her away, scolding her for being undignified in front of the other demon kings. With a sudden cold expression, Marmolia tells Melj they should go somewhere else first. The scene transitions to the moonlit, dilapidated entrance of the mercenary city Knehit. Devourer slaps down 2 gold coins on a counter, demanding the best room in the establishment. As patrons whisper about the strange pair, an eager innkeeper quickly offers to guide them. In a crowded common room, Devourer brusquely states he wants to rest, and the innkeeper nervously obliges. Renee flops onto the bed beside Devourer, happily sighing in comfort but telling him he can't rest yet. She tries to rouse a weary Devourer, insisting they visit a nearby dungeon store. Renee energetically tries to drag him from bed, promising they can finish their task quickly by picking out monsters. Seeing how exhausted Devourer is, Renee reluctantly decides to let him rest. Slurp. Drooling with anticipation, Renee realizes this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An unseen person asks Renee if she wants some alone time with the boss while she brews a potion. After being corrected for calling it a date, Renee excitedly asks if they can go on a honeymoon instead. Back in the present, Renee clings to Devourer, thinking his willingness to come proves her importance to him, just as Sir Patrick predicted. With a devious glint in her eyes, Renee vows to make Devourer hers after they complete their mission. She daydreams of a dashing Devourer, leading her to a happy future, praising her own genius. The scene returns to Marmolia, telling a somber Melj that her former castle is now human territory. Marmolia presses Melj for answers, asking where she was for 2 months when everyone thought she was dead. Averting her gaze, Melj lies that she was just wandering, careful not to mention Primordial Core. A white-haired demoness named Marmolia warmly grasps Melj's hands, expressing relief that she is still alive. Melj looks up with wide, emotional eyes, surprised by the warm reception. Marmolia appears shocked, as she admits she expected Melj to hate her like the other demon kings. She explains their fathers were rivals, but dismisses it as their issue, not theirs, flashing back to their father's hostile confrontation. Marmolia declares their father's competition is in the past, and they're on their own paths now, which Melj acknowledges is true. Smiling slyly, Marmolia correctly guesses that Melj came to Judecca seeking help. Melj realizes Marmolia already knew her purpose as a large spider appears in its web, and Marmolia offers her aid. As a friend, Marmolia encourages Melj, telling her she can succeed if she tries, prompting a stunned Melj to whisper her name. Marmolia compliments Melj on her maturity, admitting she herself is still childish, and extends a hand to lead her back. A grateful Melj accepts her help, vowing that she will definitely rebuild her castle. Their hands clasp firmly, sealing their newfound alliance. The moment is reflected in the multiple red eyes of a watching spider creature. The spider is shown entangled in its own web, a vision of the past. A flashback shows a young Melj and Marmolia arguing over whose father is stronger and a better descendant of Asmodeus. Narration reveals they were always fighting as children, not from malice, but from a natural conflict between them. The conflict is attributed to their father's constant rivalry, though a tender image shows the two girls sleeping soundly together as friends. A chaotic memory flashes by, showing a destructive vortex of purple energy. In the past, a young Melj reaches for magical butterflies, while a worried Marmolia watches. A young Melj looks back from a swirling portal, leaving her father behind as Marmolia is held by her own father. A fond memory shows a young Melj beaming with joy as a hand pats her head. The narration explains that this was the day they began to change, as a young Marmolia watches with a heavy heart. Back in the present, Melj blushes, sheepishly admitting to herself that she's still childish. Confused by the sudden comment, Marmolia asks what she means, but Melj deflects, asking where they are going. Marmolia explains she can't help alone, but knows other demon kings who can, leading Melj through a grand set of doors. Melj follows with a bright, hopeful expression, eager to meet her new allies. Her hopeful look instantly vanishes, replaced by one of utter shock. The doors open to reveal not allies, but a menacing assembly of demon kings waiting for her. A confused Melj questions Marmolia, who coldly announces to the assembly that she has brought the fugitive here. Melj's eyes widen as the betrayal sinks in. A flashback shows a young Marmolia, her face contorted with anger and resentment. With a cruel sneer, Marmolia labels Melj the loser, revealing her true intentions. Melj collapses to her knees on a glowing red sigil, utterly defeated. Seated on a massive throne, Demon King Ubar looks down and expresses his disappointment in Melj. Marmolia tightens her grip on a stunned Melj, mockingly calling her stupid. Another demon whispers venomously, asking if she truly expected a welcome in Judecca after losing all her forces. Melj clenches her fist, thinking she expected a poor reception, but not this. She looks upon the council of shadowy demons, horrified by the extent of their hostility. Ubar addresses a defeated figure in red armor, likely Melj's father, calling him the descendant of Asmodeus. Ubar then turns his attention to Melj, offering her a chance to make an excuse for her failure. Looking up at the intimidating council, Melj desperately claims it's a misunderstanding and that she did not lose to the humans. Two of the listening demon lords react with scornful surprise. Her claim is immediately challenged. One lord asks if being the sole survivor counts as a victory and demands her execution, while another questions her definition of not losing. Melj looks down, defeated, admitting she has no rebuttal and that the loss of her army is her fault. Bowing her head in shame, she fully accepts the blame for the catastrophe. The council erupts, calling her a disgrace and questioning her nerve for showing her face. They demand she be stripped of her title. Marmolia joins the chorus, shouting her agreement and calling for Melj's death. As Melj sits broken on the floor, the council decides to postpone her fate until the last day of their meeting. Through the reflection in one of the Demon King's eyes, Melj appears small and alone, as he wonders what to do with her in the meantime. Ubar, the elder Demon King, lets out a weary sigh. He delivers his judgment, ordering the guards to place the criminal in jail. From a grand building, a voice declares that entry is forbidden. A burly guard stops Devourer and his white-haired maid, explaining that an insignia is required to enter the restricted area. The guard sizes them up, dismissing them as a beggar and a maid, noting Devourer looks like he could collapse any second. His disdain turns to shock as the maid presents two glimmering golden insignias, identifying them as A-class raid members. The guard quickly welcomes them into the dungeon store. Devourer asks his maid where she got the insignias, and she explains she kept the clean ones while cleaning. Devourer remembers the piles of loot and weapons, realizing there must have been a ton of insignias lying around. Inside, they look at a large board filled with notices as Devourer wonders if they can read everything in time. Staring at a pile of wax-sealed scrolls, Devourer asks his maid what they're looking for again. She replies that they need a strong monster that humans have failed to defeat, and he acknowledges her request. Devourer laments not bringing a monster from his own dungeons, but his maid dismisses the idea as unworkable. She suggests a monster from a dungeon just below the Great Evil Dungeons and asks her master, Renee, for her thoughts. He tells her to wait a second. Peeking over a large book, Devourer grimaces, thinking the available options should be good enough. A smiling shopkeeper interrupts, asking them to return tomorrow as he needs to start cleaning. The maid, Renee, asks if he can make an exception, but the sweaty shopkeeper insists they can't stay open just for them. Renee panics, thinking this will ruin her date plan, while Devourer vows never to return. Shocking him, Renee suggests they just kill the shopkeeper. Devourer asks the shopkeeper if he has more raid requests, holding up a shiny gold coin. The nervous shopkeeper stammers, asking what kind of request they're looking for, noting they already took so many. Sitting imperiously, Renee points at the shopkeeper and simply demands, "Give me that." After reviewing a massive pile of new requests, Renee sighs that they are all lacking. Lying down with a request covering his face, Devourer asks Renee about an ancient metal slime, while she peruses other options. Renee replies that the dungeon for the slime is too far away, and Devourer agrees. Frustrated, Devourer throws a tantrum, wishing he had just recruited Melj, though Renee points out he also considered making her a room manager. He lies on the bed, staring up with his glowing yellow eyes in contemplation. Renee states that considering the level of humans challenging the Great Evil Dungeons, Melj will likely reach her limits within 3 years. But, she adds with admiration, she thinks Melj looks the coolest as a demon king, picturing her in full battle regalia with magnificent purple wings. Renee reminds Devourer that Melj was helpful in bringing him home, and he wonders if he let her go too easily. Renee smiles coyly, recalling that he also blew Melj's castle away. Devourer asks how long the Judecca event is, and Renee replies it's 2 days, urging him to hurry. He resolves to try. Renee adds that finding Judecca requires reading the stars, an inherent method of demon kings that she doesn't know. Looking out at the starry night sky, Devourer calmly states that he knows how to read the stars. The vast star-filled sky glitters over ancient crumbling ruins. Pant, pant. The well-dressed antlered man and Sir Devde pant heavily under the same starry sky. The antlered man sits beside Sir Devde on a grassy hill, finding the situation unsettling. A foot steps firmly on the ground. A cloaked figure approaches from behind, demanding they stop and identify themselves. The approaching figure tells the antlered man that he doesn't seem like a demon king, as Sir Devde looks on curiously. He warns that only demon kings are allowed to proceed, and that continuing will cost him his life. Monstrous guardian with glowing red eyes, Bamu, servant of the Great Ubar, appears and vows that no intruder will get past him. Roar! Bamu lunges with furious energy towards the lone figure. Devourer stands unimpressed as dark markings creep up his neck, annoyed as he asks, "Why is this thing so loud?" Elsewhere, a white-haired, red-horned jailer smirks down at a prison cell, taunting its occupant. The jailer looks down at a defeated Melj, remarking that she looks better than expected. Leaning in, the horned jailer offers Melj some friendly advice, revealing the council wanted to kill her, but she claims to have intervened. She leans against the bars, boasting about how hard she worked to convince them to spare Melj. With a cruel glint in her eye, she asks Melj to guess what punishment was issued instead. The jailer reveals the council decided to cut off Melj's horns and pull out her fangs. She taunts the broken Melj, imagining how many demons will look down on her once she is left without her horns or fangs. The jailer leans close to the bars, whispering that Melj probably never dreamed how much she, Marmolia, was looking forward to this. Melj looks up, her eyes wide with dawning horror and betrayal. Marmolia looms over Melj with a sadistic grin, relishing seeing her rival in such a desperate situation. With a suggestive blush, Marmolia offers a higher position in exchange for someone licking her boots. 2 monstrous guards inform Lady Marmolia they have orders to bring the criminal to court. A commanding figure orders the guards to take the prisoner, and they obey. Kya! Marmolia's eyes gleam with cruel excitement as she thinks the fun is just beginning. In a flashback, a demon noble discusses the consequences of a leader losing their subjects' trust. He continues, speaking of the great crime of bringing shame upon the Demon King title. In a grand hall, a judge declares the criminal, Melj de Lymph Agrea, will be punished by having her horns and fangs removed. The judge offers Melj one last chance for a rebuttal, as she kneels silently. Looking up with a confident smile, Melj says she has given the matter much thought. She raises her head defiantly, declaring that she still cannot understand their reasoning. As other demon kings look on in confusion, one explains the simple rule: the strong survive and the weak perish. Melj argues that since her weak army died, and she, the strong demon king, survived to protect herself, she fails to see the problem. The assembly roars in outrage, questioning her callous view of her own army. Melj fires back, asking if they are accusing her of abandoning her soldiers. She challenges their judgment, questioning if they truly know the bond she shared with her army. Kia ha ha ha! A demon king erupts in derisive laughter at her bold claims. Marmolia mocks Melj for her delusion, but Melj calmly states she has finally come to her senses, calling out the farcical trial for predetermining her punishment without a proper ruling. As Marmolia sputters in anger, Melj calls her pettiness laughable for a supposed greatest demon king. Melj looks up with a pointed, knowing glance. Her gaze lands on the throne as she asks for confirmation directly from Sir Ubar. The crowd erupts in shock at her informal address to Lord Ubar, demanding her tongue be pulled out for such insolence, but Ubar dismisses their outrage, stating her words mean nothing. Melj resigns herself to her fate, knowing that nothing she says will change the outcome. She internally scoffs at their supreme being, finding it laughable how ignorant the demon kings are of true power. With her head bowed, she thinks to herself that she actually feels a sense of relief. A masked official bellows that her insolence will be punished after the initial sentence is carried out, screaming for the punishment to begin. An executioner steps forward with a massive blade, saying he looks forward to working with her. He prepares to strike, announcing he will start with her horns. Woof woof woof. A sudden cacophony of barking erupts, startling both Melj and her executioner. The assembled demon kings are annoyed by the interruption, with Marmolia complaining about the timing and Ubar questioning the source of the noise. Stunned, Melj wonders if Devourer could have possibly come, finding it unbelievable to hear a dog in the sacred Judecca. A glimmer of hope appears in her eye, as she wonders if it's truly him. An unseen voice remarks that a dog's barking is more pleasant than their bullshit, shocking the court. Melj tries to convince herself she's just hearing things because her heart is wavering. Still, a small part of her clings to the possibility, wondering if he were really here. As tears of hope well in her eyes, she thinks of Mr. Devourer, and the scene shifts to him sitting casually in a chair, calling her name. Devourer flashes a wicked smile, observing that she seems to be having a hard time. The scene transitions to a flashback of a moonlit, ruined castle. Heek! Surrounded by corpses, Devourer spots a lone survivor and expresses surprise. He approaches the survivor, identifying him as a demon king by his horns. Devourer casually asks the demon king his age before demanding he lift his head and look at him. With glowing eyes, Devourer compliments the demon king's cool horn and asks for his name. A young, terrified, and bloody demon stammers, introducing himself. Back in the present, a sweating Ubar recalls the traumatic memory with dread. Woof! Woof! The large wolf joyfully pounces on Melj, who cries out in surprise. Melj scolds the happy wolf for not waiting, realizing he must have followed Devourer. Ugh. Marmolia clenches her fists, annoyed by the chaotic interruption. A demon king furiously demands to know who the intruders are and why they dared to disrupt the sacred judgment. As an enraged Renee prepares to lash out, Devourer calmly stops her, admitting they were indeed interrupting. Renee apologizes, explaining they don't belong to anyone and are simply travelers passing through. A cloaked man walks confidently through a crowd of demon kings, announcing that he's become curious about something. As his voice echoes, a stunned Melj looks on, while he asks if the council is embarrassed by her acting like a demon king when she has nothing left. The other demon lords, including Marmolia, listen as the man questions if this is why they are punishing her. The man, Devourer, turns to the assembly and poses a chilling question. What if he were to destroy all of their armies? With a menacing grin and glowing yellow eyes, he asks if they too would have their horns and fangs removed as punishment. The demon kings recoil in shock and fury at his blatant threat. A large, toothy demon king steps forward, furious that Devourer has insulted them and threatened the great Sir Ubar. Wreathed in red energy, the demon king lunges, vowing to tear Devourer apart until not even a corpse remains. As the demon unleashes a storm of blades and screams for him to die, Devourer stands completely still and unimpressed. Yawn. Devourer lets out a bored yawn just as the attacking Demon King is engulfed in a blast of dark energy, crying out in agony. The demon's armor lies shattered and smoking on the ground as Devourer casually asks why everyone is staring at him, innocently claiming he didn't do it. The remaining demon lords stare in silent, abject terror. Huff, huff. Panting heavily, Ubar clutches a ball of unstable red magic, desperately questioning what is happening. Straining with effort, Ubar angrily demands to know how Devourer dares to make a move against a great being. Marmolia looks on in disbelief, shocked that Sir Ubar himself has intervened. Defeated, Ubar bows low to the ground, greeting the cloaked man as the supreme being, Sir Devourer. The other Demon Kings whisper in shock, recognizing the name as the Devourer from Primordial Core. One of the Demon Kings sweats nervously, still confused as to why Sir Ubar is suddenly so subservient. Devourer asks Ubar if he understands the situation, and notes that his maid, Renee, looks familiar. He reveals that if he hadn't stopped her, she would have instantly decapitated Ubar and slaughtered the other Demon Kings, a threat underscored by Renee's deadly glare. Trembling, Ubar presses his head to the floor in complete submission. A light bulb dings as Devourer suddenly remembers Ubar's name, remarking that the little kid has grown so big he almost didn't recognize him. Ubar humbly explains that it was thanks to Devourer's benevolence 900 years ago that he is even alive. Devourer tells the groveling Demon King to get up, stating he didn't come here for such a display. Phew. Ubar lets out a shaky breath, recalling the unforgettable memory of fear from his last encounter with Devourer. In a flashback, a much younger, white-haired Ubar trembles in fear, remembering Devourer's sudden appearance 900 years ago. The memory continues, showing the young Ubar standing before a colossal, tentacled version of Devourer, who asks if he wants to know why he came. The young Demon King can only stare in terror, as Devourer's thought bubble simply reads, I wonder. Back in the present, a sweat-drenched Ubar is still frozen by the vivid memory. With a menacing split-screen grin, Devourer repeats the question from long ago. Why do you think I'm here? Devourer tells a kneeling Ubar not to be nervous, assuring him he's here for something else this time, prompting a timid inquiry about his purpose. Looking past the elder Demon King, Devourer calls out to a surprised Melj, who clutches a furry creature for comfort. As Devourer and his maid Renee approach with a large wolf, Melj recognizes Renee in surprise. Renee smiles warmly, explaining that she and Mr. Devourer have decided that Melj is needed in Primordial Core. She formally extends an offer for Melj to join them, leaving the downcast girl, now wearing a wolf pelt, utterly shocked. A disembodied voice asks Melj if she came to Judecca to rebuild her army, and she wonders how they knew. Renee cheerfully explains that upon accepting their offer, Melj will become a manager of a room in Primordial Core. While Renee enthusiastically promises the full support of Primordial Core's members, Devourer grumpily interjects, "Leave me out." Devourer turns to walk away, having concluded his business, while Renee follows him with a happy smile. He pauses, turning back one last time to address the defeated Melj. Kneeling before her, Devourer offers his hand with a gentle, reassuring smile. With tears of hope streaming down her face, Melj tearfully accepts his offer. Suddenly, Marmolia lunges forward and grabs Devourer's hand, shouting that she cannot accept this decision. She furiously declares that a failure like Melj doesn't deserve to be a manager, while Devourer asks what her problem is, and a large wolf growls defensively. Weeping with rage, Marmolia vents her frustration over constantly being compared to Melj and how she finally had a chance to bring her down. Stepping between Devourer and Melj, Marmolia dismisses her rival as unworthy and offers herself instead, boasting of her ancient bloodline as a legitimate Demon King. Kneeling before Devourer's shadowy figure, Marmolia desperately offers her heart and body in exchange for a place by his side. Thwack! Renee instantly appears, blocking Marmolia's outstretched hand with a massive blade. Renee glares with cold fury, asking how Marmolia dares touch Mr. Devourer with her dirty hands, as Marmolia looks down in shock. Kia! Marmolia shrieks in agony, clutching her hand as Renee stands over her, having just snapped her finger. Looking down at the defeated Marmolia, Melj whispers her rival's name in disbelief. Ubar bows apologetically to Devourer for the disturbance, but Devourer casually brushes it off. Ubar insists on being the one to punish Marmolia thoroughly, his eyes glowing with menace. As Marmolia is dragged away screaming, Melj calls out her name, only to be startled by a large wolf growling defensively beside her. Wah! Devourer lets out an enormous, toothy yawn. A concerned Melj asks Devourer if he has any regrets about his decision. Renee explains to Melj that if Devourer had actually asked for the other Demon Kings to be punished, he would have simply annihilated them all. Melj sadly concludes that Primordial Core would gain nothing from such a massacre. Devourer internally clarifies that he didn't spare them out of kindness, but because keeping them alive to serve his long-term goals is more beneficial. When Melj asks how they found Judecca, Renee cheerfully reveals that Sir Devourer can read the stars. She adds that after dealing with an annoying gatekeeper, they found a creature carrying Melj's scent, much to the confused wolf's surprise. Renee dotes on a small furry creature, praising her #1 soldier Devd, before quickly correcting herself to Zons, leaving Melj puzzled. Melj confides in the wolf, promising to try her best but questioning if she's worthy of joining them. She worries aloud to Renee that she's weaker than previous managers, expressing her anxiety about taking on the role. Renee bluntly confirms her fears, stating she doesn't meet the standard, won't last 3 years, and could be raided tomorrow. Wah! The harsh truth sends Melj collapsing in tears, but Renee adds that there's more to the story. With a gentle smile, Renee reveals that the only reason they came was because Sir Devourer personally wanted to, warning Melj not to disappoint him. Struck by this revelation, a hopeful Melj looks up with newfound determination. She fiercely promises to try her hardest, which Renee commends before offering a little heads up. With a sly grin, Renee shares that she already has permission to confess to Devourer, leaving a flustered Melj to stammer in agreement. A panting, cartoonish wolf wonders where Sir Devourer has gone. The scene shifts to the imposing, red-hued interior of a grand hall. Devourer sits silently on a throne-like chair, presiding over an assembly of tense Demon Kings. A Demon King addresses Sir Ubar, who turns to acknowledge him. A masked Demon King, known as the representative of the Northern Veermen, speaks up, questioning Ubar's recent display of submission to Devourer. Veerman pointedly asks if Ubar's actions were too presumptuous for his title as the King of the Demon Kings. Ubar rises, acknowledging their concern that he may have brought shame to the title, as the other Demon Kings watch nervously. As Veerman confirms this possibility, Ubar's expression darkens with rage, calling them all fools. With a roar of power, Ubar unleashes his Giant's Hand technique, crushing the insolent Veerman in a massive fist of red energy. Ubar furiously asks Veerman if he saw weakness as an opportunity to challenge him. Still squeezing the life from Veerman, Ubar dares him to take the throne himself if he's so worried about leadership. Other demon lords cry out for Sir Ubar to withhold his anger, fearing he will kill Veerman. Radiating dark power, Ubar challenges anyone present to speak up if they believe he bowed his head out of weakness. The terrified Demon Kings fall to their knees, begging for forgiveness as Ubar dismisses them all. Ubar reflects that his violent outburst should serve as a sufficient warning to the others. Phew. Catching his breath, Ubar wonders how Melj of the Agria family became acquainted with the ancient monster Devourer. Devourer's sudden appearance in the doorway makes Ubar jump, shouting his name in shock. Ubar nervously asks if Devourer needs something, but Devourer simply walks past him, muttering about an unpleasant task. A sweating Ubar realizes with dread that Devourer wasn't going to let things go so easily. Devourer asks if he forgot something, while Ubar steels himself, thinking he's willing to lose more pride for his subject's sake. Wah! With a wicked grin, Devourer dramatically unfurls a long scroll, confirming they are all Demon Kings. He holds the scroll out to the kneeling Ubar, playfully asking why he seems so scared. Ubar looks down at the official-looking document with a wax seal, questioning what it is. The scene transitions to a quiet village under a beautiful, starry night sky. Wow! Renee looks on in amazement, remarking on the surprising turn of events after the sudden meeting. In a lighthearted moment, a surprisingly friendly Ubar chats with Devourer and a giddy Renee, while Devourer thinks it's smarter to let the Demon Kings handle their own affairs. Standing outside a building, Devourer and Renee are greeted by an approaching voice. Melj appears with the large wolf, proudly offering to help carry luggage as a new member of Primordial Core. As they prepare to enter a portal, Renee asks Melj if she needs anything else from this place, to which she thoughtfully replies, yeah. With a radiant, fanged smile, Melj declares she has everything she needs, and will now focus on becoming a strong demon king at Primordial Core. As a cartoonish Devourer asks about returning to Knihit, a tiny Renee says they have one last stop, much to a weary creature's dismay. A disembodied voice notes that a pale hand with long, red nails looks like it was magically reattached, startling a man and a large wolf. The man with long black hair stares in shock, stammering as an off-screen voice mentions their horns. Waking in bed, Marmolia touches a gem on her head, realizing with dread that the recent, humiliating events were not just a dream. A large wolf asks a weary-looking man if he's okay after sleeping for a day, but the man brushes it off, demanding to know what happened to Melj. An unseen advisor reassures Marmolia not to worry about her broken horns, explaining that many demon kings still support her, and asks that she forget past rivalries. Fuming with rage, Marmolia sits up and silences her advisor, furiously rejecting the notion that a bitch like Melj was ever her friend. As her subordinate despairs over needing a powerful ally against Primordial Core, a vengeful Marmolia realizes there is someone strong enough to challenge them. A man in a military uniform addresses a hooded figure from the Third Eye, stating he has a question for them. With a piercing, red-eyed gaze, the man reveals he wants to ask them about homunculus.